we'll get going.
Okay, cool. I need to go get prepared and get me something to drink and a little snack,
Yep.
and I'll be right back.
Same. I just had a slice of pizza. You know what's up, man.
Yeah.
Yo, Donnie, this has been such a nightmare getting this rig set up, dude.
Really? Getting into
Yeah, man.
playwright or whatever?
Yeah, it was just like every single setup I set up, like one thing wasn't working properly.
Gotcha.
So I ended up going the 2 computer route, man. So we'll see how that goes.
I see
But it's working.
your audio is actually running through your Reaper. Your mic
Yeah,
audio.
so I'm basically catching literally everything that's coming out of my interface from my laptop and going direct into my desktop.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah, I tried to play something from, maybe it's a school thing, man, because I tried to play
it's horrible, bro.
some music for I was on a call and I tried to play some music. It wasn't my call. I was just a guest.
Okay.
And I tried to play some music, and the way that I do mine is similar to what you do. My audio that's running into this right now that you can hear me here,
Hmm.
it wasn't playing my music through though. But it's in the same
Hmm.
it's in the same thing. It comes from the same
That's
place.
weird.
But it was really weird.
Um, huh. So I know from what I was like studying basically that the websites basically use like a Windows driver.
They use what?
So like a Windows driver. So like for
Okay.
example, if you're in a DAW, you can use an ASIO driver, right? Which is going to grab all your low latency stuff, but you
Yeah.
can't use that in the, especially if you're using it at the same time in your DAW. So that was like my big struggle, but that doesn't really make sense for your situation because you
It
would think
doesn't
if it's
because
just direct out, why wouldn't
I
it come in?
I feed
Yeah,
my
what up,
audio
Donald?
to the stream
Mm-hmm.
from my console.
Yeah, that doesn't make
It's
any
just an
sense.
input. It's an output from my console into the input of the. I have a Rodecaster Pro.
Oh, dude, you know what it is?
Yeah.
Did you hit hi-fi audio in the settings?
No.
That's what it is.
So it
I bet
won't
money.
play the high. Let me try to play something. Let me try to play something
Yeah,
for
go
you
for
to
it.
see if you actually
Just make
hear
sure
it.
you have play with the hi-fi if it's not working, because I remember it would not work for me until I did that at all.
Let me try it here.
Yo, what's up, Donald? Driving home? Are you getting some money?
Are you hearing that?
I hear nothing.
You didn't
I
hear
hear your
it. You didn't
voice.
hear that? That was loud as
I hear
fuck.
your voice.
Yeah, you can hear. Oh, wait, I had it muted. So maybe that was it.
Yep. Turn hi-fi on, bro.
What's
Turn
that?
hi-fi on. Turn hi-fi audio on
Yeah,
in your
'cause it's,
settings on school.
yeah, because it's I hear it double now too. Noise cancel. It also turns off the noise cancellation when you go hi-fi audio.
Right. Which is what you want, I guess,
Let's try this.
from what I was looking up. Now I hear it. It might be doubling, but I hear it though.
What's that?
It might be doubling still, but I hear it. If it is doubling, it's
It's doubling on my
slight.
end. If you weren't hearing it doubled,
No, I was hearing it doubled. I think it's real tight though. It's like probably like 2 milliseconds or something.
it shouldn't be any kind of latency.
Yeah, dude, this was what you're doing right now was my life for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. I gotta figure this out because I mean if I do like a mix review or something, I
Right.
gotta play it so I can hear
Right.
it, and I want to record it, but I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, man, I tried a bunch of shit, dude. I tried ASIO Link. I tried Banana. I tried. I tried Loopback. I tried everything I could think of, and every single one would have like one thing that just wasn't working for my
I mean,
setup.
Pro Tools has this thing called the Pro Tools Bridge,
Yeah.
and I can literally take an output from Pro Tools and send it back into a feed.
Reaper
And
does the
that
same
usually
thing,
works
but then you
well,
need like
but,
a special. You need like a special ASIO driver for that, don't you?
I don't know. It just I'm on a Mac, so we don't use ASIO.
Oh, word. That's right. That's right. Really? I thought I used ASIO on my Mac. Is that not true?
I mean, we have audio MIDI, whatever map, but it's not an ASIO drive. It's just an Apple driver.
Gotcha.
But,
Yeah, it's been a minute since I used a Mac, so
yeah, this
for
should
engineering.
this
so.
should work without that double on it though, because I don't know where the double would be coming from.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
The
Yeah, I've been
funny,
going down a rabbit hole, so.
one thing I can tell you, I went through that, but I used Luna, and with Luna, the console, you can send it out and back in, and you have no loop back.
So the thing with Reaper, you can do that in Reaper too, but for whatever reason, that was just like not working for my setup because like when I go to send, like let's say I want to use OBS, right? When I go to send the two outs from Reaper into OBS, it uses an ASIO plugin, and then they fight. So like it'll work great until I actually go into Reaper, and then it'll steal the audio from OBS. They like can't talk to each other.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
came
that's
in
what happened with me.
at the end, so I caught the wrong idea.
No,
Sorry
you're
about
good, bro. No, you're good. It's just interesting, man, because, dude, I've been doing mixing and recording and streaming for a while, and I didn't realize how challenging it was to actually get like this exact setup. So
Oh,
I don't know. It's just it's cool to hear Donny like struggling with it a little bit too. I was kind of feeling stupid. I was like, dude, what? Like I know people do this. So
Can you still hear me right now?
yes.
Okay.
How's the audio
Try playing
quality?
this
By
again.
the way,
I changed my input to the stream to the output of my. You said
Yes.
OBS. I use Ecamm. So I took
yes,
Ecamm's got this thing called virtual mic.
yes.
So
OBS has
I'm
the same
bringing
thing.
My Rodecaster into Ecamm, and now I'm taking the audio out of Ecamm. So let me play it again and see if it's doubled again.
Doubled.
Still doubled, bro.
So real quick, Donnie, what I found worked best is not to go through OBS because I tried that. And I know you're using Ecamm, so I know it's a little different. But for mine, like I just could not get that to work no matter what I did. So I'm using the virtual camera from OBS right now, but the audio is literally just like if I click on this mic thingy,
Yeah.
so it's literally set to analog 1 and 2 Focusrite.
Yeah, mine's set to the Rodecaster Pro now. Rodecaster Pro.
On school it is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's so weird. I don't know why.
It should
That's
work,
really
man,
weird.
But you know, I'm just hearing it doubled. It's really weird. I'm gonna have to play with this because this is the first. This is new. School changed some stuff on this for their streaming. They added they added the hi-fi audio thing, and
Yeah.
then the noise cancellation. So maybe it's that noise cancellation. I wonder if I turn that off.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to turn that off. From what I understand, noise cancellation won't work with like high quality audio coming in. It just messes
Makes
it
us
up.
all want to go to Zoom, doesn't it?
Well, I was looking it up. I guess it's a thing on Zoom too. What I heard, I haven't used Zoom, so I can't speak on it. But apparently, there's like a whole process to get rid of the noise canceling on Zoom. So it seems like school's at least trying, man. So
Zoom's got this thing. What do they call it? Hi-fi for musicians, or audio for musicians. And I'm sure it's the same thing as the hi-fi audio in school.
I honestly think they use Zoom on the back end over here. So I think
I think they do. I think
actually
somebody
the same
mentioned
thing.
that one day on a stream that they
Yeah.
clicked something and they saw the Zoom splash screen.
Yeah, there was Lou. It must have been Lou.
Yeah, it was-
because he was
yeah,
talking about updating it or something, and like, yeah, so
Lou's
it's
definitely
interesting.
opinionated in all things conspiracies. So
Dude, I fucking love Lou, bro. He's a gangster,
He's-
man.
he's
I'm not gonna lie,
awesome,
me and
man.
him butt heads a little bit a
just
couple
so much
times,
fun.
but
Yeah,
at the end of it, we're always
yeah.
like tighter afterwards because he always makes good points. I'm like, all right, I disagree, but you make a strong point.
There you go.
I like.
So hey
Lou. He's a
man,
good guy.
talking about Reaper, bro. I mean, this is
Yep.
I think I've broken it open to where I know what to do now. You know.
Okay, bet.
It took a minute. Here, let me show you what I did because this monitor. I have a monitor. Like, let me see if I can change this. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can change this.
Yeah, I low-key was a little bit disappointed, man, because I saw you're like, I got it. I was like, damn it.
I don't have everything, man, but I've got
For
some
sure.
of it, you know, I'm sure I don't
For
have
sure.
everything, but I did make some strong headwinds. Let me
Nice.
see. This should be that camera. Yeah, so I can show you my. Now you can see my whole studio, right? I got.
Oh,
another
dude, I
camera
love
here.
it.
So
That's
this
slick.
monitor is right here now. It used to be way over here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It was like 3 feet away. I couldn't see it. I'm like blind or something, man. I'm like I couldn't see it. So now I've got it right here, right in front of me. Right? I can still kind of look at you like I'm looking at you, but my monitor's right here. So once I got here, and then I was like, oh, there's the button I needed. There's where I needed to click. And then I have a Google tab open on my other screen, which is up here, right? So I could like ask Google, what if I want to do a thing, right? Like all right, one today, the one that came up today was duplicating a plugin. I wanted just the same plugin with the same settings on another track.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't figure that out because in Pro Tools, it's you hold down Option and drag it.
Hmm.
In Reaper, it's Command and drag it.
Mhm.
So it's little things, you know?
Right. Right.
Like I'm all about key commands, bro. I like moving fast.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted a key command to go from between the edit window and the mixer window. You know, I love on the mixer window how if you've got more than, like on my screen, I've got 20, 30, 38 tracks,
Yeah.
right? And what it does is it stacks them. Like
Right.
one row of tracks on the top and another row of tracks on the bottom. So I still see the whole mixer without having to pan back and forth. That's pretty cool.
Totally.
I do enjoy that.
Totally. I'll do that often with my 2-screen setup, and it's pretty sweet also.
Yeah, that's another thing I've got. I've got a bigger screen up there. I'll put the mixer up there and do that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, it's great, man. I'm bummed because I just had it all customized and stuff, so I got to redo all that stuff because now it's on my laptop, but I at least got my plugins going and stuff like that. Did you see Lou's post? You can set this to a custom screen, custom
I already
image.
did that.
Nice.
I did that. It's pretty cool. And it's really
It's dope.
easy to do on a Mac.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really simple to do. You just do it in options.
Yeah, same with the Windows. It didn't used to be like that. They updated it. You used to have to do like a whole custom deal.
Yeah, I stole
So-
that one. I stole that one that Lou posted, and that's my splash screen now because it looks cool.
Hey, yo, Donald, kill your mic when you're not talking, bro, so it doesn't make noise, por favor. Thank you, good sir.
So another thing that I really, really like. All right, so what I've been doing too the past few days.
What's
I've
up,
been
Lou?
Rebuild. Oh, Lou is here. Okay, so now we can talk shit about him because he's here, and we don't have to feel bad about talking behind his back. Just playing, brother.
Hey, Donnie, have I told you to F off today yet?
Not today, and I'm glad you did. because
Okay,
now
well, I
the
didn't
day
do
is
it
now
yesterday,
complete.
so
Thank you.
when was the
can go
last
to-
time? I owe
can-
you 4 F offs.
I go into the weekend feeling like I've accomplished something. So thank you. No, I was just
I'm
I was
gonna
just
carpet bomb your house with Apple gear.
Okay, that feels good. So no,
Yeah, do that
one
to
of
my
the-
house, bro.
I was just saying that one of the things that I noticed.
I didn't say it
past-
worked.
What was that?
What's that,
still-
Donnie?
You still talking shit? All right. No,
Of course.
one of the things I've noticed that I really, really liked, and this is when I made that post about how much I'm falling in love with Reaper,
Yeah.
is
Give you
that
BJ.
I've been rebuilding my templates that I have in Pro Tools
Mm-hmm.
the same way in Reaper. Okay, and now so I've got this. Well, I call it a minimal mix. My minimal mix template. It's just it's in Pro Tools. They're called folders. Okay, they're routing folders, but I did the same thing in Reaper. I just made the folders, and I have them ready, sitting there ready to go. And then I have my effects. I have my 2 reverbs and my 2 delays ready to go. That's my minimal mix template. That's where I always start. So what it is, I brought in the same tracks that I would normally bring into a Pro Tools session, right? Now in Pro Tools, what I have to do is I have to not only bring the tracks in, then place the tracks in the folder, but then I have to go to each track. Of course, you can do the whole thing. You can you do all the tracks together, but you have to select all the tracks and then route them to the input of the folder. Dude, Reaper does that shit automatically. I didn't have to do that.
It does. It does. But however, it's not exactly 100% the right way, in my opinion. This is my
Agreed.
opinion now. I work differently. And I know we can get in this debate about what buses and folders are. I'd like to not go there tonight. But yes, what those tracks do is they route to that folder. But there is another way that is a little bit, and you can set your templates up here the way I do it, where I am doing all of my matrix routing so that I am basically, in a sense, you can drag and drop the bus connection directly and link them in the matrix to those folders so they behave more like buses. But yes, you are exactly right. You can do that, but it's not complete. It's kind of like it's one of those guilt by association things, but you not guilty type thing. So it's like, yeah, they're in there and they do go to that particular bus, but they may not be the way that you would set them up in a real true console or template. So I just want to point that out. And I know that that Z can demonstrate what I mean by dragging and dropping and routing and getting all that shit set up.
Yeah, so just to go in a little bit on that, if you do it as folders, when you adjust a folder, the sends do not adjust proportionally.
What do you mean the sends?
So like if you have let's say if you have like 2 vocal tracks going into a bus, right? And
Yes.
I pull that bus down, the signals that are going in are going to be adjusted proportionally, and the signals that are sending to the effects on those tracks are going to be adjusted proportionally.
You're talking about a VCA.
I don't know what a VCA is. You tell me what that is. What's a VCA?
Voltage controlled amplifier.
Yes, that's what
That's what
doing.
a VCA does. So what a VCA does is like if you group a bunch of tracks together, okay,
Yeah.
and send them to a VCA, as you adjust the VCA, all the tracks go down or up.
That's right.
No, that's what a folder
exactly
does. That's what a folder does.
No,
That's
the
what I'm
VCA.
saying.
maybe
I
I
call
guess
them
I said
In
wrong.
Reaper, that's why I advocate for people not to do that in Reaper, because if you do that in Reaper and you don't know you're doing it, you're gonna make mixing decisions that are gonna not do what you're thinking you're doing. So
Maybe
I
I
advocate
set
just
maybe my folders are set up as buses because it
No,
Well-
we have to show. We just need to demonstrate how to set it up, and then it won't be doing the VCA thing anymore. And I know that Z can show you
So,
how to drag and drop or do
you-
it in a matrix.
at the end of the day, it's personal preference. Y'all can do whatever you want. I advocate for people not to do it that way because, in my experience, it causes more headaches than it solves problems. I personally use folders as folders and buses as buses, and I do not mix them. That is what I advocate to people. But at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want. You know what I mean?
Well, do
If
this,
it works
Z.
in your setup.
Explain to me the difference between a folder and a bus. Show me the difference on your screen.
So I'm not really going to be able to show you on my screen, but it'd probably be easier if we just Google it, bro. Honestly, check this out.
You can show him.
Well, I'm not going to be able to visually show the levels changing in the way that I'm trying to explain. So
Yeah, you can, because you can show it in the mixing. You can show it in the mixer, number one, and you can show them how to drag tracks into create a bus. A bus is automatically a folder, but to create an actual quote bus in Z's terminology, the way he describes it, what you do is there is a. If I open up the DAW, I actually have Reaper, or I did have Reaper running. Oh, I loaded. Oh, I do have it running. Okay, I have the Pro Tools theme up. But what you do is where it says send or receive, you take that little particular icon, and when you drag it, it turns into a TRS cable, and you can drag it to the folder, and then a window will pop up, and it's going to confirm that you want to do the send to the folder, which creates a bus. So, for example, on his DAW right now, where it has, I've never used the standard Reaper theme, by the way, so I'm not sure exactly which one it is. But could you just show him how you can select the actual the track, and when you drag it, the icon turns into a TRS cable, and show how to just simply drag and drop it in the TCP? Yeah, you can do it there, but show them how to do it in the TCP lanes up top. That's generally
the theme that I have doesn't have it set up.
Oh, that's a problem.
So yeah, I
Okay.
just got back to stock because I got my laptop hooked up. But don't worry, we'll get to all that stuff, man.
Well,
Routing's a
show 'em
little
how to
bit
do it?
deeper.
Can
Yeah,
you
I
show
just
'em
did.
how to
I
do
just
it
did.
on MC?
You just grab right here and you just boom,
Drag
just
it,
like that.
and then
boom.
then you can
And then
copy it.
makes a
You can
TRS.
copy- Right,
I just sent so many sends that I don't want though.
right,
Well,
right.
I mean, I have
Yeah,
that
but-
set up. I see the what you're calling the TCS or whatever. And
The TCP, the track control panel.
yeah. I mean, I see that.
Right.
All right, so here's an example. I've got all my drum tracks in a folder, which is what I'm calling a routing folder or a bus. The output of all my drum tracks route to the input of my folder,
Correct.
and then the output
That
of
is
my
right.
folder routes to input 1 and 2 on my console.
I'm going to read this.
That's
Routing
fine.
limitations and flexibility. Dedicated buses using sends provide more flexibility than folders when managing parallel effects, such as sending to a reverb bus. With folders, adjusting the folder volume does not automatically balance the signal sent to separate tracks, separate effects, return tracks, which can ruin your dry wet balance. So That's my reason right there. Here's another reason. CPU performance. In Reaper, all tracks within a folder structure are processed on the same CPU core. For large, heavy projects, this can cause a single core to overload, leading to crackles, etc., etc. That's not as big of a deal for me. For me, it's the dry wet is the bigger reason why
Well,
I don't do that.
I'm still kind of lost on the dry wet because what I'm doing. All right, so what I do is I take a send from, say, my vocal track.
Right.
Right? I take a send and I send that to another track which has my reverb on it, which I call an auxiliary bus, an auxiliary track. I'm sending from my folder track to my reverb.
You're
My
sending from
reverb
the
is
folder
100%
itself?
wet.
You're sending from the folder itself?
Yeah.
Then you don't have a problem.
You don't have a problem there.
But for me,
That's not a problem.
when I mix and match where I send stuff, which I'm not necessarily saying is the best way, but I do it all the time, that'll fuck me up. Because if I adjust a folder, it will not adjust the dry wet balance between the subtracks and the sends.
Basically what you're saying is the send is not post fader.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. That's why we're saying to, like in my workflow, every time I put anything in there, I am always using either the drag or drop or a matrix to make sure that I have manually set up, like on a real console, right? You guys know how much I love consoles. I like to make sure that everything is sent physically and done individually as I do it, so that I know what the single path is based on my workflow. So I never have the problem that Z is talking about,
Right.
like just dragging things
Right.
into a folder. Because then, if I pull them in a folder, I drag each one to TRS cable or go into the matrix and make sure that everything is sent to that bus, so that it is deliberately linked in each thing, and I don't let Reaper assume a damn thing. That's what I think we're trying to convey to you.
So Lou, if you do it that way, then I have literally no issues. Because
There's
my
no
thing
issue.
is, though, for me personally in my workflow, that for me feels like extra steps. Because like for me, I'm
That's why I have
already
templates, Dave. That's why everything's in a template and everything is done.
yeah,
as
but
a
I don't
list.
always go off templates because I work with a lot of different styles of people. You know what I mean? And so like one template for one is going to just be a pain in the ass for another. I'll use a lot of track templates, but I use full templates less these days unless I'm making a beat.
But
Even then I end up
scripts for it too. Maybe my scripting, when I do this sort of thing, I also have things scripted, so I just run a
yeah,
script when I'm
yeah.
running
And
the
so, you
video.
know,
It's very
like
fast.
for you guys where you have your workflow precision the way you want it, I don't think it's really an issue. I just think it's one of those things you got to be aware of because I wasn't aware of that for a long time. And I was like, oh, folders are so convenient. And then I was like, why are my mixes not doing what I think they're doing? And then I learned that and I was like, okay, never again. So for me, it's just easier I just do group buses. Well, what I call group buses. I don't know if this is like the incorrect terminology, but what I do, like, let's say I have 5 vocals that are my main vocals, right? I'll send all those into one mix bus and then I'll send that into my master. And then folders are irrelevant. If I move stuff from folder to folder, I don't even worry about that. Folders for me are purely organizational. And then that gives me just like more flexibility for the way I do it. But that's the cool thing about Reaper is you can do whatever the fuck you want as long as you know what you're doing.
Exactly. And I put a little bit of an extra buffer because the way you just said it, I've run into problems with that personally. And the way that I avoid that problem is I have what's called a pre-master bus. Nothing's on
I do
my
the
master.
exact same thing.
And then I color it red. I set it so it's always there. I put it in between all of my effects buses on the tops, we'll call it, for my group buses, and I put my effects in those individual buses per group. And then all those groups go to a pre-master. And there may be things on my master, but they're clear. They're like SSL Pro Meter or Ulean or some type of
or
thing
Restream
that I know
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Restream or something. God damn fucking.
I thought that was
alarm,
going to be
man.
me.
Lou. Time to wake up. Come on, man.
No, I wanted to watch the Artemis thing, and I keep missing the stop button because I'm blind or something. So anyhow, yeah. So I make a pre something, so that if I am running some type of questionable thing or something that I know might be a problem when I send it out the master, that it will not molest my master or my bounce or something. So I make what's called a pre-master. What I do is I take all my group tracks, like you said, into their own buses for guitars, bass, drums, whatever, those go into individual group buses where I put my plugins. Then they all go into my pre-master, which is automatically linked to my master, if that makes sense.
100% is exactly how I do it and how I teach it. The only thing is, like, I don't know Joseph Redding's situation, but I know with Donald, he's still learning kind of the basics. So it's just like, that can be a lot for people who still don't fully comprehend routing. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I mean, I disagree with nothing that you said. I think everything you just said was on point. I do it the exact same way.
I don't recommend doing it for Donald. I recommend him learning how to do the baby steps of the basics, because he's not doing mixing and mastering and engineering and all this other stuff at this point.
Right.
But I think that using little baby steps to show him how to do it for like just his drums, right? To send them to a bus and then send them to a pre-master and then the pre-master to the master, so he can learn it in baby steps. And the more you do it, it's a rep. Then he'd be like, oh, well, then that means I can do this for all my vocals. Yes, you can. And then he can just replicate it down the line until he understands it.
Totally. Yeah, we'll get him hooked up for sure. We still need to teach him how EQ works though. But that's next week. So anyways, real quick, just so far, any like questions from anybody on that while we're talking about all this stuff?
I'm still kind of confused on the difference between a bus and a folder track. I mean, I guess my folder tracks are actually buses.
So
Because
again,
all right, wait. I have a
go ahead.
send on my folder track that all my drums are going to, and I have it set to post fader.
Yeah.
So if I move my drums group fader, it's gonna adjust that send.
I think so. Yeah, I think so because of the way you told it to do it.
So maybe what I've actually set up, what I'm calling a folder, is actually a bus. An auxiliary.
That's what you're using it as. Yeah. However, in Reaper, it doesn't really care. You can kind of do like in other programs where it's more like a hard line. Reaper's like, yeah, you can use whatever you want it to be.
I did it the same way that I did it the same way it gets done in Pro Tools. That's my thought process on it. You know?
No, I would stick to that. You know what I mean?
Good.
Don't fix what's not broken.
I think that you have a good handle on it. But if you just how do you say this? Naively just throw a bunch of tracks into a folder by importing them, that if you don't go and manage that folder and make the adjustments where it's post or pre-fader and send it to the buses or the auxiliaries or whatever you want to call them, name them, and do whatever you do. If you don't take a second to check those to make sure that fundamentally they are being routed and not affected by any particular given fader or panning or anything that will basically circumvent the things that you want it to do, or you know what I'm saying, just not work in bypass the signal chain. That's what happens when you just throw those tracks in, like Z was talking about. It's kind of like bypasses things that are important when you're a mixing engineer or you're mixing a song, because suddenly you may be doing things in that folder track that is now doing all of the same type of things to everything in that track folder based on what Reaper's presets are and not what you intended to do as an engineer.
Got it. Yeah, I understand that.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as you know what you're doing, you're good, bro.
Yeah.
I just teach people not to do that because most of my clients have no idea what the fuck they're doing. So I don't want to set them up for confusion when they don't like have that. Sounds like you'll be fine, honestly.
Yeah.
So.
Y'all got a moment? I do got a question.
Jump in, bro. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, you're muted, brother. You got muted.
Oh, my bad. I'm trying to balance because I know the key's off. But so last night I got into doing mixing a little bit, jumping in and just trying to do it myself, And I found a sound I was really liking working with this VST compressor that I have. Now, I was coming into an area where, I had all the sounds. They were sounding real good and real balanced and real equal. But when I was playing back and listening to it, every so often it would whoosh. Is that because, the CPU is getting overloaded, or what's causing that whooshing?
It could be a couple things. It could be your plugin not activated. It totally could be your computer chugging out. I'd have to kind of look at it, bro, to give you like a real answer. It's hard to say, bro. A couple things you could try. I don't know if you know how to freeze tracks yet. Do you know how to freeze tracks, Donny?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Yeah. So Donald, you just basically, like, let's say I have this reverb, right? Real quick, I want to show you guys something because I just learned about this recently. It's like one of those things that I knew about but didn't ever use. If you go to View Performance Meter or Control Alt P, this bad boy will pop up, and it'll tell you like all your plugins, right? So if I hit this one, it'll organize like whatever plugin is or track is using the most. Oh, somebody's feeding back all crazy. Yeah, right here. So this track number 12 has the most CPU that it's using, and this PDC number is basically telling you like how many milliseconds roughly like it's taking. So with all the plugins I have on this one, there's about 300 milliseconds of latency, or PDC, whatever you like. I'm using caveman terms, so feel free to correct me, Lou, in a minute. But but the basic concept is the higher this number, the more your system is using up resources. So if I come to this track, right, track number 12, or my bad, track 40. Let's go 40. Oh my god, these numbers are so small on this screen. So it's one of these guys. 36.
Why are you in 44.1?
Because I just moved over to my laptop. I was on 48 and I had it all set up for 48. So yeah, if you go over here, like let's say this track is using a lot of effects, right? So if I click on this, right click on it and click render freeze tracks to stereo, that'll basically kind of like pre-render your stuff, and it'll take the CPU off of your machine. So if it is your CPU chugging out, if you freeze all your tracks, that should go away if that's the problem. And then in general, like I'm getting more, I used to kind of just do whatever I wanted and then just like cry when the computer crashed out. But what I'm realizing is a better option is, just like freezing stuff as you go. Like let's say you get done with your drums and you're like, okay, I'm pretty happy with these. I'm going to freeze them all and then go work on my bass. And then if you want to come back and mess with the snare, mess with the kick later, you can just unfreeze it. As opposed to just letting your computer just handle everything all the time. Does that kind of answer a question for you, Donald, that you didn't ask? It might be
a little bit it does, but I was just curious because when I rendered the track out, it was in the track, and that's why I was like,
okay,
kind of
confused.
the
problem is
if it's in the track, go ahead. Yeah,
well, hold on a second.
It's probably an activation deal.
Hold on, y'all just cut out.
Is it
what plugin is it, brother?
Plugin, Donny? Was it a free a trial? Because trials will put in hiss and weird shit and dip if it's not
he accidentally left. I bet you that's what it is, bro.
Yep, that's the first thing I thought.
Yeah. It's either one of those two things, probably.
There's also, guys, I know Donald's not in the call right now, but you can also, in your preferences, you can set it up so that you can have that CPU meter in the top right where all that stuff is with your frequencies and stuff. So you can have that panel and a way to click into that automatically. So you can set up a button, but you can also have your CPU usage up into wherever you want to have it. But generally, you can set it up in your window pane on the top right with the other stuff. So you can change what that 40 what displays there, and I like that being there, by the way. But you can put in your overall CPU usage and up there, so you can glance at it, and then depending upon which operating system, you can right click it. Usually, almost everywhere in Reaper, right? You can right click everything, guys. But double click it, right click it, open up that panel that has the expanded stuff. But you can always have that CPU thing running in. Oh, it was right there. You just skipped right over it. Oh, you put it in a Windows side panel. You can do that. You can do anything you want in Reaper. That's the cool thing. You can set this up any way you want it to be.
Yeah, it's dope. I just had it set up on my other station before I switched to the laptop, where I've got the oscilloscope and the performance meter and all that stuff on the side. It's clutch.
Yeah, it's clutch. Especially
Very
big
clutch.
projects with big heavy duty stuff. Like if you're trying to, for some reason, use the Harrison plugins, they're just brutally big for some. I mean, they're great plugins. They just use a lot of CPU overhead. But you start using a bunch of that and some of these other over-the-top CPU consumption plugins, and you're running them all the time on a machine that's meager, you're going to run into some chatter. And the
Yep.
best thing to do is increase your buffer size if you're just mixing.
Do they
But if
have
you're recording, that's a totally different animal.
does Reaper, or do you know if Reaper has an automatic delay compensation?
Yep, it's built in.
It definitely does.
And your
I've never
buffer
used
size
it, but
helps.
it definitely does.
It does, but the best way to do it is understanding what. And I know, Donnie, you know this. I'm not trying to patronize anybody, but you can set up your buffer size. So if you're recording, like Z was the other night, he'll take his buffer size all the way down to like 56 or 128 or something.
As low as I can get it, baby.
Yeah, as low as you can get it, right? And then when he goes back to mixing, he'll move it up to 512, 10,
1024.
That's a big
1024
game
or
changer too
2000.
for us vocalists, man. Because if we want to use the auto tune and let alone a reverb and an auto, God forbid, a reverb and an auto tune and a limiter and a sat, you know what I mean? So you have to
Yeah, you
get
wanna,
creative with
wanna
that
use
stuff.
big buffers and big chunks for your mixing because it's
Right.
it's processing it to you in bigger chunks that the computer can handle than trying to do tens of thousands of calculations and you're overloading
Right.
the CPU.
While we're on that
you're
discussion,
splitting it into bigger chunks, right?
absolutely. Well, and you're just giving your computer more time, you know what I mean? But while we're on that discussion, if you guys don't have this enabled, this is a game changer right here. Anticipative FX processing. So what that does is I don't know if that's a thing in other programs, but in Reaper, basically whenever you hit the play button or whenever you're not hitting the play button, the computer is like constantly like pre-calculating what's coming in advance, and you can get like 4, 5, 6 times more plugins out of the same machine. It's crazy. Obviously, it doesn't work for live stuff if you're recording live, but it's great for mixing and stuff like that. This project in particular, I'm just like abusing plugins because we were moving quick. Very helpful.
Now hold on a second. How much does that take for overhead in itself? That's got to take some type of extra processing.
Well, it definitely does.
Without having it, that's for sure.
Well, so what it does is it basically is using the CPU cycles where the computer is waiting. So like typically in a low latency situation, it has to do things in a certain order. And so it's limited by the single thread speed. Whereas in this case, it can use the multi-threads to sort of get ahead of things. And it works really, really, really good. I've never had an issue with it. The only reason I haven't used it is when I was like troubleshooting stuff. And then I put it back on and it didn't cause anything but good things. But yeah, just don't expect it to do anything for you on your live tracks.
Where do you go to change your buffer size?
You go to options, preferences, and then go to device.
Audio or?
Yeah, audio under audio device.
Buffering.
You see audio device, it should be right here under block size.
Oh, device, I see. Okay. Yeah, and you just
type it in.
What's this request block size?
So, what you can do is remember we were talking about the whole ASIO conflict thing, and I know there's a similar thing on Mac, although it's probably not ASIO, but basically, one program can grab complete control of it. So when you're requesting a block size, it's basically saying like, don't connect with me unless you're speaking the same language as me. And if you have like that set in one program and it's set different in another program, they can fight. So it's typically stuff you're not going to mess with unless you're trying to run like multiple things at once.
Gotcha.
I would leave that.
No, I
checked
have
unless you're running
ASIO,
multiple
so
things
is
at once.
that...
You have what now? Oh, ASIO? Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. So for Windows, it's like pretty much the standard, bro. It's just the way the software works. I forget what it stands for. Audio, sound, interface, in and outs.
Guys, because freaking idiots at who are they? The people that have owned that forever, Steinway. They have finally turned it into open source, and they've taken the gatekeeping off of that. So you should see improvements of people integrating that in the future. So it's not going to be overnight, but they've been like Apple gatekeepers, right? And they haven't, where everything has to be licensed and nothing ever works right with ASIO, and it's been a big train wreck. It's hopefully some of that will stop happening. I hope.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah, I read something on that. They finally opened it up to open source.
Open source is always good, man.
I would say 80% of the time it's good. Depends on how long it's been around and if they're going to jack you and end up charging you.
For
My
sure.
bad.
I don't know. I think it's good in principle. What's up, Abe?
I'm early. Sorry, my bad.
It's all good.
You
Our
early
favorite
again?
AI just pulled up. Yo, who's got their Windows sound still on, bro? I turned all that shit off.
I've turned it off 3 times, dude, and the shit keeps fucking.
The Windows update get you?
You know how you can fix that?
Get a Mac.
Thanks, Abe.
Yeah. You Mac guys.
Mac.
But I
and
can't. I
Special
can't play
breed.
my games on the Mac though. How am I gonna
True
play
that.
my games,
keep your.
This is true.
I have a Windows laptop. I keep for gaming.
bro? Somebody send me a Mac Mini. I'll use that shit tomorrow.
That's what I'm using. I'm using a fully maxed out M4 Mac Mini.
Dude, I saw your setup and I was like, ooh, that Mini's nice. I want that. Your setup's really clean, bro.
Oh, my home studio setup or my studio setup?
I only saw the one with
Oh,
the
the one you talked
5150.
about? Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
that's my-
yeah.
that's my main studio. Okay, I have a home studio.
Okay.
Too.
Yeah, that shit is
All right,
nice,
hey
dude.
Z, where is that anticipation thing? I'm gonna double check my settings.
Yeah. I bet you it's already enabled, but you go to
Yeah, I
preferences,
think that's this
and then
well,
I believe it's buffering.
device. Buffering.
Yeah, buffering,
Yeah.
audio buffering, and then it's
Mine
right
was
here.
already turned on, so I'm
Hey,
assuming.
Donny,
this
can
is
you
the
turn up your
default.
mic, please?
It's usually on by default.
Oh yeah, you're quiet,
Um,
buddy.
You want me to?
You see, I
turn
thought
it
we were
on?
all just loud, but now that you mention it, he is a little quiet.
You're very loud, and everyone else is not. I mean, Abe's good, Donnie's low, and you're hot, and so is Donald. Donald's way hot.
Well, I can blend it down a little bit. Is that better? Do check.
Yeah, that's
How's this
perfect
for
for
me?
you right there.
Can you hear me
All
now?
right.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit
Can you hear
more,
me?
Donnie.
A
Good.
bit more? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try.
Yeah,
I want to
clip
hear
your
your
pre.
shining voice, bro.
For a deaf guy,
Clip
you
your
have it
pre,
turned
there you
down
go.
too low.
And then this right here, you can.
That's better.
My brain is dead. I'm a little
So
worn
under
out.
audio, it's like 200
Yep.
device,
Buffering.
Got it.
and
got
then
it.
this you can adjust. I've messed with it. I discourage messing with this. 200's the sweet spot from what I.
Oh, is that
out.
for MIDI stuff, right?
No, this is for overall FX processing. So anticipative effects basically makes your CPU like use a lot more cycles while it's waiting for other stuff, and it cranks up the ability to use more effects basically.
Oh, for like
Hold on,
oversampling.
where? Here, man. I need to use two
I mean
monitors.
for anything, it's system wide. So
I guess I've been looking into
it's
oversampling
no
recently, and I think it's a bunch of snake oil.
it's much, but it's what now?
Snake oil oversampling.
Main coil? I don't know what that means.
Snake oil.
Oh, snake oil. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I strongly disagree with that opinion, but we can have that conversation. But this has nothing to do with that. I mean, it does in the sense that it'll give you more resources for oversampling.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, just to play devil's advocate, more samples is more samples, bro. But I don't know. At the cost of performance, I don't know if I'd do that. But
For recording,
This is
yes,
fun.
but for other, no.
yeah,
So,
for
like,
recording,
mixing
why
and
not, right?
mastering, I would say you don't
More
necessarily
samples is
need
more
that.
better, right?
Unless you're
Depends
recording
on,
tape.
depends on how handcuffed you are to the machine that you have. I think.
Unless you're going
True.
from a tape, recording with a tape into a vinyl release only.
Well, then, then
Yes,
I
do,
don't think
and I have my
sampling comes up.
settings the same. Hold on a sec. Now, what were you saying about these check boxes under the anticipated? What were you saying about that? I have them all checked.
Do. Allow on tracks without FX. Allow on tracks. Yeah, I mean, I did a whole little deep dive this week. I couldn't tell you exactly why I unchecked those, so I don't have a good reason. Might be.
Z, do
might be
you have a
good, might be bad.
config people could just download or config file people could just download and install or
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
but I think do you have one? That'd be
Well,
that'd be-
the reason I'm saying it that way is because I literally just I'm on my laptop, so this shit is not really set up yet. But I could totally make one for sure. This would be clutch because I could go from scratch and customize it all. Because I have my desktop pretty much set up already because I've used it for a long time. But this
yeah,
one
it'd be
I
great
just got
if
back
you
on.
have like a template that people could use to help and have a guide video to help them
Well,
set up their Reaper.
I was gonna say, what do you think would be better, like a cheat sheet of like boom, 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 just a list, or do you think config file or both?
Both.
Maybe both. But hey, real quick, can you go back to that setting and
Yeah, of course,
your
of course.
CPU setting real quick? You hopped out of there. Okay, how many CPUs do you currently have on the laptop that you're using? You have eight cores with 8 threads, is what I'm guessing, because it says 16.
Dude,
right
I don't
now.
even. I didn't adjust this, honestly.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
My
this
recommendation
one,
is
I don't
you
know.
don't want to go over top on a Windows machine You don't want to go much past, say, 70 or 80% of your CPUs for Reaper because you still need back end processing, especially if you're streaming shit or whatever. So
Yeah.
by taking that down and using a product like Process Lasso, by the way, you
Oh
can
yeah.
segment and you can decide what CPUs are prioritized.
Yeah.
Anything with a 0 or an even number is an actual core on a Windows machine.
Yeah.
Anything with an odd number is a thread. Okay, so if you want to use actual cores, which are faster and more dependable, okay, you would use Process Lasso to do, for example, like
Yeah.
if you had 16 cores, you would use, say, the last one. So you'd use 16, 14, 12, 10, and maybe even 8, okay, as your regular cores. You may not want to use any threads because threads are extra overhead when you use actual cores. You would set that up and turn the auto detect off on the top. Now, if you're not running Process Lasso, because currently I don't think that you are, you would have auto detect. But I wouldn't use all 16 cores because you're doing these other things like other audio, streaming, background processes. I wouldn't use all 16. I would do something more like 10 so that the back end doesn't choke or bog that can cause you a problem. So give the rest of the system a little bit of breathing room because if that chokes, it doesn't matter how many CPUs you're using on your DAW. If you're trying to use them all up with the DAW, then nothing else has any wiggle room to do anything, and that
Right.
can cause was it unintended consequence because you're trying to jam everything through the
For
only
sure.
16 CPUs that you have. So type in there, in your case for now, I would put in something more in the neighborhood of 12 or 10 CPUs on that
Unless
processor.
unless you're running a
Well,
dedicated laptop for audio and a dedicated desktop for streaming, then we can
this is
crank this
true, but I'm
motherfucker.
just saying, just for your normal users, not us. I understand how we are, but that is true. If you're
No,
not
for
right.
sure, for sure. So I would actually kick back on
Dante
that,
and
and
other
here's
stuff
why.
like that, yeah, it's not so much a problem.
I
Real
would,
quick, Z, because I have a question about this too.
Yeah.
Is there a dynamic option to where like if you are have have other tasks in the background that it will limit it, or if
So
you don't, it won't?
that's what I was kind of trying to get to. So with Process Lasso, I just went down a whole wormhole of latency mon. I was literally measuring my latency for fucking days, and reinstalling, deinstalling, uninstalling, upgrading, replacing literally 100 different devices on my computer. And in my experience, when I did the whole, because I did the whole splitting it to processors, it didn't really help my situation. And I think that might be because of my situation. So on my big boy computer, it's an old Ryzen 1700, so it's got a lot of cores, but they're not super high clock speed. So when I set up all that fancy schmancy threading stuff, instead of doing what it would hopefully do and like prioritizing one CPU over the other for certain tasks, it was just causing more latency between the whole system. So instead, I jumped over to this laptop that has less cores but a much higher clock speed, and all my problems went away for my setup. So I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is, I just found it easier for if you're looking for something super low latency. I just found it way easier to just use a dedicated computer for that, and it literally just solved all my problems because I was tweaking latency. I was messing with ASIO link. I had what's that? The Process Lasso. I had like such a cacophony of crazy shit, and I was like, this isn't even stable because if I tweak one thing, it starts tweaking out. It wasn't working good for my setup. So.
Well, a lot
But,
of it's built into Windows too, but you have less
Right.
control.
Right. And I dabbled, man. I went through a lot. I went through BIOS settings. I went through Process Lasso. I went through like literally every single version of that you could do. Again, I'm not saying it's not worth doing, but for my setup, it didn't help, unfortunately. It just made it more unstable and kept blue
Abe,
screening.
Between me and you, what Lou was just talking about with the amount of CPUs, because we're on a Mac, we just go to the same preference, audio and buffering, and make sure that auto detect the number of needed audio processing threads is checked. Because
Yeah,
Apple does all that.
Reaper's really good. I watched a video when I got my Mac. I watched a video from this guy named James Zahn. He's an audio Reaper Mac guy, and he shows that Reaper automatically detects every core on the Apple Silicon, and
Yeah.
it's all solid right off the
So
bat.
but you have to make sure the auto detect the number of needed auto processing threads is checked.
Yeah, I don't worry about
Yes.
that stuff. Just
Yeah,
it's
I
and
would.
that apparently was the default because I didn't change any of that on mine. You
It
know?
is the default.
Well,
Right.
and
Yeah.
so what Lou's talking about though is more system level. So it would be underneath Reaper, because
Yeah, but
a
we
lot
can't
of times
change it on a Mac though. The Mac does it.
you can. It's
No.
just
You
not.
You
It's
can,
not
but you're
fun.
talking about developers.
It's not fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
great
yeah. I don't want to go that deep.
Donny,
There's definitely a difference between can and should for sure.
Donny, what
And that's
Mac
how I
are you
feel on the Windows, honestly, low key. Like if you get
Was that it?
your RAM timing and all that, you should be good.
What machine are you on? Like what?
Mac Studio M1.
Okay, that's what I wanted before I got mine.
That's an Intel board, right?
M1.
No,
That's the new chip.
M1.
Yeah, gangsta shit.
M1? I thought the M1 was an Intel chip.
No,
If it starts with M, it's Apple Silicon.
Motorola.
Okay.
Well, isn't it i86 based? Isn't it still Intel based? Intel based
No.
chipset.
That's what I thought.
So you
I don't
can't
think so.
run. You can't run any of the old software on it. I'm sure you can.
With the Apple chips, they have the some stuff merged together. Like I believe some like within the chip itself. Like so, it's not like separate components. I forget exactly what like all the CPU.
Oh, it's ARM. It's an ARM based. So no, it's not Intel.
See, I thought so. I thought it was something. I know it wasn't Apple.
That's crazy. Because I remember it was a really big deal when they first switched to Intel because you could
ARM-
finally run
ARM is
like other
AMD.
software on there. That must be a big decision to make to be like, nah, not anymore.
I have
So,
I have a
Apparently,
Mac
they
Mini
said they're
that
going to
is.
go back to the Intel shit. So who knows what the hell they're
Well,
doing?
I
They
do
can't
have a Mac
stop.
Mini that is an Intel. It's the last of the Intel chips
Word.
before they.
Yeah,
went to
I got an
Intel.
old 13 Pro that has it, and I liked it. It ran the studio for a long time. And what's
They-
crazy
they
is
use
for
a lot
an
of
older
power.
machine, it was real solid. It was real stable. That thing was quick, man.
Blackbird Studio
So-
E has my same computer.
Hey, what up, Meek? Welcome, brother. Yo, so I know we're kind of jumping all over the place, and I kind of figured that would be the case today because I wasn't totally sure like how much you had done on your own and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah, man, is there anything else, man, you got questions about or curiosities about, or because I
Talking
could
to
just show
me?
you some. Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
this is all
well-
for you, Donnie. This whole class
No,
is all
it
for you,
ain't.
bro.
It's for
We're
everyone.
just the
Joseph,
audience, bro.
Joseph needs to know too. So
Well, I'm actually here because I need to know something too. So I'm waiting for my
yeah.
turn.
I went down the rabbit hole today of finding the key commands to do stuff like
Mm-hmm.
opening up my what is that the Reaper preferences is for me it's command
P.
comma.
Oh,
know what I
command
mean?
comma.
Yeah,
Is that
command
for me
comma
too?
will open up my preference. Rather than go, I try not to click things. You can go options, settings, same thing. But
You
if you
can
look off
change
to the right,
everything.
if you look off to the right,
Oh,
there's a
just
little
command comma.
command
I-
comma.
I never knew that.
You know. So, and then switching between the what I would call the edit window and the
mixer?
The mixer window is option D.
Is it? I have no idea about this stuff.
Well, now you do. See,
Well,
I'm
for me-
teaching. We're
for me, it's
teaching
a-
people.
Well, for me, it's option
RTFM,
M.
RTFM.
These are in
Yeah, you could.
the course. I'll give you guys all this for free if anybody wants this. Let me know.
Is your screen like night shift mode or whatever? Z?
No, it shouldn't be. Is it?
It's
Is
a
it
yellow
looking
tint.
yellowy?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
it has
I don't
your desktop background kind of does a little bit less. It might be me.
I think.
don't know.
I know what you're saying. I saw it earlier. I think it might just be my theme on Chrome. Maybe? I don't know. It does.
Is that a
kinda look
course in
little
your
yellowy.
in the
Yeah. If you
community?
go to Classroom and you
Okay.
go DAW,
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, it's mostly Reaper, but I'm adding in stuff. And then I got the cheat sheets all in here,
Oh shit. Okay, I appreciate that for sure.
custom made, baby. You know, I mean AI,
Look at
but
you,
whatever.
man, helping out the community.
Trying, man, because like I know that was a big one for people like coming over from different
Yeah.
programs.
Oh, you do
so-
the Macs too. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Z's the next
I have a
Kenny
question
Joya.
for Donnie. Hey, Donnie,
That'd be sick.
Did you go through the process of installing all the S&M scripts, the Lua packs, and all of that on your Mac yet?
I don't think so. No.
Oh yeah, the SWS scripts are
Maybe
really helpful.
maybe you want to go over that.
SWS is
Steve,
gangster.
because
Yes, I mean,
the
we could
Lua
do that.
pack- why
That's
don't
a good
you
one.
show him and walk him through how to insert all of the Toucan free plugins and give him a rundown on how to do that, because it's not hard to do, but I'm telling you, there's I have 60, 80,000 scripts. I can make my own scripts using AI, and there's all types of free plugins and packs and stuff. And this will take your Reaper and just send it over the moon with power, because now you can do scripts, attach those scripts to keyboard commands, right click mouses, trackballs, all types of MIDI pads and synthesizers and shit like that. So you can do all types of things, and you just go into your scripting and say, okay, I want to take stereo tracks and convert them and bounce them to mono, or take a mono track and I want to split it, and then I want to freaking hide the original track, label it, do whatever. You can make all these scripts and macros and put pauses between them. And Donnie, as far as some of the stuff that you were talking about doing for like editing podcasts, there are scripts out there that I actually have a couple of them that will go and edit an audio vocal track, and it will take in a mouse click, it'll go through, it will normalize the track, number one. So -6 RMS, for example, okay, or whatever. And then what it'll do is it will go and it will scan and remove, delete, edit, chop, or zero out everything, splice it all together, and then accordion style, put it all back together, bounce it in place, or glue it, or whatever you want. And you can do it with a mouse click, and then you can go in and manually check it and edit it. So instead of doing something for 2 hours, you can do it in literally half of 1 second using these type of scripts. So
That's
super powerful to learn how to use scripts.
That's like the coolest example that I've heard, man, because I used to do one all the time where I would like if I have, especially with rap vocals where we're doing like line for line, but we want like a bunch of effects, and sometimes they'll overlap, so I'd always make 2 tracks. Like I'll have the one, and I created a script, so you hit one button, it duplicates the track, freezes it, disarms it, and arms the other one. So basically in one button, you just like 2 seconds, it does everything for you. That would be like 20 clicks. Super clutch, man. And I made that one myself. It takes like 5. You literally just like, you do the thing and then it records what you did. It's clutch.
Yeah, you should walk Donnie through how to install it. It's super easy to do, and once you figure it out, then you can go to the Reaper stash, other places on the Reaper forums, and you can take what's called an XML sheet, like a Windows spreadsheet, and what it does is you load the spreadsheet link in, and you hit add, and then you run it, and it'll install all of those plugins or scripts or whether based on the XML sheet, right? And then you restart your DAW, and when you bring it up, all those plugins and scripts and all that will be in your scripting, in your automation and scripting. It'll add new menus. It'll do all types of fun shit.
Lou, are you listening on headphones at all?
What's that?
Are you in headphones at all? No, right?
No.
Yeah, there's a little echo.
Yeah.
On his vocals
Sorry
for
about
sure.
that.
That's all good, brother. We can hear you okay. It's all part of the game. We're just glad you're here. Abe, you had a question.
I'm testing
Yeah,
your skills.
I'm so sorry. Real quick. Before I get to ADHD, Donnie, to get the SWS, you just go to Reaper.
Yeah, I'm there.
You got it, SWS, and then you just install it. It's super basic. The scripts are a little more fun, but we can get into that.
The 32,
I honestly,
64
dude, Lou,
or
I think
ARM.
64.
ARM, because you're on the M1, so I'm glad I know that now. But yeah, going forward, Lou, it would be super sick, dude, if one of these days me and you did like a script day. Because I think that's something that would be worth an hour of just like focused attention, honestly, because it gets deep.
I used to have
Deeper
one
than
where
telekinesis.
I edit drums 8 bars at 8 measures at a time with 1 click.
Oh, that's sick.
Chop
What did
one
it do? Like quantize or?
Yeah, chop up. I did the, what is it? You press D on an audio path to do.
Yeah, the dynamic cut. I love dynamic split. That shit is so clutch.
I'll get MIDI out of that too. So I would edit that to the grid, and then
I just learned how to do that.
Yeah, then it would dynamic split, and then I'd chop everything up. My grid would change to 16ths, and then have it quantized to the grid.
Sick. Yeah, dude, I just did the exact same thing where we like recorded a whole, because we recorded at the homie's house, and then we're not even homies with him anymore, unfortunately. But it was just like super. It was a fun setup, dude. He had 2 SM57s for overheads. It was really goofy, but it sounded pretty good actually. And but then we just didn't really love the kick and the snare sound, so I used exactly what you did. I did the dynamic split. I did a MIDI trigger, and then I replaced all the hits, all the actual drums, but I kept all the cymbals. And it sounded pretty fucking good, man. I was like, wow, this is crazy. Because, normally you'd have to pay like $200 for a plugin to do all that, and Reaper can do it for free. It's crazy. I was
But
excited about that
the
shit.
stuff I need help with is really simple. I just forget the names of the menus.
Okay, no worries. Let's go.
Just letting you know. Okay, so the first one is no, it's funny. I just remember the name of the menu I'm looking for is mouse modifiers. So I'm looking for like when I split or cut at a track on a track by pressing S or whatever to cut.
Mm-hmm.
To have it select the audio on the left of the media item on the left instead of the right.
Bro, I didn't even know you could do that. You're above me on that one. I have no fucking idea.
Because
That's new to me.
Because I learned about mouse modifiers this year, so I'm just trying to figure
what is a can you explain that to me? Because I've never heard that before.
So like if you have an item, you slice it. Like you have your playhead where it slices right on the item, and if you slice an item, so like let me double check. If you slice an item, then the item on the right of the playhead is always selected one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a way you could set it to it, I'm pretty sure you can. I haven't checked it, but I know you can. But you could change it to where it selects the item after you slice to be to select the left item.
Why would you want that? Just out of curiosity.
For editing purposes.
But like, what does that do for you?
Because I edit from left to right, and so I want to trim.
You want to have your mouse already where it needs to be without having to do that extra click.
Because
instead of having to do that,
I want to be able to hit S and then delete.
Guys.
I want to be able to hit S, hit the S key and then the delete key. This also help with if I were to do like action list or not action list, but like a command list.
Sure. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I was just curious. Honestly, dude, I'm not like you guys are more gangster than me when it comes to all that scripting stuff. Like, I'm just quick. I'm quick with the S key, bro. I just move quick. You know what I mean? But I need to get more into the scripts and the automations because I know it's very powerful.
Yeah, I'll just chat GPT it. But the other one thing I need help with is my toolbar. I'm doing a lot of guitar editing right now, and I need to nudge. I want to add 2 buttons that nudge the audio by milliseconds.
Okay, that's relatively easy. I think it's been a minute since I've done it, but
so I have my toolbar. I'm already selected. I just can't find the name of the action in the action list. That's the hard part. Is the vocabulary. Like it took me a year to figure out like items were called items.
What happens when you have you like I know it's dumb, but have you asked like GPT or whatever, like explain that to it and ask like what's that called? Because that's exactly what I would do, bro. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I figured it was kind of simple, so you would know it.
Yeah, dude. Like honestly, I'm not that big. Like I said, I set that up one time on my old rig, but since I moved to my desktop, I've been meaning to like reset it up, and I just haven't done it. Like I have a custom toolbar that is not even on here. It's been so long, I don't even remember how to do it, bro.
Yeah, I have a custom toolbar, but like the thing is, like I type in the filter for the action list, like a nudge, and then milliseconds, and I don't see anything. Or MS for milliseconds, I don't see anything. Or I see like sample length, but I don't see milliseconds.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. We could do some research. I'm sure I could help you figure that out. That's the type of shit that I know we could do.
Yeah, because sample length is one I would do anyways, but since I work in different sample lengths, it's different time-wise for milliseconds, right? So I don't want to be doing math the whole time. Because I play with guitar in milliseconds, pushing it back and forward, but I want to know exactly what I'm doing so I could recall it back later and not have to undo everything. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to control Z everything or command Z.
I don't know that I do understand what you're saying. So you want to be able to do micro adjustments and then put them back without control Z? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because if I adjust something and I forget where it was originally, that's a whole problem.
Oh no, for sure.
So if I have
so you're saying if you use like a standard measurement, then you don't have to keep track. That makes sense. No, that totally makes sense.
So I want to like nudge something 5 milliseconds back at a time.
No, that makes sense. I'm sure that's a thing that can't be that hard to do in here.
Because I tried looking for it as a whole to do the whole media item, and then I tried looking for it to do it in slip editing, and I couldn't find that option either.
I'll see. Maybe I can Google that for you and see what's up. Because I would be shocked if that's something that you can't do.
Because like I said, I'm on action list right now, and I only see like to judge things by sample length or in volume to do increase and decrease in volume. I don't see.
So real quick, just for anybody who has no idea what the fuck we're talking about, I know Lou knows what's up, but if you go to actions and you go show action list, Reaper can literally show you anything that it does, and you can take anything that it does and either put it to like a keyboard command or a MIDI command or a script. So if there's anything that you want to do, like let's say I don't know, activate next tab, control shift tab. Like you can take this, you can copy the selection, the command ID, and you can build whatever you want out of any of these actions. You can also grab any of these actions and set it to any, like let's say you want to grab an action for volume. I'm going to say volume. Set track volume. So let's go. Is there like a master one somewhere? Yeah, here we go.
I'll select the tracks. That's what I usually go
Select
for.
volume envelope. Where'd you say? All selected tracks?
Yeah.
Do.
Just type all selected or whatever. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is
Learning the language of the action list too is really important to finding what you need.
For sure. Yeah, and like I said, this is low-key something I did not spend that much time. I got just enough in here to be like, oh, that's cool, and then got back to mixing. But there's definitely insane potential on here. I don't see select all tracks. Anyways, so you guys can see as a little bit of a rabbit hole, but when you get it set up, you can literally take any action, and you don't have to know it from the action list. You can also be like, Reaper, the last action that I did, I want to go on this. Like, let's say I want to put it on this guy, right? I don't know if you guys can see this, but see if I want to put it on this guy, right? And I want to like, okay, Reaper, the last thing I did was adjust the master volume, so remember that and put it on this knob. You can do that with literally any action in the entire software, which is pretty cool. Super customizable. Definitely something I want to get more into.
Okay, now this SWS stuff ain't working for me. So
What's going on?
I don't even know.
It's not installing?
No, I don't have that folder.
Oh,
It says to put it in
folder?
a library folder, and I don't have access to that. So
Should automatically create it when you run the installer.
it doesn't.
That sounds like some Mac stuff, man.
yeah. Let me see. So you go to options, and then at the right towards the bottom, it's just show Reaper resources and Explorer.
Explore.
You have to restart Reaper after you install it.
No, it won't install. It won't even install, bro. That's what I'm saying.
You want to share your screen?
I downloaded it.
Maybe it doesn't like the ARM install and you're supposed to use something else. I can't tell you on that.
I mean, it has to be ARM, though, if it's an M1.
Yeah, that's what I use.
That's what you assume. It has to be ARM because,
Did you-
like you said.
Abe, did you set this stuff up?
Yeah, I did.
Can you share your screen?
Me?
Show me where.
Can I share my screen?
Did it block it like a security thing, perhaps?
Oh yeah, that could,
No.
it might.
Yeah,
No.
check that. Check your
It says
permissions.
drag the Reaper extension to this user plugin folder to install.
Yeah, okay.
If you can't do so, please create the following folder: library, application support, Reaper, user plugins.
No, Donny, go to Reaper. Go to the top tabs up top. Go to options, and then like fifth or sixth from the bottom, it says show Reaper resource paths. Do you see that? It's like above themes and all that, and options on the tabs up top.
Customize, show Reaper resources. Okay.
Yeah, there, and then there should be your user plugins folder that you should find it there.
Oh, sick. I didn't even know that was there. That's clutch. I'm always
It's up-
digging for those by
it's
hand.
at the
User
very bottom.
plugins.
It's the very bottom. User plugins,
Okay.
and then
I'm
drag.
supposed to just drag that in there. Is that what they're saying?
Yes, sir, Reno.
Restart Reaper.
So now that library should be in there, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I would hope so.
All right. Let me restart Reaper then and see what's up.
You didn't know that, Z?
No, I didn't know that. I normally always do by hand. Dude, I'm OG. I've been doing it for a long time. I low-key wonder if some shit got grandfathered in. I don't know if that was always there. Maybe it was.
Because using that option to get to the files is how I did my custom plugin. I had to like go in there manually and
Yeah.
manually do my
I mean,
custom-
I go in there all the time, but I always do it by hand. I have
And
it
it's
set up
not-
to where I have like a network link, so like my track templates are all stored on my network drive. So any track templates I have on any of my computers in the whole studio all go to one place and they all share with each other.
I wish I could do that. I can't afford.
It's not that hard.
I know.
What do you mean?
I'm on.
You
I'm
have
on.
to set
afford
up on a NAS, right?
I'm wireless.
What does
And
that
I
have to do
travel.
with anything?
And I travel a lot with my computer.
What does that have to do with anything?
Just
So what? You can use Tailscale, and you can connect everything to anything, and blah blah blah.
Donnie's the
It
man.
doesn't matter where you are or
Yeah.
what you're using if you use Tailscale.
It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, though. I'm not gonna lie.
What's the advantage to this SWS stuff?
it just like it's like Reaper Plus.
Because it says
No,
Apple could not
well,
verify.
Yeah, you need to go to your system security settings.
Apple cannot verify that it's free from malware.
Yeah, there you go. It's a security block.
Yep.
I thought Macs were so great. What happened?
well, yeah, we're trying to stop.
He said, well, yeah, we're keeping you safe, bro.
Apple lost their way in the 90s.
You go to your Mac settings, privacy and security, and enable. Right, privacy.
Yo, Meek, what's up, bro? How you doing? I don't know if you're listening to us or not, but Meek's been getting down in Reaper, man. Doing some crazy sound engineering shit. It's awesome.
And privacy.
You didn't tag me in your post, Z. Feel left out. No,
I didn't?
Kidding. I don't care. No, you didn't, but I don't care.
Oh, man, I meant to.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
To be fair, I hadn't slept yet, so.
Oh yeah. Z, your screen's very yellow, by the way. Like I just tabbed over from my Reaper back to school, and it's like night and day. It's like I'm looking at a school bus.
Well, it might just be the theme, brother, because I was messing around with
No,
the.
you have the blue screen automatically turn on at a time. The blue screen on your.
I hadn't on this computer, but it's possible.
Sure, because it looks mine automatically turns yellow at some point. I don't know when it does.
I have Flux that like does that on purpose. Yeah, I like it, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
It messes up your contrast when you're doing black and white stuff, man. It turns my fonts blue.
I'm also in the middle of video editing. I'm trying to learn DaVinci Resolve.
Let's go. Welcome to the DaVinci gang, bro.
Yeah, I used to use a program called
That's
HitFilm.
a whole other rabbit hole, baby.
I used to use a program called HitFilm, but they got bought out by another company. And HitFilm was the Reaper of video editors, by the way. Kind of funny.
Dude, I feel like I used that once, but I vaguely remember.
It's just so different compared to every other video editor.
What I do is I don't do any audio editing in DaVinci Design at all. What I do is, I don't do any editing. I'm not saying I don't have audio in my stuff. But what I do is I export it, and I do all my audio edits in Reaper.
I do the same thing. I'm honestly starting to do video edits in Reaper, bro, at least for rough cuts. Like,
yeah,
because when you can control the audio so well in Reaper, it's like, man, do I want perfect audio or do I want like 2 transitions? It's like,
Have you seen the new? You have the new 6.7?
I think so. No, I got to update. This one's on 7.6.
What's wrong, Donnie? Hold on. What's up, Donnie? Right, we'll go down that rabbit hole in a second. I got something I want to share with you. But
I got to update this one, actually. Yo, does anybody know how to update Reaper from in Reaper?
You could do that.
There's like it'll check for you, but I forget how to run like a manual check.
Yeah, it's at the top menu bar right there.
There we go.
Go down and check to see it's the newest version right there.
Because I know this
Donnie,
one needs to get updated.
With your scripting?
I don't know what it is or how to get to it. So it looked like it.
Apple.
Looks like it.
Click the Apple logo. System settings.
Why don't you let Donnie share his screen and help him figure out this?
Yeah, man.
SWS?
Go
It's
for
a
it.
Mac thing. So click the Apple logo top left, Donnie. And then system settings, and then you want to scroll down to privacy and security.
No.
You did that already.
It's installed, but I don't know what it is or what to do with it. So.
So if it's installed, it's just part of Reaper. It just gives it extra functionality. That's how you do the scripting and stuff. So if you can make a script,
show
you should
him
be
how
good.
to use a script, man. Put a track in and do something to a track with a script.
Bro, I don't even know how to do that on the spot like that.
What would they use?
Show him how to take a mono track and split it to stereo. That's something that every Pro Tools person needs to know.
Yeah, that's a good one.
They're coming from that handcuffed fucking Pro Tools bullshit. So show him how to make a stereo track into a mono track and vice versa in Reaper.
Or freeze a track.
No, that's easy. Just press a button. I'm talking about use a non-intuitive thing that you can run a script that does things that like Pro Tools just simply does not do. And I think the mono to stereo and vice versa is a good example to show him.
Okay, how do you do that, bro? Put me on game. Put me on game. How do you do that? Let me put my screen back on.
Throw up a mono track, throw a drum kick, stretch it out, and loop it.
Hang on.
Oh, you could right click on stuff in the toolbar. I know, act funny. All right, I right click everything. You know the way that you know the drill.
All right, so my bad. So what do we do?
Okay, now grab a track, any particular track, like a mono drum track. That's a stereo track. Find me a mono track.
I don't think I have any on here except for
The action. Hold on. I found the action here. It's titled.
I thought you were trying to split a stereo into a mono. You want
It
me
doesn't
to
matter.
find a mono
Either
one?
or, you can't do that crap easily.
Well, let's do the stereo because I want to see how to do that. I'm actually curious.
Okay,
So let's
take
take the
that
stereo and
stereo
split it
track.
into.
Okay, select the track, go into your scripting folder, and search for stereo to mono.
Where's my
Simply type
scripting
in-
folder?
It's
What
Command
does that
A,
mean?
right?
Oh, or is that action list? No, that's
It's under
Command A
action
is
list.
select all, Alt A.
Action
I
list
don't
is question mark. I don't know. What is it? You just had it. It's under actions, dude. Right there. Slow down. You move too fast. Question mark. That opens your action list.
Okay,
ADHD guy. All right. So I get it. So anyhow,
just following your
in the-
directions, bro.
In the Finder, type in stereo to mono. The stereo to mono. You don't even
In
need
my
to type out the
Explorer, is that
whole-
what you're saying, or in here?
No, in the actions list. You're looking for a script.
You said Finder, so you're confusing me. Okay, so what?
Or filter. I'm sorry, filter.
That's okay.
Dude, I'm tired, man. I've had a very
No,
long
it's all
week.
good. It's all good. It's all good. Just don't get mad at me.
What
What is it? Type in what?
Stereo to mono.
Stereo. Sorry, you're super echoey. It's hard to hear you. Toggle
was the
stereo to
problem.
mono. And then
Mono,
and then what do I do?
master track toggle. You don't have this. You don't have a lot of scripts in there. That would come up.
No, I haven't messed with scripts really, bro.
Okay,
To be
go
honest,
type
except
in
for the ones I
normalize.
made.
I'd rather do pre fader. Like if you freeze track mono pre fader, I would do the same thing.
Go and type in.
Wouldn't that like convert the stereo to a mono as opposed to splitting them? Just for curiosity's
Yeah.
sake.
Not a really good example, man.
Yeah, because if you get a bass track and it's someone put it in stereo,
Let's just
you
pick
want-
one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just pick.
Type
But I
in
hear you.
normalize. Just type in normalize. Normalize is a
No.
good. I'm trying to give you good working examples here. Normalize. There you go. Now do one. Don't go to 0. Pick the one that you can adjust. Where it says, "Oh, I'm trying to read your screen." Let's see. I'm not sure which one is. I don't know which one it is. I have it on a MIDI button, so I'm trying to read through this list. And now go to the top one, the RMS LUFS one. Click that. Okay. Now you can assign this, Donny. Now, okay. Now look, this is a great one to show. Look, you can change the normalize to peak or LUFS or whatever by that normalize button, right? So you can click on that. Let's say you want to normalize it to RMS. Go to normalize to. Go RMS. Okay. That's fine. Peak. No, go to peak. RMS peak. You can't do 1,000 decibels, dude. That's crazy. Go to peak.
can.
True peak. Peak
It's my
or true
computer.
peak. Doesn't matter. I'm trying to show you, teach you
which
something
one?
here. Go to
True
peak.
peak?
Right
Okay.
there. Stop. Click that. Go -6. -6. Perfect. All right. Now it says normalize each track separately. So if you were to select a whole bunch of tracks, it would do one at a time, or you can do all tracks together, which is a common gain thing. But when you're done doing that, hit done. And there's thousands of strips out there for you. Hit OK. Now what it's going to do is when you go and look at that track, did you run the script?
I don't know.
Did
I don't
you
think
add an
ran the
action?
script.
Did you add an action key
Go
to it?
back. Go up
I
to
didn't really do
actions and go to
anything.
last action again. Show action list. Type in normalize again.
You didn't add a hotkey to it. You need to add a hotkey to it.
Okay. Pick the
Yeah, when I
first
did it
one.
last time, I put it as a button on my toolbar.
But make it a
Do what now?
make it a-
Assign it to an F key or something. Go to add and show them how to assign it to F key 1. Go to add. Once you go to it, click the
So what I'm
add
adding,
button.
Lou.
All right, hit F key 1 or something.
Numpad 13.
It can be
Let's try
anything.
Shift 1.
You can go back and delete it. I'm just showing it. So you can. Okay,
Cancel.
that's being used by something. So click something that's not used.
Control Shift 1.
Control Shift, yeah. Okay, so you can assign any
There we
key, any MIDI controller. Okay, now hit add. Oh no, not add.
It's already done. So now when you select the track
Boom.
or
That
item,
worked.
Yeah.
So
That
when he
worked.
selects the track, now he has it programmed to that key, Donny, and when he presses the key, the normalize buttons come up. So if you want to say you bring in a bunch of mixed tracks and you want to select them all and normalize them to -6 peak for a mix, a pre-mix, you can do that. You can actually select tracks and set your panning to left for guitars, keyboards to write your workflow, create, find scripts that are available, make your own scripts, program your keyboard, MIDI pads, whatever you want to do, make macros, and that is the power of this SMF scripting. Okay, editing stuff, doing macros like 3 things in a row, and you can insert pauses. So this is very powerful because I have things like bring up my video, sample windows, explode MIDI, run my NVK. I have things that, delete, duplicate track, MIDI send. I have all of these controls on a MIDI Novation pad that's labeled. So when I do things repetitively, I just push the button and it runs these scripts in the background, and boom, Bob's your amp.
Having it on the Novation pad is clutch too. That's fire.
Yeah.
So you just go boop. Like that's
so
tight.
that's
Goals.
going to take a while to kind of learn, but as soon as it clicks on and you figure it out, Donnie, you're going to go nuts on that because you can do your own workflow with a button. Instead of spending 10 minutes doing a workflow for one damn track, you press a button, you're done, and you're on to your next track.
Z,
I think.
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, just real quick. No, you're good, bro. I was gonna say I think this would definitely be worth having like a script day one of these days because we can like show up with some cool examples like ready to go and maybe even share some because this is such a wormhole and it's something that I know is super powerful, but I just haven't taken the time to integrate it into my shit. So that'd be dope.
I was gonna say, going back to the dynamic. I just remember going back to the dynamic split thing real quick. That also affects your tab to transient, by the way.
Your what to what now?
Tab to transient.
Your what to transient? Tab to transient. What does
tab.
that mean?
When you press tab, TAB, and it'll move the playhead to the transient of the next item.
Didn't even know that was a thing. Mine doesn't do that.
Is the media item
it does.
Yeah. Your dynamic split threshold.
I was wondering how to do that.
Yeah, your dynamic split threshold and sensitivity affect how that works too. By the way.
Really? So if I hit D, so if I change this, it's going to change that?
Yeah. If you change where it says your settings on the bottom left button, set where it says set.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that one.
What the hell, bro? I swear it's like every week I'm finding out new shit about this program. That's so dope. I did not know that.
There's so much in it, dude. You're never going to learn it all.
I'm going to use that so often. That is
try.
so clutch because, dude, I'm doing that by hand. I'm literally like
zooming in.
I kind of pride myself on like, when I'm editing, I can literally like if we're doing ad-libs, I can play it once and I can edit the whole thing in one playthrough without doing that. So now I'm going to be quick, boy. That's tight.
Did you know if you press, if you hold the edge of a meeting item, hold, I forget the Alt, on the Windows keys Alt, and then click and drag them at the edge of the item. That's how you do time stretching.
Bro, I abuse time stretching. And that's literally one of my deal breakers. I can never leave Reaper because of how much I love time stretching. It's my favorite.
And then if you do control click and drag with the item, it'll either one of them duplicates it and the other one slips at it, the slip editing.
Have you seen all the new menu stuff and all of the new options with the both splicing, chopping, editing, and mixing and crossfades and the new custom menus and all the stuff you can do with that yet?
No. Quick, I'd love to hear about it. Real quick before we jump off this topic, Donnie, are you familiar with the time stretching stuff that we're talking about? I don't know.
Yeah. In Pro Tools,
and I was gonna say, is that like no big deal in Pro Tools? Because
I know for me in Pro Tools, but.
Okay, because I know historically in Reaper or in FL, at least back in the day when I didn't know what I was doing, I know, you'd try to do time stretching stuff, but whenever you would stretch or whatever, it would automatically pitch it.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's just like physics, right? But in Reaper, it autocorrects for all of that automatically.
Yeah, it does in Pro Tools as well.
Okay.
But I honestly, I prefer to use Melodyne for time stretching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's cleaner. If you go too far with your time stretch in Pro Tools,
artifacts. Or more artifacts.
You get a lot of artifacts if you go too far. But with Melodyne, it kind of cuts that
smooths it a little
artifacts down. It smooths them out a little bit, yeah.
I never knew
I'm
that.
definitely going to get on that, but I know I just haven't really had a need for it. I mean, just objectively looking at mixes, I'm like, okay, it'd probably be cleaner if a robot did this, but like so far, like I've been able to almost every time I have an issue with a client where we're like, this part's not there, I can tweak it and get it to where we're all happy with it.
Yeah, I use time stretching
pretty quickly.
I use time stretching for drum stuff. Most like 10% of my drum editing is time stretching.
Yeah, Dude, I use it all the time. I use it for vocals. I use it for drums. I use it for bass. I'll use it for like if we have like a holdout, like and the chord just wasn't quite long enough, and I want all the trails to like line up. I'll use it for that. I use it all the time.
The what's it called? So part of time switching and part of is also part of editing. But something I love about Reaper is like I got one time like last year I got a session. It wasn't tracked to a grid, but they wanted it to be edited to a grid. All I had to do was edit the like one guitar track to the grid. And then
you match the other ones?
Yeah, I just had it match the edit to all the other items. And
how did you do that? I didn't even know you could do that.
Well, actually, so I deactivated. So like I deactivated the file basically. So I copied the edit, like the actual item of the edits, and I replaced the media file of the actual new audio. So I kept the same edit. Like so, I edited the one guitar track, right?
Okay.
And then I duplicated it a bunch of times for all the other tracks, like the bass, the other guitar track, the vocals. And then I just I double click the media item and then replace the source file.
Smart.
So I just edited one.
Yeah. What? That's so smart. I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
That's genius, bro. I gotta give you your flowers. That's really clever. Did you make that up?
Back up.
Yeah.
Do that again. Do I already
That's
know this?
gangster. Let me try and explain to see if I understand you correctly.
Okay.
So they
do it
recorded a live thing that was not to a click, and
they wanted
instead
it on the
of
grid. Yeah.
adjusting the entire thing to get it. Well, let me ask you. So when you did that, did you just adjust the one file?
Yeah, I just one guitar track.
And so I'm saying like, because for me, like in that exact same scenario, like we went to the homie's house and we didn't record with a click. We were not like perfectly in time for the entire time. So I ended up having to kind of like through the whole
almost
thing.
like measure by measure.
Yeah, or like, hopefully not measure by measure because then it's really janky, but at least like phrase by phrase. So it like, it's like imperceptible-ish. Did you have to do that or no?
No, because I got like an average of like 8 bars. I got an average of 8 bars, and then I stretched it onto the grid. And then next thing I did same thing, average 8 bar average, and I stretched it to the grid.
So you did break it up into like 8 bar chunks.
Yeah, or I could do 16 depending on how.
So
tight
my question, so because you did it in 8 bar chunks, then it syncs with the other files still.
Yeah.
Oh,
because everything else
shit.
is in time with each other, right?
Yeah.
Can you guys back up and redo that and just?
Yeah, sorry, I had to understand it one more time before I tried to explain it.
What's going on now?
So
I'm
okay,
trying
so
to figure this, but I want to know if there's an extra trick I don't know.
So it sounds like to me, because I never heard that before. That's hella smart. So if you have five tracks, right? You have a drum track, 2 guitars, bass, vocals, right? And they're not to a click, but they're in time with each other, right? What Abe is saying is that he grabbed the vocal, let's say the drums, because that'd probably be the easiest to time sync, right? He grabbed the drums, broke it up into 8 to 16 bar sections, time synced that, and then copied that over, and then replaced
the source file
with the other files, so that the exact precision edits that he made, which were all time synced because they're all the same length, is now applied to the next tracks, so he doesn't have to redo all that. So it's like perfectly in sync with the edits that he made on the first one. Does that make sense? Because that blew my mind. That's gangster shit.
No, I'm either missing a step. I'm not really sure exactly what you mean.
Okay,
I understood what you said, but I'm not understanding it in practice.
Yeah. So let's say we had these, right? So this is a drum part that's all together, right? So he takes this and cuts it into sections. Let's just pretend that these are clean sections, which they're not, right? But let's just pretend they are. So I'm just going to
Good place to use a script, right? Perfect example of where to use a script. Anyhow.
So I glued that, and then let's say that this was off time, right? So like, let's say it came in like this, and let's say they all came in like that, right? Let me glue this again.
I understand that the time sync is fucked up. I get it.
Well, but they're in sync with themselves, right? So like, let's say these are all one thing, right? So let's say these are off time, but they're together, right? So what he did is instead of doing this and then like listening and then doing this, oh, I don't know, that's not good enough. Maybe it is. I don't know. Instead of doing all that, he got the first layer perfect and then
double-click,
duplicated it. Whoops.
Okay.
Duplicated it like this.
That's there you go.
And then right click.
No, double click.
Oh, double click. I normally do it from the sampler window.
You just double click it, yeah.
Well, so real quick, just to show you the other way, just because this is the way
I
I
want you to
usually do it.
double click
Because I
quick.
always,
That's the way I do it. Do
That's
the
extra
double
step,
click quick
though.
first, because that's the way I do that.
The double click is just right there.
Yeah.
It's not a button.
yeah, it's
Go to the
just
double click, 'cause that's the
then you
master
can
window.
replace it with what you have selected down here. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so
I
it's
can do
freezing
it the
up
other
now.
way. I want to see it in the main menu because I use
I
that
got
main
you. Hang
menu
on.
constantly. So that's why I'm saying please do it that way.
Why are you freezing up?
Uh-oh.
doing
Windows. Typical Windows.
I didn't even do anything.
You try to do 2 or 3 things at the same time and it didn't like you.
Well, I didn't do anything. That's the thing. I got nothing open on here except
Did it
Reaper. So I don't
crash?
even know.
Just give it a second.
Yeah, it crashed. I've never had this issue
It
since
hasn't crashed
switching to
yet.
Mac, by
It
the way.
might crash. So.
Yeah, man,
This
it is
that
what it
whole
is.
core thing I was talking about here, by the way. This is how you avoid this problem.
I think
I
it
was
might
trying to
be
explain.
the 200 plugins I have on this track, but
Question
You have
for Eve
200
while we're waiting
plugins
for
in
the
that one
Yeah.
to
freaking
come back.
project right now.
What is it, Donnie?
The tab to transient. Is there a reverse tab to transient, like to go back?
There
Shift
is.
tab?
You need to control it. I need to add maybe add the shortcut to do it. I forget add an action list. Or let me see. Actually, I never actually tried it. I never needed that function before.
There are thousands and thousands of action lists and XML that you can add in there other than SWS, Donnie. You can put in the RIA stuff, which is the RIA pack stuff. You can put in what's called S&M. Then you can do the regular packs, and then you can use all of the developer packs. I've got like 60,000 scripts at least. So there's more than just the basics that are in there, and you can make your own.
Yeah, it seems like tab to transient only goes forward. It doesn't go backwards.
Let me delete this file real quick. Okay. Let me find a session that I could.
Like in Pro Tools, I can hold down Option and Tab, and it goes the other way.
that's what I would think it would be.
Or maybe Alt or
Try Shift Tab.
Oh, Shift Tab. Look at you go, man.
Bing bong. See, that was my guess, but
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's what I was gonna guess too. I was gonna try it real quick before you said anything.
word.
Yeah, there
It's
you
funny.
go.
Going between. I'm tabbing between.
What's the quick key to make a cut on
S.
that track?
S for
But it will
split.
be-
Go Tab S. Oh shit. Go Shift Tab. Ah, see, it doesn't work there.
You have to
S.
have the media item selected, like of the audio you highlighted selected that you
Yeah.
want to.
But
I'm
you were
gonna-
saying also that you can adjust the.
Yeah, so you press
I can
D,
adjust how much, like if I want the smaller.
Yeah, if you hit D, I got it on the screen. If you
and
hit
then
D,
the bottom
you
left
can
it
adjust.
says in the bottom left it says set transient sensitivity, and there's a threshold and a sensitivity slider.
Okay. Hit the D. Set transient sensitivity. Okay. Shit.
Is there a dynamic split in Pro
Pro
Tools?
Tools?
I'm sure there is, right?
Slow tools.
No, you know you can't set the transient detection settings. There is none in Pro Tools.
Well, I mean, so the option that's a sub option of what we're in, this dynamic split. If you hit D and select something with a bunch of transients, like maybe not this guitar.
Like
I don't really have a
drums.
good example on this.
Like a
I don't have
snare
any drums
drum?
on here. But if you hit D on here, then it will. You can set these. See
Yeah,
if I
there's
can get
that
it to catch.
too.
But
That's like-
basically, this will cut stuff up for you based on your settings.
That actually
Which I'm
dynamic
not
split is
doing a
actually
great
also
job.
how, before I got slate trigger. That's how I would get MIDI triggers from all my drums. I would dynamic
That's what
split.
I do too. Yep. And then you send it to the MIDI JavaScript plugin or JavaScript trigger, whatever, or gate.
No, I have Steven's late trigger, the best one.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm just saying
Actually-
you can do it within Reaper for free.
Yeah,
which is
but
pretty.
Steven's late
gangster.
trigger is great because I get kick 10 and snare 13.
What does that mean?
Kick 10 is the legendary kick sample that everyone uses from like 2000,
Oh.
2007 to like now. 'Cause I use it all the
Okay,
I use it all the
got
time.
There
And
you
snare,
go.
snare 13, Donnie knows about kick 10 and snare 13.
Yeah, but
This
if
is-
you
this
use,
is-
if you have Kick 3, you can program all those samples that you have thousands of. Pick your favorite ones, and you can get away from all that BS.
I also make my own slate trigger kits too for
Yeah, that's dope. That's
Okay,
dope.
another
I've never
question
messed
while
with
we're on
Slate.
this.
That's the only one I haven't messed with. What's up?
Another question while we're on this tab to transient idea. I brought up the transient detection settings. Okay. Now, I noticed that when I adjust these, it shows like a little lighter box around my transient.
It's just
Right.
highlighting, showing you like where it detects the transient
Yeah.
and like
Now, is there a way? Let me ask you this: is there a way to what in Pro Tools is called strip silence, where I can just grab the transients that I want and strip everything else out?
I'm not sure about that.
What do you mean? Like basically, like let's say we wanted to grab just these and then strip everything else out. Is that what you're saying?
So
Yes.
it detects silence and like I guess in Reaper you can set it to a gain threshold that it detects, and if any audio is below that threshold, it'll cut it out of
Oh
the
shit!
of the
Never
item.
mind. I found it anyway. It's just the split key.
Yeah.
When you select your track, right, and you hit the D to bring up that box, and
Dynamic
you adjust
split.
your thing.
That's what I was trying to explain.
You just
exactly.
hit split. Boom, dude.
Exactly.
Oh, bro.
Okay.
Pretty clutch.
Donny,
And then you can
here-
set it however you want it as far as threshold and attack
Absolutely.
release and all that shit.
Oh, it does
Yeah,
I guess it does
there's
it all in
other
one key.
settings,
I didn't know
Donny,
that.
real quick. You
Yes,
can
sir.
select an area, so you can select a time area,
Yeah,
Time
yeah.
region.
and by using a combination of, depending upon which computer you have, Command Shift. So if you want to, there's a whole bunch of things, by the way, where you can do Command Shift, where it will put a split on both sides of your selection instead of
Yeah.
when you just hit S. But listen, be careful with that damn thing, because if you have selected more than one track or all your tracks and you
Yeah,
hit the S key, it's going to split every damn thing that you are selected.
Got it.
And then you have to go back and undo it, or you have to go back and
real
glue
quick,
them all
Lou,
back together.
You just said when you hold Shift and hit D, it does something different. What?
No,
I think you
if
meant
you
backspace. If
no,
you
if
do,
you're
if
like,
you,
if you
if-
want to, like,
I got
grab
this,
a
Lou.
clip,
I got this,
you
Lou.
can select it in your time selection, and then you hit Shift and Control, right, Abe? And then hit Shift S or Control S, and then it will split it on both ends of your time selection.
Well, that's how it normally works. No, but there's also a thing if you create a time region in an area and highlight the items and hit Command or Alt and delete, it'll delete only that time selection.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of different weird options on there. I was just letting you know. It's just not
I
that
can't get any of
SMC
them.
and whatnot.
Oh.
Oh, Z, I don't know if you, here's one that
There
you
you
might.
go.
Here's one
What
that you.
was that? What did you do?
Control Delete.
Yep, Control Delete, man. And you can also do Control S. Does Control S just slice it without deleting it? Or is it all?
Control
shouldn't
S
slice it.
doesn't
shouldn't
do
slice it without deleting.
anything. Control
I
S
can't
is
remember
save.
what the keystroke is, but I usually
Control
just
S
use
is save.
that.
I'm like, this feels familiar because I abuse this one.
Right. Yeah, the Control
It's got to
S
be
save.
Alt S or something.
Z,
Or
here's something.
Maybe
Here's
Alt
something.
Shift S. Shift S. What's up?
Shift S
Here's
does
something
it,
for you
right.
that
There
you
go.
might not have realized. If you right click the record button, have you tried that?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And then the different record settings you can punch in and
Yeah, so
I
you-
use that all the time.
Yeah, that's really
What the
great.
hell's my record
I discovered
button?
I discovered that a few months ago. When I've
Transport.
been needing it my whole career. I discovered it a few months ago.
Oh my god, yeah, dude, I use that constantly because I used to do that shit manually where I would hit it at the last, like just goofy shit, like hit
Oh,
it at the
yeah.
last second and
Or
then it'd be
or
off
like
2 seconds.
You
and you're
would
like,
move
"Oh,
the
my
item
bad."
over. You'd move the item over
Yeah.
like 2 bars and like
And guess
just
what?
trim it.
That's
Yeah.
another
Yeah.
option that you can use. You can create a script for, right? So if you wanted to put it on the Novation pad, you either make that script.
Oh, that sounded good.
or
Whoever's
you
singing
can
on there is
download
crushing
that
it.
script and
sounded
assign
like
it
Anthony
to
Green.
your Novation pad.
It sounds like Lou's at a baseball. Like he's an announcer at a baseball field.
Right? And then
Yeah, let
if
me
you want to set dynamic split.
Is that-
He's using the
That's
2026 version of tape slap delay, which is
Hold
using
on, man. Let
delay
me
from
see what I got going
school.
on here. I got slapback delay on my.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I
a
don't know if
bit.
it's gonna do anything.
Just enough
Is
to
that
make
bet-
it sexy.
Is that better or worse?
Better. You sound like you're the announcer at a
Better.
baseball field for a baseball
Because
game
my
and no one is watching.
potato-
Yo, I'll be right back,
controlling-
gentlemen. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
I'm controlling my audio, this stupid browser app through Potato, and it's doing one of these things where it's grabbing
Yes,
everything.
Lou,
I
it
guess it
sounds
was
like
turning down my mic and my volume when I turned it down.
Yeah, Lou, it sounds like a lot of the issues you have with Reaper are like most of the issues that you have that you adjust for are like Windows only issues.
No, it's just I'm using a web browser and I'm using Potato.
No, I'm just saying.
and
I'm just saying in
Potato-
general when you talk about Reaper, like that past few like hanks too. All the issues like you've had and stuff you problem solved.
I
Like,
haven't had any real issues. Nothing that I haven't figured out that wasn't user error. I haven't had any problem.
a lot of the stuff is like just kind of seems like more Windows oriented, like with the core CPU core stuff and all that.
Oh no, man, that comes from me running Reaper and DaVinci Design and web browsers and a half a dozen applications at the same time, man. I'm running massively intensive stuff, and I'm running
Yeah,
them all
I
at the
am
same
too.
time. That's right.
I am too. I just I don't have those issues at all.
Well, normally I wouldn't, but I'm down half a computer. I have 2 CPUs and 192 gigs of RAM. The problem is I blew up a daughter board. It was either like a bad capacitor on it. So I'm now using 6 cores and 6 threads instead of 12 cores and 12 threads, and I have half of my RAM. So I am currently running on half of my computer because I blew up that fucking board. That's where my major problem comes in. This thing is overbuilt. So right now I am running on half of it because I have to find one of those that is affordable.
Are you talking about your
budget.
Proxmox setup?
No, my computer is running on half of its capacity right now. And then I'm running on spinning drives and I'm moving everything over to SSD. So I'm in the process of bringing my other CPU in, my other half of my 92 gigs of RAM, an extra 92 gigs.
Jesus.
And moving
92 is crazy.
I have 192 in it normally, and I never have any. I don't have to deal with process lasso. I don't need to do jack shit. But
Does it have enough? Does it have enough voltage to power all those at full speed?
Yeah, I'm running 2 power supplies.
That's crazy.
Oh,
That's crazy.
Because I noticed when you glue the tracks, you glued earlier, right?
Yeah.
It took a little while for your stuff to glue. I was like, oh, that's crazy.
I mean,
Because mine's there instantaneously. For like
I do have like 200 something plugins on right now, but my CPU is only at 1%. So
yeah,
but they're not.
it also on. This project's on a network drive. That's probably not helping.
Oh, also I stress tested my Mac a like a month or two ago with Reaper, and so I loaded 3,000. The only time my fans only kicked on, and it took 2 minutes to load, but I loaded 3,000 tracks with an instance of UAD Sound City on there, which is like my most intense reverb plugin. 3,000 tracks with that one plugin on every track. It took like 2 minutes to load and was fine.
All right, can we go back real quick back to the Command D and how you guys are using it versus the way I'm using it real quick? Because again, we kind of got bounced out of that changed subject.
Quick. Yeah. Well, so we were just describing how if you use the replace feature, you can basically save yourself time when you're time stretching a whole project. Are you familiar with the where do you do it in here to swap out the file?
It should be the bottom little. Let me go to Reaper quick.
Because I usually do it from the.
So I double click and it should be.
I usually do it from here.
Oh, you can nudge items from here too. Okay, hold on. That's probably what I was looking for. It says let me see. Should be at the bottom somewhere. Choose new file.
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah,
above,
so like
right above, second the penultimate like button option below above cancel.
Nice vocabulary, penultimate. That's a banger. Bro, did you ever read a series of unfortunate events?
I watched Formula 1. I watched racing, so that they use
okay. Word. That's where I got that word from.
Because they use he's at the penultimate corner or whatever. So.
Gotcha.
Or the penultimate lap of the race. I was like, oh.
Real quick, just for shits and giggles, I just want to show you guys how I do it. So if we go to, like, let's say, whoa. Let's say we wanted to replace this with this Tool song. You can select it right here, and then you right-click on this one, and you go. It's one of these fuckers. Right.
I literally learned about the built-in media browser like 2 months ago for a Reaper.
Yeah, dude, I use it all the time when I'm making beats.
Yeah.
It's super useful.
I'm using it right now, man. I have it on a MIDI thing. I call it samples, and then I have all my samples organized in my database as well. And you can load all your folders and create links, so you can organize all types of things like MIDI and.
Yeah, I made presets for all my samples, like my one-shot samples that I from drum machines and stuff.
Found it. Oh, yo, by the way, guys, me and my homie made a sample pack that's got like tons of crazy instruments that I'm probably gonna give away in the group at some point. We got like Thai flute and like hang drum and like all kinds of cool shit, all recorded from scratch. If anybody ever wants
I can make contact instruments, right? I can make contact libraries.
These would be perfect for that, dude. These would be perfect for that because I have like every single note. I have short and long. I have like it's not perfect, but it's pretty good.
I'm not great at it though, but I could do it.
Yeah, it'd be dope. Maybe we'll collab on that at some point. But yo, so what you would do is you just right click on the item that you want to replace, and you do insert into selected media items, replace media source, and you can stretch it loop to fit, or replace without stretching. So in this case, Abe, you do it without stretching since you already stretched it, right?
No, I do it with stretching because you need to be stretched too.
Because then
it's just gonna fit
it
in
does that for you.
Because you stretch the media item itself, right?
Right.
So, but you want the audio source to also be stretched
to match what you did to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So then you would do this one.
Okay, so that's going to now match the BPM in the, just real quick. When you do that, now you're matching the BPM that's sitting in the DAW, and now you're syncing everything to that. That's the purpose of what you're doing. I want to understand why you're doing it.
Yes. So like, let's go back to our example, right? You have 5 tracks, right? And let's say like they're all in sync with each other, but they're not in sync with the time. So then let's say Abe, they're not on the grid. So then Abe takes the drum track, stretches it out to where they're no longer matching, right? And then instead of stretching these all to match this one, because this was kind of a complicated, he did a section here, a section here, a section here. Instead of just copying and pasting and redoing it all, he basically copies this over 3 times, so it's just all pinkies, and then replaces the original track with those stretched drum tracks. So like the stretched drum track number 2 gets replaced with the original guitar that then stretches to match it based precisely on what he did to the drum track.
Like, or you could group the tracks, but the issue I found with doing that is like when you cut every 16 bars, like say you had vocals that were in between the 16 bars, like what
right, it overlaps and it fucks it up. That's so smart.
Yeah, that's why I came up with this idea.
And then you end up with a bunch of little cuts and weird ripples, and you can hear that, or you have to go in and manually clean all that up.
Yeah, because the vocal, you could do it however you want, but the vocal
that would create more. Because if you do it every 4 bars, now it's more cuts.
Yep, and the vocal's always like what's it called? Like it's always different edited wise because you have to you also time stretch that one differently.
And then then you'd have to like go through by hand and clean all those up, and you could very easily miss one. And it's like this just solves all that.
If you do it in chunks, you know it's all together still. And this, the way it helps preserve the performance more.
Right. Okay, so it's more true to what they did as opposed to more edited and roboticized. Man, that would have been useful in my last 2 projects, but
here's the thing, right? Because that originally started because I wanted to do an Eric Valentine thing. Because Eric Valentine, what he would do, he would edit the grid to the tracks. He wouldn't do the tracks to the grid.
Whoa!
And I'm like, that's crazy. And then
that is crazy.
I'm like, let me do a version of that, and so kind of the inverse, I guess.
I like yours better because, like, as long as the track is relatively, like, as long as they performed it 90% of the way there, like, it's not gonna be noticeable in my opinion.
Yeah, it also helps you could relax if, like, say, like, you have someone who can't like really play in time, but they could keep roughly in time. It helps with that too.
Absolutely, which is like low key a lot of my people. So yeah, dude, that's a banger. I'm stealing that because, like, in my opinion, I'd rather get a good take over a clean take that's not vibey. You know what I mean? Which is something that I used to lean towards the other way, but.
Yeah, like for me as a producer, towards that latter half of 2025, I've been more like the take than actually like getting the actual recording. Like I've been focusing on the performance more than like the actual source material.
And of course, the dream is both, right? But you can always, exactly, totally, man. I relate to that heavy.
Because I'm doing producing now, just solely producing, and I'm also just recording, but I'm not really focusing on recording, you know. But I'm just like the vibes only.
Word, that's what's up, man. That's awesome. So I want to get to that point. I'm still doing it for work. So, and I mean, I'm very blessed that like I don't work with anybody that I hate or that I really don't like or anything like that. But it's definitely cool when you can go all in on the stuff that you like prefer to make. No, thank God.
Yep. It's a pain in the ass. And then they pay you like 8 months later after.
Well, I guess that's not true. I've worked with one guy that's on a label, but he's in jail, so it's not the normal situation.
Nice.
Yeah, we did a whole album over the phone. It was fun.
Go back and show me how you guys are using the dynamic splits. I want to see how you're using it. I know there's different ways to use it, but the way you were discussing it, you were doing like tab to cursor or something, or what were you doing with the tab to cursor?
So that was a different thing. We had never done that before. Abe just put me onto that, or I had never done that before. Will show you right now when we've loaded up.
Well, I'm doing the tab with my cursor. Is it a preference I don't have selected? Because I thought I knew that I don't use it.
It will move your playhead to the initial transit of whatever you have, whatever media item you have selected. So you select a media item with the audio on there, and you hit tab. It will move your playhead to the next immediate transient of the audio.
Doing that.
So you have the media item selected, the media item in the track on the track selected.
Yeah, I have a loop in here. Okay, it's playing. When
Okay.
when I select a track, I hit
No,
tab.
select the media item on the track.
Yeah, that has to be the item itself, not the track.
What do you mean the item? Like
The item in the
yeah,
timeline.
the audio block. I'm grabbing the
Yeah.
block of audio.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
hit
Yeah.
tab, and it should move your
It's not
playhead.
doing shit. When I
Well-
hit tab,
It could be like it could be just maybe your sample is like just a
Yeah, it
score,
might be
score
turned
wave.
off or something.
It could be a
yeah,
square
how do
wave.
you turn that on then? Because I don't have that enabled.
It's not,
That would be-
it's not a thing you enable. I don't think it could be like his dynamic split settings are like too threshold.
What is it
Yeah, it was
Technically called-
automatically on for mine, bro. Which is I didn't even
Yeah,
know it
make
was
sure-
there, and I just did it and it worked.
Lou, hit
Yeah.
the D key and it'll open up that dynamic split menu and make sure that the
Got it.
check mark for @transients is on.
Oh, that might be it.
Oh,
Well, so
hold
that's
on.
I think that's the
That's what I
dynamic
wanted to
split
know.
option though.
Where's that at transients?
I think
is
that might be
selected. It
for
says
specifically-
when gate is open, when
Yeah,
gate
that's for-
closes. I don't need that. That's for drums or shit like that. But
That,
anyhow,
yeah, that's
I
that's
have
for
the threshold
dynamic.
for minus
That's the actual
24.
dynamic split. That's different than the tab.
No,
Oh, that's different.
that's
Okay.
the menu for that.
It is.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
So
for
the
that.
menu for the tab, no. Let me clarify, please, because if you hit
Yeah, I'm
D, this
confused,
this
dude. You talked
is the
about two different
dynamic
things.
split tool.
No,
I'm
but the bottom
confused.
left box, Z, it says set.
Right. Hang, I know, but let me just get my sentence out real quick because I
have
think
the
I think
same
we'll all be
setting.
on the same page. So this is the dynamic split tool. The dynamic split tool is for cutting up tracks automatically. Has nothing to do with the tab thing. However, the tab thing is in here, which is not dynamic split. They're related to each other, but they're separate. Dynamic split is a tool. This is the
What are your
sensitivity
settings?
for
You
the tabbing.
Keep closing out before I can. I'm going to just you do your settings for a second.
I'm open. I didn't close
it.
it.
So quickly, I can't follow along. All right, and you
I'm just
change
chilling.
subjects in
I'm
the
just
middle of a sentence. All right, great. All right, so I just did that, and I'm going to hit
What?
I'm going
Set.
to hit close, and now I'm still hitting this tab button. It moved, but it only moved once. Should it go to the next one
That's
every
on-
time
that's-
I hit tab?
Yeah, every time you hit tab, it's going to go to the next transient.
Yeah, see, tap, and then it jumps
on,
forward.
do it again.
But it'll
I'm
only
sorry.
go so far because
If
I
you wanna
don't
go
have this
backwards,
one
it's
selected.
Shift tab.
Shift
So if you want to tab through all of them, you have to select them all.
Oh, wait a second. Now Shift tab is working, but hold on a second. Tab is now working. Okay, the problem was my thresholds were set too high.
There
I
you
knew
go.
it.
Yep.
Abe knows
That's
all.
what I wanted. That's why I
Leave
said,
alone.
let me see your settings, because I knew that you could do this. I didn't know how to set it, right?
See, and
So
I
now
never
I can
touched
tab
these,
through
so this
here.
is, I think, the default. So you might want to put it on
Okay.
this as the
So,
default because
for
I didn't even know
example-
about this till today.
All right, so if you
This,
have a
tab
drum
thing.
kick, okay, so let's say you have it normalized at -6, and you want to tab it so that it goes to the trough of every of one of your basic your hits, where you want every time you want it to tab, you set that. You hit Control, you hit D, then you hit D, then you go into set transient, and you set the threshold to be at whatever the bottom of that kick is, which is going to be this more silent part, right? And then you set it to that so that when you hit tab, it's going to the trough of each wavelength every time that you hit tab.
No, it
Is
goes
that-
to the the attack of the very first peak of information of the media sort, like of the audio.
Well, can you set it to not go to the peak and go to the most silent part?
Well,
That's
well,
where
the
you would
point.
use the dynamic split.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Notice when you bring
I'll
up the
figure it
dynamic
out.
split,
I'll dig into it. I know
Notice-
now I have a better understanding of what and how.
sure.
I'll
Notice
figure
when
it
you
out.
notice when you bring up the dynamic split, it highlights around each transient, and you can adjust the minimum slice length, the minimum silence length, and then you can hit split, and it takes out all of the silence.
Yep.
Great.
See right
and
here?
Then you can
So-
select them all, and you can either group them or glue them all together.
Yeah, you're just removing all the silence. It's like a gate, but you're just removing all the silence. I don't
Exactly.
use
Yeah.
gates on drums. I remove the silence.
Quick
Gotcha.
thing, you can also you can add a little trail on the beginning
Yeah.
and the end, which is really useful.
and set fade amounts.
Now this now
Yep.
this is a great thing when we're talking about the vocal editing. When you set up your scripts, you can go in and set up those scripts wherever it's pulling these whatever these plugins or these other scripting things where you pull up these menus. You can also change those dynamics to add a pre and a post fade and other
Yeah.
effects to your script and do different scripts. So you may have one for a man's voice, and then you may have another one for a woman's voice. And then if you're doing something with a character that has a dog barking, you might do a separate script to adjust it for the dog or something of that nature. So you can do that in scripting. So with a press of a button, you can do an entire track, and then you can scan through it and do all the minutia editing that would be still required. It's not perfect. I mean,
Donny,
you definitely want to put in some wiggle room because you don't want it to over chop or chop too soon or leave too much fade, or you still want to go through it and listen to the whole thing. It's not perfect, but it is a hell of a start to get all the coughs and the sneezes and the stuff out of those type of like a podcast, which it could save you 2 hours of work with a fucking mouse click. You can charge your customer that shit.
Yo,
Normally,
Donnie,
that would
so
take
you
2 hours,
could
maybe.
get to a point where sorry, Lou, to cut you off, but like you could get to a point where like say you get set a session, right, or multi tracks to mix, you could then load up your template in Reaper, just import all the files, or automatically you have Reaper automatically put the like say you get one called kick, or automatically place it in your kick track with all your routing already set up, and then you can maybe get another highlight all your drum tracks, and it could do it. You could silence all your drums with a press of a button. Then you can go to your guitars, same thing, vocals, same thing, or just select all the tracks, strip silence them. I already have them ready to go. But all you gotta do is import the files and Command A to select everything, and hit a button to strip silence everything that you want strip silence, and it'll do it automatically for you.
I do a lot of that already. I'm kind of want to get into that and make it a little bit more refined. But yeah, absolutely, that scripting stuff is super powerful for doing that sort of stuff. I
You can
use it
also-
all over the place.
You can also set it to where you don't have to color code anything either. Too, you can just once you import a new track, it will detect the name.
Oh, mine does the icons. It does all the normalization.
How do you get it to automatically like know it's a kick and then put a template on there? How do you do that? That sounds cool.
I don't know how to do
You
that.
can
I
save
don't do that.
presets in this.
I think you have to have it.
Oh,
in
so
the name of the
You're
track
saying
file.
you're saying you just have a preset and then you just like drag it over? I
There's
thought
a
you were
way-
saying
there's-
like Reaper
there's a way-
automatically
There's a way.
knows.
There's a way you could do that. I don't know how to do it. It's too much work for me.
It's the same way.
I'm
that
gonna
if
Google
you
that shit
drag
because
in a
that
track
would make
has a
my
beat.
OCD so happy.
Yeah, Kenny Joy knows how to do that.
No, the way that
Of course
you
he
do
does.
it
He's
is
the goat.
Reaper
what
Mania.
you do is
Hi, I'm Kenny Joya.
The demo songs in his videos are always so trash.
so
Oh my god, I know. That's hilarious.
the way that
Bro,
you
he's
do
so
that
good. Somebody
is-
needs to send him some good bands. Sorry, Lou, go ahead.
I was going to say the way that you do that is you do it by naming your tracks. That's the way I do it. So
Mhm.
all of my tracks, as I showed you before, they all have abbreviations like GTR or drum, and all of my buses are capitals, and anything else is proper case, meaning the first name is like capital D, then RUMS, and it's got either audio -E for acoustic or -E for electronic. I name all my tracks before I throw them in there.
Well,
Generally,
I guess it's a taggy set. It's a taggy set somewhere. So I guess you could add multiple tags. So if it tags GTR or G guitar or
exactly. So
any
when
form
I
of
drag them in, let
So
me
like,
finish.
but-
When I drag the names of the files in, it'll automatically colorize, put the icons in, and do a number of things by simply change. Like you could do, a script that does the normalization if you wanted, and all types of other things. But the basics is colorize the track and put in the icon and colorize the actual audio blocks are the things that I have. So if I put in something that says GTR-E, it automatically makes it green, okay? And then it automatically makes the track green, and it puts in the drum icons, and you can do it and put in snare, and if you want to get all technical and super geeky, which is extra work, I don't do that shit. But I just generally just put in drums or microphones for vocals or the horns, like a trumpet for horns. So I see the visual icon. So when I drag the stuff in because it's named properly, then I just drag them into the areas that I want, and then simply use the TRS little icon and just drag them to the bus so they track properly in my DAW, and they're not behaving like the folders that we talked about. Not to bring up that dead animal, but
Lou, real quick, can you say the
subfolders?
Lou, real quick? Can you say the Astros are up 2-7? Real quick.
That's what I have.
No, can you say the Astros are up 2-7?
Dude, it does sound like
What are Astros?
Right?
that's awesome. He's talking about sports. Go baseball.
Yeah.
Because like I said, he sounds like he's an announcer at a baseball game with the slap
He
delay.
legit sounds like it.
Well, at least he's
And batter
rooting
up,
for
we've
the-
got on
At
first
least
plate.
he's rooting for
on
the
first base.
Astros. So
He's
Yeah,
the
but
one-
you guys are still going to have to get through the Dodgers at the end of the season. So there's that.
who?
Dodgers.
Who was that?
baseball game.
The baseball
Aren't
teams
they
that
a
won
minor
the
league
last
team?
2 World Series. So we're just
Is that
Oh,
who?
really?
I'm
Hey,
just
what's
saying.
up, Donald? Welcome back, bro.
Josie, I got a quick question. Can you go to the color track thing for me? I missed that. I missed it on Windows.
The what now?
Any color track?
Like
Change
theming?
No, change
Yeah.
the track color.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
sure,
the-
sure. Yeah.
That's
Because
the script.
the Mac one's so different. It's the Mac color settings you get in Reaper. I forgot.
Do you
the
guys
Windows
have
one.
the theme? Do you guys have the theme adjuster on Mac?
Yeah.
So I think you can set whatever you want on there.
No, but when you on your track colors, like in your mixer window or whatever.
Oh,
or-
that's easy.
Right.
That's
So,
an
but
automation
what I'm
script.
saying on the theme adjuster, you can set custom track colors also for any project.
Yeah, but I'm
if you
saying
want.
I just want to see the file the color browser again because I forget on Windows. It was really interesting. 'Cause
Sure,
there's
I
a
got
color
you.
there's a color on there that I don't have on Mac.
Yeah, the palettes might be different. That
Yeah, I
would
have to do
make
custom.
sense.
I have to make my own custom color and put it in the custom color thing box in the which is
Yeah,
fun-
You don't have
fun.
a
If you
color
figure
wheel
out how to
or
do
is
that,
it-
Yeah, I have a
I was
color
gonna
wheel,
say
but
if you figure out how to do that, let me know, man, because I'm
default
trying
color.
to. I hate that. Like, I can get the theme the way I like it, but either everything looks really cool and I like it, but the
Something's
FX are
off.
like backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I don't like when the FX are red when they're on and they're green when they're off, or like, yeah, and it's like I can get it perfect, but that either the FX look right and it looks like shit, or it looks good and the FX don't look right. So
I wish you could just like
the only thing I
combine
don't
or
like.
like different themes for different sections.
oh, that'd be sick. Okay, so
You
if I
could
go
do that.
to
But you have to
Reaper's
build your
not
own
free,
custom
guys.
screen from scratch, and then you'd have to
I haven't
use
seen that
the
checkbox in forever.
automation scripts.
I like
And
it,
then-
makes me happy.
That's possible to do. Hey, it's work.
Alright,
You're
so
gonna have to put in the work. to make that
FX
happen.
bus,
Right click,
track color,
select or set. Yeah, okay, I haven't seen that in forever. Yeah, okay, I remember that now.
good
okay.
old Windows palette.
See where it says add to custom colors at the bottom?
Yep.
All right, there you go.
Because I don't have I use maroon for percussion. There's no maroon default on my Mac color wheel.
Hmm. So I know on here you can do it. Where is it?
There is an automation script that if you select an audio track and you do a script, it will color your audio block the same color as the track.
This looks really
Automatic.
different than on my other computer. It's weird. This looks totally different on my other machine. I don't know why. We're on the same version. 7.68, right? Yeah, that's weird. Why does it look so different?
Okay, maybe
That's
the window
weird.
size is if you adjust the window size, it'll change.
Oh, that looks even weirder. That looks completely
It's normal.
different.
That looks totally normal to me.
Really? Yeah,
Are
dude,
you
my
using
other one.
a paid theme? Are you using someone else's theme and it's locked? Because if you're using someone else's theme, they can lock things out where you
No,
can't
dude,
adjust
on
things or they won't show up
on this
in
other
here.
one,
Like,
I'm
why don't you
using
do that?
I'm using default. Oh, I'm using default 6. Maybe that's why.
Right. So anyhow, if you use someone else's theme and they have locked things so you can't change them, that is an issue. Like sometimes, like my paid version, I can't do everything. I can only do some things because they have locked those features in
Yeah.
their theme so that people can't change them, modify them, change them, and then resell them.
Yeah, it's not that because I'm on the default theme. Looking at it again, it's definitely version 6 versus version 7. That's what it is. So I guess version 7 they just updated this. That just tripped me out because I'm like, what the hell? This is cooler maybe. I don't know. Seems like more in depth. Yeah.
More rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, I was gonna say now I gotta relearn this whole fucking thing again. But yeah, I know. The reason I brought this up is I know that you can, like, track controls right here. You can do this per project if you want to do custom colors, which I don't really know why. Like, I would prefer to just have it like global, but it's cool. Like, if you have some big mastering project or something, you could label it however you wanted to. I don't know if that helps anybody, but I thought it was neat.
I just set it all in my templates.
Yeah, I prefer to do it that way also. One thing I really like that you can do is you can set it to where, I don't know how to do it, but you can make it to where this isn't a knob, this is like a slider on the side panel, which I really like. That way I don't have to pull up the mixer as much.
Yeah, I'm back. You have to go.
You can make it horizontal and you can make it vertical too, I think.
But I don't know how to do it on this one.
It's under track controls under TCP. So in your mixing, MCP is your mixing control panel and TCP is your track control panel. You have to go into those separately, and then within separate you can change what they look like, how they operate, the colors and all that. But they're not, if you do something in TCP, doesn't mean it's going to do it in MCP necessarily. There might be a radio.
I'm just trying to find where
but I'm
where
not sure
is
about
the
that.
option? Where is the option? That's what I'm trying to find.
It's going to be that thing right there, right?
Yeah, I just don't know how to use this version. It's that's cool. You can move these now. That's pretty tight.
Can you have a dynamic too, to where depending on your track size, you can have it changed from an opto fader?
Yes, when you have it selected as well, you can do that. You can do it off track size or selection. So like when you, like let's say if you want to hide all the shit until you select the track, then it'll all hide until you do that. Okay, I don't know how to do it on this new layout though.
Could you have it do it for selected?
Oh, here we go. It's
only?
right here. It's right here. What's that? Yeah. So if not selected, you can hide all of that.
Because I'd love to get rid of panning on stuff on my folder tracks.
Yeah. So you just hide it right here on if not selected or if not armed.
Cool.
Or you can put always. Yeah, this was super useful for me.
Like to get rid of the fader and panning on folder tracks would be perfect.
Yep. And you can do the same thing like Lou said, you do them separately for the mixer and for the track, the TCP. But
what is the maximum label length on the top right? Go back to that. What is the maximum?
Where did you see that? That's what I'm trying to find. Where did you see that at?
On the top right, track panel on the top right side, it says label length.
Yeah, that's what I want right there.
What is the longest? Make it as long as you can. What is the
500? They just upgraded it because it was not that long on 6.
Did they finally fix that bullshit? Because that has been my pet peeve for years, dude.
Look at you, bro.
Praise Jesus. That is the biggest
Amen.
thing. My dick.
We could die happy now.
Finally, listen to someone. Maybe they.
We gotta send them that clip, bro, and go, dude. You guys made Lou happy.
I got other issues. I want a fully robust VST fucking control panel to show me when things are installed, where they're installed, the license numbers, the website, anything and everything to do with VSTs, whether they're enabled, disabled, where do they reside in my media folder or on my computer. I want to know about everything. I want to know where the app data is on Windows. I want to know everything about every plugin when I open up some type of menu for VSTs. I want it all because I can't tell you how much time I've wasted effing around with trying to figure out where are presets or where are the samples that need to be loaded and this, that, and the other. You've got to sort through all this, and then you got to go to the documentation and all that other stuff. I want Reaper to give me a matrix or all the things that they do for everything else. I would like that to be built into a VST framework. Anything and everything, the ability to customize it, colorize it, turn it into blocks, anything and everything to do with VSTs. If they did that, man, they would be they're already the king. But they would really make everyone's life so much freaking easier, dude. I'm telling you, it is the biggest waste of my time trying to figure out VST problems and presets and where things are, because everyone is in a different folder by default, and some's in app data and some's in my documents folder.
Oh, I hate that for
What
sure.
the folders are called. It drives me fucking crazy, dude.
Those are Windows things too.
I hate it. But at least
I mean, Mac
now
has a similar deal, no? Don't they have like a, or it's not as spread around as what you're saying? It's like more in one place.
All my plugins are in one file.
Word. I think theoretically you can do that on Windows, but you have to like really make a commitment before
Like
you
when
set
you-
up, and it's like
when
if you
you
don't
install a
plan,
plugin, you have to put it at that location.
if you do that,
yeah, it's just pain
see,
in the
let me
ass.
tell you a little story. Don't do that. The reason why is when you're using these stupid all-in-one plugin installers and managers, which are also a pet peeve of mine. They are because when they don't work in a big way.
Oh, Lou, I have a solution for you.
What?
You can just reinstall your plugins onto an external on a specific folder on your system.
No, you can't do that, dude. And I'll tell you why you can't do that. When you do that on Windows, for example, specifically Windows, maybe with Apple's a little different animal. I used to be an Apple developer. You'll need to teach me about Apple. I know to just stay away from that crap. But I hate it. It's for fucking children. So it's the worst. It's so bad. I hate Apple shit. But anyhow,
Just
my point
stop,
is
Lou.
auto
Come on, tell us
installers.
what you're gonna tell us. Damn.
Auto installers are automatically designed to sync up to their default thing. So if you have a problem and you go outside, and this is true of all Windows stuff, when you install anything with Windows, you are always better off to stick with the original default settings for the program installer for that application.
I
You
hate it,
start
but he's
trying
right.
to customize where things go and it gets screwed up or it loses in translation on an update or something, it will fuck up your world, dude. And I learned this from a
Agreed.
high-end computer guy. He's like, dude, let Windows install these apps and all these wherever the app wants to do it. If you try to start customizing shit all the time, you are going to turn into it's going to be hell. Don't
That's
do
what I was
it.
saying earlier.
Just
With the issues you're having are just Windows specific.
It's anything in Windows. You
Yeah.
let it do the
Yeah.
default install. Period. End of story. If you
So-
do anything else, you're a fool. I've tried it. It doesn't
So-
work. It breaks.
Here's the thing with the Mac versus Windows argument, just because it's interesting to me. At the end of the day, like what works for you is fine. You know what I mean? Like who cares? But to Lou's point, that's actually true of all software, and that's not necessarily something that Mac is better at. Like inherently, it's just the way that Mac was built. Developers are forced to stay within like much stricter parameters, and Windows is not forced to stay within those strict parameters. But that's the pros and cons, right? Is like when things are more locked down, you have less room for bugs and less variables. So the pro of Windows is it's more customizable. But like to Lou's point, when you're dealing with like, iLock and these types of things that like for example with Waves, like if I have my network drives plugged in and even one of them is not connected, Waves like takes a complete shit just because the way that it checks for licensing is based on how many drives you have connected. But I didn't know that until I researched it. So there's like you're really at the mercy of the developer. And
That's exactly
the
right.
way that Mac is set up, it's sort of, I don't want to say solved, but it mitigates a lot of those just simply because of the infrastructure of Mac. But it's not that Mac is inherently better. It's just like, it's just the way it is.
Well, that's what Mac users mean when they say it just works.
Right. But, and that's the thing though, it does until it doesn't. And then when it doesn't,
Exactly.
you're at the mercy of whatever the fuck Mac has for you. So it's pros and cons.
The same thing could be
You
said
know
for
what I mean?
Windows, but for the issues to pop up in Windows is more likely for that.
Yeah, but I can fix Windows.
That's true.
I can't fix Mac.
That's the thing. If the Mac says can't do it, can't do it. If Windows says can't do it, there's probably a way around it, whether it's jank or not.
Yeah.
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 So
Yeah,
again,
there's a
pros and
workaround.
cons. I look at it as like iOS versus Android. Like Android is
And
more
Linux,
open.
Linux smokes all of them. Linux smokes
Right,
them all.
but then the downside of Linux is none of the developers give a shit about Linux yet, so we're limited by them again. So at the end of the day, it's all the developers. It's not really like Linux is objectively superior, but it's just not competitive yet when it comes to having drivers for everything and all that kind of bullshit. So you end up spending all this time.
Bottles that solves the problem. So.
I just switched to Mac for reliability.
Yeah.
Reliability. So because all I do is mix and produce and engineer. So
I've worked in all three, and I promise you I can break all three. I guarantee you.
I've broken everything.
I could break a
I
Mac
fixed it
real
all
quick.
too.
But pros and
Don't get
cons.
me into Proxmox and how to break and not be able to recover from Proxmox. I
You're
can
telling
tell
me,
you,
bro.
you make
Proxmox
one
is
simple
crazy.
mis- No, the problem with Proxmox, and they need to fix this, is if you have stuff that's plugged into the board through the PCI lanes, like
Yeah.
graphics cards and shit, and let's say you pull a graphics card, it will throw up all your bus numbers and shit. So you have to manually go through and uninstall, turn off the PCI lane. You need to remove the card. You can do it hot using Linux, by the way. You can turn off things and unplug them hot. Don't recommend it to amateurs, but you can do it. Or shut the computer down so that when it reboots, it skips the PCI lane. Because if it doesn't, what it will do, it will renumber automatically all your PCI and all your IO. So the one that usually happens is every time, in my experience, if that happens or you have a card go dead, you got a serious problem. You got to put another live card in there as a placeholder because your network cards can turn off. So what I do is I have USB to Ethernet stuff set as rollovers. So if a card dies or I get into a problem where I have to pull a card and I still need to log into the Ethernet, it will automatically reroute using a bridge to a USB to Ethernet to gigabit into my router so that I can still log into the son of a bitch and use the GUI versus have to go through the whole text-based bullshit, which I can do, but big pain in the dick. I don't like doing it. So there are things like all that for whether it's Windows, Mac, Linux, Unix, which is OpenBSD, very similar to the Linux, and in some cases superior, but it's a whole other animal. And if you don't know what you're doing, I recommend you don't do it or learn it.
And it's also too if you have the time to fuck with it. One thing I like about Mac, like if you have the money to just like buy the shit outright and pay the money for the plugins and you're legit, then it's probably going to be more stable versus Windows if you're going to hack shit together, which it is what it is. I got a quick question. I don't want to go too deep into the Proxmox rabbit hole because I can see people's eyes glazing over, but it's interesting to me. Do you have IOMMU on? Are you passing through or are you sharing those graphics cards with the whole system?
It depends. No, what I do is that's a good question.
Because that solved a lot of those headaches for me. Was the pass through?
It's actually really easy to do once you understand it. But the one thing you can't do is you can't share. Like, let's say you're running Debian and you're running AI shit or something on a VM and you're doing pass through. So you're doing the GPU and you're setting it up properly, which is basically all features and whatever. So you have it all set up. If you're running that GPU for that VM, you cannot pass that through to another VM and run it at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if that helps or not.
Wasn't really a question. I'm just confused. Why are you not doing that? What's the benefit?
I am doing it. Says I'm not doing it. Why am I doing it?
No, I'm confused because you said that when you take out a graphics card, it basically breaks your whole system and you have to reassign.
No, that's
the
Proxmox. Right? It's the Proxmox that breaks. Because
I understand.
Proxmox is
I understand.
Debian, if it's 8.6, it's Debian 12. 9.0 or better is Trixie. But what happens is inside of Proxmox, it's hardwired. For one reason, they say it's for security purposes. So if, let's say, you pull out a graphics card out of PCI lane 3 and you restart the computer without taking it out, manually turning it off, setting it to turn off so that when you shut down the computer, it removes PCI 3 from its IO log so that when it boots back up, it doesn't look for it. Because if it looks for it and it doesn't find the damn card, it renumbers all your IO. So that means that suddenly your IO that may be things like your network now has a new IO number. So the light
quick
will
thing.
light up.
I understand. I got you.
So
quick thing. Why don't you just use I got you. Why don't you just use hardware IDs instead, and then you don't have the virtualization issue. It won't renumber them.
Because if you're using Proxmox, you have to use their native shit. You can't go and undo what
I'm talking about Proxmox. I do exactly what I'm advocating for. So if you do it with because you're doing it with, basically there's a way to do it where you do it based off what Proxmox is IDing it as. So like I have an issue on my Unraid setup with Proxmox where for some reason it just like won't grab the hardware ID of the flash drive, so I have to set it manually. But for everything else, I can pass the hardware ID through. So even if things completely change, even if I take 10 hard drives out or 4 hard drives, whatever, it doesn't do that because it's passed purely through the hard drive or the hardware ID, excuse me. So like
because that's auxiliary hardware. That is not hardwired built into the actual board of the I/O. That's what they don't allow you to change. To my knowledge, I've never found a workaround on this to set that in stone so that it says
you're talking about a PCI slot, right?
You to use. Huh?
You're talking about a PCI
I'm talking
slot,
about
right?
like my network card turning off. Because let's say you have let's say I have 3 graphics cards in a machine, okay? And I pull a machine and I restart it. It's going to automatically renumber because it's missing that card. So it doesn't know where that card is. So it automatically wants to boot up and it renumbers in its file system.
No, I get it.
So
I get that.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is if you set it...
You can't not do that. They don't allow you to do that.
You can. That's what I'm trying to tell you is you can do that. But you have to set it to hardware ID. Then it won't do that. Especially with PCI cards.
I'll dig into it. And
I'll send you a link, bro.
You might be able to do it in 9.0 or 9.1, but I'm pretty sure you can. I looked into this exclusively and went in forums, I've been in chat, I've been in Discord.
I do it all the time.
Out there.
I do it all the time. It's clutch, man. And there are limitations to it, but I think we could hook you up.
There because I don't know if that's possible to do with things that are hardwired onto the actual motherboard themselves. Where you
like
can
PCI, for example?
Set it. What's that?
Like PCI, for example?
I'm not talking about PCI. I'm not talking about.
Or you're talking
PCI.
about like the integrated network?
I'm talking about the integrated stuff on the board. You can't change that, and it's automatically going to renumber it based on other factors. So if something changes on the board that is connected to the board, okay, it doesn't happen for USB. It happens specifically for PCI. And the reason why, from what I understand, is security. Because PCI, if someone goes in and messes with a computer and they go in and they physically take a card out or they try to swap out some type of card, which now that would be a security risk to the OS and the network and everything else. So they have built it so that only an admin can turn off that PCI slot, shut down the computer, and set it so that it rebuilds, that it ignores it. Otherwise, even if a card dies, you've got to go in manually. It's just the way that they've set it up. And I have never seen, and this is just certain things. I'm not talking about USB. I'm not talking about anything like that. But network cards, PCI with network cards, drives that are PCIe or NVMe, and all that stuff. If those things disappear on startup,
I got you.
Proxmox will automatically rename shit, and generally the first problem that you'll have is the network card will shut off. Look it up. It is a major.
No, I understand. I dealt with what you're saying. I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't true. I'm just saying that I think I know how to fix that. So I'll send you some shit later on.
You have a workaround so I can lock in my.
Because man, it's a pain in the ass when you take one thing out and the whole system breaks and you can't even like remote in. It's a giant pain in the ass. So I hear you.
Right. But my workaround is I have a USB to Ethernet and bridging the port from my Ethernet port to my USB. So that I don't have to do all that. I can pull a card or replace it or pull it all together and then reprogram it so that it will automatically bridge over to my USB to Ethernet to my router. So I have a fail-safe on top of all my other Ethernet shit. But I have a failover for ETH0.
Yo, Donny, I had a question for you.
Right?
Yo, appreciate your guys' patience. I know I got real nerdy for a second.
Yeah, anyhow, sorry about that. We should have a meeting about that sometime.
We will. I got you. I'm into Proxmox. That shit's fun, dude.
Yeah, so I got a question for you, Donny. How old were you when the Dodgers moved from Brooklyn to LA?
I don't know, man.
You're probably older than you. I'm just making.
I'm not a baseball fan, honestly.
I was making an old joke because I think it was like 1950 something that happened, or 40 something.
Oh my god!
I think I was a tickle
what an asshole.
Eddie's nuts. So I don't know, man.
Let me look it up.
He said, "Do you remember when the dinosaurs were around, Donny?"
Yeah, brother.
It's fucked up.
They were fun. Hey, I think I found a. It might be me, but I think I found a bug, bro.
Okay, what's up? What you got?
All right, so if I solo my bus, my drum bus, right? It only plays my drum bus. But then if I also mute it, it still plays just my drum bus.
Yeah, that's for me that's a feature.
it doesn't.
That's a feature.
Well, that's what Avid says it is, but I think it's a bug, man, because it should. Even though you have it, sorry. So let's say I have two things soloed, right? I want
Solo takes priority. I think you could change that in the content somewhere. Where solo takes priority. Where solo takes priority.
I think that the benefit of that would be that you can, if you have sub tracks that are also soloed, it'll handle that differently.
That's how I use
think
it.
that's why it's that way, I believe.
So
So
Donnie,
if I have my, let's say my bass and my drum buses are soloed, and I want to just mute my drums.
unsolo the drums.
Unsolo the drums.
Yeah, it won't do
Yep.
it.
What do you mean?
Sure, will.
No,
Show
it
us your
doesn't.
screen if you want, bro.
It doesn't do it.
Show us your
That don't
screen.
sound
Let's
right.
see what you're doing.
Yeah, show us your screen. We don't believe you.
None of the
I got you.
Reapers uses.
I know what it is. It's user
Yeah, we're like,
error.
what?
Right, Z? Z,
No,
it's user
100%.
error.
100%.
We'll see.
RTFM.
We'll see.
RTFM.
Oh, the Dodgers moved to LA in 1958. By the way.
Oh, that's good.
There you go.
You guys see my screen?
I promise I won't remember
Donnie
in 5
was,
minutes. Yeah, we
20
can see you,
years
bro.
old.
Okay. So I've got my drum bus and my bass bus are soloed.
Yeah.
Right? That's all we hear.
This is another reason I don't like folders.
But if
using
I
folders on
mute
that.
my drums,
But you have them soloed also.
or if I mute my bass,
Unsolo the drums though.
there's still.
Unsolo the drums.
There you go.
If I
Now
just
do it.
solo my drums, it's just the drums.
Right.
Right.
Now solo the bass and unsolo the drums. Now you're good.
Unsolo the drums.
Yeah.
The problem.
Same. I don't understand the issue.
All right. If
There's
I've
no
got them
problem.
both soloed
They
and I
both
want to
what?
just mute my bass, I guess I could just unsolo it.
Yeah.
That's the move.
Exactly how that's how the Reaper world works. By the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just how it works.
Well, I'm just saying the bug would be, what if I just want to mute it? I can't.
Well, here's
Unsolo.
here's the way I take advantage of that, Donnie. So I have a reference track, right? In Reaper, so like example, using that mix comp from Josh West's his group,
Yeah.
the song. So I had the desk print in a separate track, not going to the mix bus, but sending outputs 1 and 2 to my main outs. I had it muted the whole time, but then I wanted A and B between my reference and or my mix and the desk print. I just soloed
All right, let me ask you this.
that track.
Let me ask you this then. What if I want to have my drum bus soloed,
Right.
but then I want to hit my bass? I want my drum solo to turn off.
Oh, you could do you see the shift click solo or something like that, or command
Well,
click solo.
that's solo safe,
it,
though, right?
it inverts it.
Yeah,
No,
you
that's
could
solo safe.
or you could it's command and what's the other command and alt click solo, and it'll swap between the two,
Command and I don't have an alt, bro.
or command shift.
What's the other one?
Command
Yeah, there you go.
shift.
No command.
Applesauce.
Oh, I see. It locks the solos defeated.
Oh, well, that's the other one. I forget the shortcut.
Yeah, there's a way to
Option
invert it.
or control.
Control. That's the one. Command control.
See,
Command
I knew
control?
Joseph knew some shit. What's good?
Joseph just been sitting there, man, waiting. He's just waiting.
Yeah,
They listen.
sometimes the quietest ones know the most, man. It is what it is.
All right,
Yeah,
so
Joseph
we'll do
sitting in
that.
the, I'd imagine
No,
Joseph
see,
sitting in the
it's
back
still
taking with a
on now.
notepad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just control.
It's one of the like shift something
No.
maybe. It's
Shift control. No,
I forget. I learned it recently.
I'll just have to. I'm gonna have to do Google on that one. So
Hold on, let me
Um,
see.
solo cancels. Solo cancel in Reaper Mac.
Oh, for me, it's control command and click. I click solo on different tracks, and it's only solo that one I
Remove
selected.
single solo. Click the solo. Advanced solo behaviors. Solo one cancels the other. Hold option.
That's the one I was thinking. Option command.
Yeah, option is alt.
Option and click a
Option is
solo
alt
button
on Mac.
to make it
That's
the
like
only
the-
track solo. So if you hold option and click solo, no, still solos both of them, man.
It's command option, then click
Sorry,
command option
Amanda. It says, oh yeah,
because I have a universal keyboard for Mac and Windows.
exclusive solo. Solo one cancels others. Hold option
Yeah.
and click solo button to make it the only track soloed.
For me,
Yeah,
it's
for me
Option
on
and
Windows,
Command.
it's Shift.
Oh, see now it's solo, and then Option. Solo. Nope, not doing it.
It's Command solo, Command Option solo.
So I got one soloed.
Command
Command
Option.
Option.
And click another solo.
Okay.
That's it, right?
Yeah, that's working for me too.
What if I want to just not have to
Control.
hold down Command and Option?
Yeah, there's a it might be in mouse modifiers or the track settings
Yeah.
somewhere to adjust it.
All right.
I'm pretty
I just
sure.
want it to happen. Every time I hit a solo, I wanted to cancel the other.
Oh, like solo priority. Or
Yeah.
like,
I guess you
oh,
could.
also have it set up. And Z, I don't know if you know this, but you can set up soloing to where instead of muting the other tracks, you could have it. You could have it solo dim, so everything else around it will dim instead of completely
Oh,
cutting
that's
out.
sick. How do you do that?
Solo in place, right?
Solo defeat?
No, I forget how
Solo
to do
in
it.
place.
What does solo defeat do? What does that mean? Is that what you're looking for, where it kills
That-
everything else?
That like makes the solo not doesn't do anything. Like I have my reverb return solo defeated.
Oh, so it like
Even though
kills
I
the solo
solo
on that
something,
track.
Like if I solo my snare track, I still want it to feed the reverb. I still want to hear the reverb when I solo my
Got you.
snare track.
That makes sense.
Let me go to my controller settings. I haven't.
I
mapped them
think
in.
Reaper does something like that kind of automatically. Because
It's
a lot
called
of times
solo
if you
safe, so that the reverb solo would be safe from solos.
right, so like if I have a snare and I send it to reverb, often when I solo the snare, I'll still hear the reverb,
Yes.
which I've noticed, but I didn't know that was like a
Yeah.
feature.
Well,
I don't know
option
what
B is you
exclusive
can
solo
disable the
is.
plugin.
You could do that. Yep.
Find shortcut. There we go. Can Reaper is called solo in front. So if you hit solo on Reaper, you could if you enable solo in front, everything else will dim by a certain amount as opposed to.
Where's
How do you
that
get to
at?
that? How do you get to that thing though?
Oh, hold on. I'm in the action list.
Oh, okay.
And it's called markers. Oh, no, hold on. That's markers. Hold on.
Show
command line.
action list. Is that what you did?
Yeah.
if you go action list and then just type solo, it'll pop up.
Solo in front.
Adjust solo in front dim. Okay. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's dope.
Yeah, it's great
Man,
for
dope.
mixing.
Where
Mixing.
was that setting at again, guys?
Option
Action
or
list.
action list, my bad. Action list, and then type in
Solo in front.
Option solo in front.
Oh, it's a script.
oh, my bad. I don't have my screen on. I'm dumb. Like, you guys can see it, right? Yeah, it's just an action. It's just an action.
Oh, okay. It's not built into a preference, in other words.
No.
Well, then you can assign and make custom menus and buttons for that, and you could set that somewhere on your TCP or your MCP and add that as a button, by the way.
Kevin
And then you
toolbar.
can also put a custom icon.
Like you could add, I could add
When you-
a
when you
toolbar as an
set that
optic room, a mixing toolbar, and have an editing toolbar, a
Yep.
recording toolbar, a mixing toolbar.
There's one I meant to tell you guys about. It was like the only toolbar that I exclusively used constantly and could not live without, and I got to rebuild it. But it's just super simple. It just changes the grid from quarter note to eighth note to 16th
Yeah,
note.
I
just
have one
off
that
one
does
button.
it. I have one that does it too.
So
I gotta,
clutch.
I gotta show you mine. Z. Actually, can I show you my toolbar?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let me.
Here,
know
let me
next.
let
me
you
make-
share your screen.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
Only
like
if it's
one
X-rated.
thing. One
I don't want
my
to see any T-rated toolbars.
my first experience with toolbars was like a custom theme, and I was like stuck to that theme forever because I didn't know. I thought it was just the theme. I didn't know for a long time. I was like, oh, I can just make my own. Like, this is the only reason I'm stuck in this theme is this toolbar. So,
I'm awaiting
clutch.
access
oh, my bad. I got you. Thought I did it already.
because I have my grid also do
There you go.
triplets for drum editing.
Nice. Yeah, that's very useful.
I'll do entire screen because I'm lazy. Share. Okay, cool. So mine's all different too because custom theme. But I have snapped a grid here.
I like
have
your faders on your theme.
Thanks. I have a different quarter note, eighth note, 16th note, and then a triplet.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the sixth, And then these ones I was to freeze. These freeze in place. These two, they freeze tracks pre-fader. So say I get like, let me just copy this over. So say someone's a bass track, right? But it's in stereo, right? So I'll do the inverse real quick. So I'm printing down this MIDI also. I can also render it in place too.
Why do you do a pre-fader?
Because if I'm getting tracks to mix, I don't want to change the level. You know what I mean? Like if I'm
No, I don't, because
if already balancing. So if I'm mixing in a template, right? Say I mix one song for a record, and I'm importing files from the session for the other songs. I import into my template, and I already have everything balanced on my faders.
Okay.
Because I'll mix one song, right, and then I'll say.
But I don't understand, because when you freeze it, it's gonna freeze like the signal as it's coming out, right? So what's the difference?
Because like if I'm mixing, so the way I mix, I'll mix one song from a record and then I'll save that as a template, right? Mm-hmm. So all my levels are already set. I just want to get it printed down to mono, just where it looks nicer. Like say pretend this is a bass D, right? A bass D I got, but it's bass. I want it to come down into what's it called? Mono.
Mono. Yeah.
Freeze and select the media items and I freeze it into mono, and it should.
Sure. I just don't understand.
Well, like if I'm doing a MIDI instrument, right? If I'm programming it, I want to just freeze my MIDI instruments, right? But I already have everything balanced. I don't have to worry about my fader moves, adjusting the gain staging.
Right. I guess I'm maybe I'm not wording it right. I'm just confused because like if I were to do the same thing, and then like you freeze it, and then the fader, like it's rendering the level you already had it at. So when the fader is neutral, it's still the level you had it at.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I just don't understand.
Well, because if I freeze it post fader, the level's going to change.
No, it isn't.
Yes, that's how it works. That's pre and post fader. Because I haven't freeze.
Yeah, but when you freeze it, like watch, freeze it post fader.
Let me see. Where's post fader at?
You just right click and then freeze.
Oh yeah, so it's
on the track.
Let me just see. Right click and then.
So right click and then
render
freeze,
options, right?
Render freeze. Yep. Two more down.
Where's that at? Two more down.
And then freeze to stereo, like penultimate selectable.
This one.
There you go. Yeah, just try that.
I'm using
and
on your
then
word today.
So watch watch the fader.
Yeah, because I'm at minus 13.2.
It'll pop up, right? But it's still at the same level when it's printing, right?
Well,
you see that?
Yeah, I guess.
It is.
Well, hold on.
So, but then watch the fader when it's done.
Oh, it goes to 0?
I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand.
Does it go to 0?
It should, yeah. If I understand what I'm saying.
Okay. No, it stayed the same.
No,
okay.
See, that's weird. See, when I do it, it usually goes to 0, if I'm not mistaken.
Can it also mute the original track?
Because my question would be, because I get what you're saying, if you don't, because what you wouldn't want is to freeze it, and then the routing that you're doing is like mixing it down again. Like let's say you had a -6, and then you freeze it, and then it's still on that track. Now it's -12, right?
I also wouldn't want the gain of the actual item itself to be lowered either.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is from what I understood, and I could totally be wrong about this, when you freeze it post fader, it moves it up so that it's all the same ratio. But I could totally be wrong about that.
The post fader is also going to put any effects on that track that may be in there. So pre-fader is going to be unmolested by any effects, EQ, or anything that you've done to the track. Post-fader is going to bake in any effects that you put on there.
Why freeze it if you didn't want the effects on it?
I don't know. I don't use any of that feature.
That's what I don't understand.
I freeze also.
I freeze
because if I'm doing MIDI instruments, I want to freeze the actual sound of the MIDI instrument too. It's just
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Why don't you just render MIDI to a track and mute track using that automation?
Well, freezing, I don't have to. It doesn't create a whole new track. It just freezes it in place to keep the same track.
Well, you can just press the freaking freeze button on the track to do that, dude.
That's what I do. Also, the what's the other thing? Oh, the editor, theme editor, right? How do I access that again? What's the shortcut for that again?
I forget the shortcut. I don't know if there is a shortcut.
I want to get back into that. I want to see that thing where you just changed the size of the track title thing. Where was that?
Oh, you were just on it, brother. You were just on it. If you're
I never go in. I don't mess with my theme. So how do I find the theme thing again?
You go to options, themes, and then
options,
theme adjuster.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Okay,
Themes
options.
adjuster. That's right. Okay, you're right.
Yep,
You're right.
themes, theme adjuster right
Okay.
there.
So I don't know if I can do it with this particular theme because it's locked. But I do want to see if it's possible, even though it's locked.
Just
Okay,
a heads up,
minute.
you're on version 6. I just upgraded to version 7. You
Yeah,
might
I
want to do
need to
that.
update.
I'm on 7.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
on the most newest version.
Also, what's the other thing I wanted to? I accidentally deleted all the default themes too. By the way, I don't know if you
no.
saw that.
There you go. Yeah, that's funny.
Okay,
Oops.
can you pull up that thing with the title track size thing? I don't know if I can get to it. I might have to change my theme.
Did you mean to
Back
get
to
off?
default.
It's I can tell you where it is on Abe's.
Okay.
I don't know where it is on mine. I'm trying to
You
figure
just
that out.
had it. You showed it to us, dude.
Yeah, but it didn't do it the way it did on the other theme, and I don't like it.
Oh.
It was in theme adjuster, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm on the old version, so whatever.
Yeah, so if you go over.
That's it for me.
Oh,
because
yeah, it should.
let me go to default theme real quick.
I got to go to default theme.
I don't have default theme. I forgot.
Ah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Let me get off
Deleted
screen
your
sharing.
default theme? All right.
Let me
I'm
show
in
you mine.
default
I
theme.
got mine. I did mine.
Okay, under global or is it under track controls? I think it's under track controls. isn't it?
Global is for the entire global is
Yeah.
for, so track controls are only gonna change it within that project.
I don't know where that is. It under transport now. They got the global
Themes, theme adjuster. What are you looking for,
track. Oh, here it is. I think I found it. Select overall strength. The fuck
No.
is that? What is strength? Anyhow,
You want to share your
Um,
screen, bro?
I can do that. Hold on a second.
Okay,
Let
hang
me
on, I'll
go
give you-
to how do you share a screen? Settings. Share screen.
We're figuring it all out, man.
Reaper is the best DAW.
This is a good one. This is a banger low class, man.
Oh, here it is. I gotta pick the screen now. It showed up way up here. Okay. I'm gonna just share. What am I gonna share?
Oh, Donny, you're not an official Reaper user until you go to a YouTube video talking about DAWs and you comment Reaper is the best DAW.
That's true. That's when you know you made it.
Everyone already knows that. All the closet
That's
Reaper
hilarious.
fans up there. Oh, I use Pro Tools, and they're not. There's a lot of people just lying out their ass. Okay.
There you go.
So you see me now?
Yes.
All right. I'm in global. I would believe it's under track controls, and I thought I saw it.
No, you're
over
right. You're right. You're right.
Here. Oh, here it is. Track name. I'm just trying to find the damn thing, honestly.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
right. On the top right corner, track panel, and then you'll see volume length, and there's 2 little arrows.
Oh yeah, Zebos, by the way, your screen is super yellow, by the way, compared to everyone else's, compared to Donnie's and Loose.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
I'm sorry,
I don't
it's
know
super
why.
yellow. It's because I have my my bluing thing.
No, not
on
you.
right now.
Not yours is fine, Lou.
I'm trying to save the very last of my mitochondria in my brain, my body. I already have enough
Isn't
problems.
mitochondria the powerhouse of the cell?
No. Yeah, well, you need. Oh, here it is, right here. Track length, volume, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna make it super stupid long. 300. Okay, let's see if it's
Yeah, they
actually
made it way
works.
longer in the 7. It didn't even go half that long last time.
Well,
It's funny because I forget themes matter for the theme adjuster because I was always wondering
wait
why
a
I
second,
didn't have
it's
as many
not
options as you.
working. It's still not.
Did you apply the changes? Maybe it's because you have that little menu brush on the left.
Extend the TCP out because your volume is too big. I think.
Yeah, like your track panel.
Yep, there you go. Extend that out.
Other
Extend
way.
it out.
Out?
Make it big.
As far as it goes, I got the whole damn screen.
Yeah, there's something's not right on the settings.
Okay, well, here,
Something's
let's
not
go
right on the
back.
settings.
Hey, this is the default theme, so all I'm doing is.
Yep, that's what I'm on too.
What's that other browser to your left hand side? What's that?
This is my media panel.
I was gonna say that's a media browser. If you hit Control
okay.
Alt X, that'll
Media
pop
bit,
up.
and then I have all types of other settings. Like if I want to play a sleigh bell in a key of
Yeah.
F and drag it over here, I can
That
change
gangsta
it
shit.
in that key, and then boom, now I have sleigh bell and F.
I just have that as
Clutch.
like a not pinned as a floating window.
Yeah, dude,
Oh,
I just started
oh.
pinning everything. It's so nice.
Well, here,
I can't do
well,
that.
actually, I have it on a MIDI control.
He
so
said I
press
can't
my-
do it.
You'll notice I'm not moving my mouse. This is all innovation. So if I want to close my effects, and if you guys don't have NVK installed on your frickin' Reaper, I recommended this to
What's
Z.
NVK?
This is NVK. This does a
Oh, I
search
heard
of
about
everything.
that. Yeah. It's like
FX,
everything,
change,
but
tracks,
for
templates,
yeah, that's
actions,
right. That's
projects. So
right.
if I want to type in, if I want to go from stereo to MIDI and just start typing shit in here, and then it's going to show right here from stereo to MIDI, or I can go like stereo to mono, and it will show me all of my different things. And you just simply click take 2 mono to a stereo, play double track, hit script, boom. I need to
How do you install
click on
that, bro?
You go and you look up NVK, and it's just
It's just
basic.
like a
I think
VST.
it's no, is it? I don't know if it's a. Hold on, let me press the old. Oh,
I'm
that's my
Googling
video
it.
button.
I
Hold
need
on,
a script that
EFX.
automatically sums stuff to a stereo file, like 2 mono tracks.
It's called NVK, and the other one is called NADD. NVK, man, this is the baddest ass script thing ever. Is it a plugin? NVK does make a doubler and a recorder thing, but no, I think it is an action script and SSM. See, I have all this other stuff that I don't know if you guys have. I've got all the RIA pack. I've got Helgago box, which is
Yeah.
not paid for. I have RIA Wise, and I have SWS and SWN scripts, which is a whole bunch of other stuff. So I have
So I
all
guess
of these.
NVK is part of the repack, which I didn't know. So I do
think
have
it
it, I
is
guess.
actually part of the repack.
Yeah, it is.
But if you Google it, install the RIA pack installation process, and then you can go here to synchronize packages, and I can do it right now. So when you go to synchronize, Donnie, pay attention, because every time you update the Reaper, you want to go and synchronize all of your packages and restart your Reaper, and it will
How'd you do that?
ask you. What's that?
How'd you do that sync thing?
I did it under RIA pack. So under the RIA pack options, it's still going. Hopefully it won't freeze up on me.
Where do I get to those at?
You have to have the RIA pack extension program installed in Reaper first off.
I think I do. Where do I
Okay.
go?
Close this. I might have to restart this stupid Reaper here.
Oh, but part of the reason why I can't go, I don't want to go too intense in the Reaper, really, is because if I'm in the middle of mixing a record, I need to get a new computer. I can't spend the time. It costs money
There's scripts, man. They're not
For sure.
none
It's
of
a
this stuff
balance.
will-
to reset. Yeah,
None
to
of
get
these
everything.
scripting things, other than maybe the core part, should affect your Reaper performance or anything. There's scripts. They don't do anything.
Well, but it
Reaper's
takes time to get it all redone. It's like I got on a new machine, and it takes time. That's why I have an offline backup of my.
No,
My config. Hold on, Lou. I keep it on my configs. I keep an offline backup and a hardware backup with me all the time.
My
Yeah,
approach with it
that's
now
all you
is
need.
kind of like if I find myself doing some shit over and over and over and over, then it's like, okay, I'm gonna save time by doing this. I used to go in like the fucking rabbit holes and like I'm gonna master all this, and like unless I have free time, I just can't do that shit anymore. So it's a balance. But if there's something that I know I'm gonna do 1,000 times, it makes sense to just make a little.
Yeah, that's the way I'm with
script real quick.
hardware. With the
Anyhow, let me go back
hardware
to search
outboard
my
effects
right
units. Like
quick.
if I use a plug-in a lot of specific outboard gear, then I'll buy the real thing. That's why I got my
Word.
Bluey.
I mean that
That's
makes
why I
total
got my Bluey.
sense. That totally makes sense.
All right, I have to reboot this because I did that stupid update.
So real
'cause-
quick, bro, I can't find the replug. Is that under options, or for the repack
It
settings?
should be under extensions.
Look for. Hold a second.
How do I
Hold on
get to
a second.
extensions?
Next to actions on the top
actions.
menu thing. Right next to actions.
Extension won't show up until he loads something on there though. I can't remember what it was, but that extension.
I just thought I
will
had
not
it. You have to
won't show up.
install. You have to install it first, right? Is what you're saying?
Yes, you have to install
Yeah.
all the RIA pack.
Let me
the
share my screen real
program.
quick here.
I just
So,
thought
like,
I thought that I did do that.
Like here's the actions.
Maybe I
See,
didn't
I get
do
my
it on
extensions
here.
right here.
Oh, yeah. I must not have it
He
on this
doesn't
machine.
have the Heldago on his. That's a paid thing anyhow, so you don't need that. But it does have a lot of cool stuff in that Heldago thing. One of these days, I'm going to buy it.
Yeah, I might have to
So
go get
whenever
that
you
shit real
update
quick.
your Reaper, you should go in, update all of your packs, all your SS and whatever SWS stuff and all that stuff.
And you just hit extensions and then update
Yeah.
to do that.
Here,
Okay, cool.
I'll share
Oh,
right
that's
quick.
news to
real
me,
quick.
so-
I got Reaper back up.
Oh, I do got
Dude,
a really
it's
cool
crazy
extension.
how much there still is to learn on this fucking thing. It's
Yeah,
nuts.
I think it's screen one. Nope, wrong screen.
Oh, I have ReaPack too. I didn't realize that.
Allow. Okay, boom.
I've definitely downloaded it before, but I guess I didn't install it. I don't know.
Oh, Z, I got an extension to show you that you will love as a creative.
Yeah, put me on game,
Okay,
bro.
so when I go to my
Love to lose them.
extensions here, see, I have Hidalgo box, which is playtime. You can do all the learn stuff to your MIDI. ReaPack, for example, if you can go to browse packages, it's going to open up like your SWS, and you also want S&M. See if this thing will actually load here. I don't think it's behaving very well because of this stupid sharing.
Love the start menu on the side. That's gangster stuff. The taskbar on the left side.
Yeah, it's because I don't like hitting and opening applications by accident.
Totally.
Another thing is I'll auto hide it sometimes. Make sure
I
they
just
don't
put mine on
scroll
top
over.
for that
But
same
when
reason.
it's over here,
Same.
I'm less likely to hit the wrong damn thing.
It's like
I prefer it
you
like
hit
that,
down
but now
here
that I got
or up
the
here.
multi-monitor, it's a pain in the ass. It doesn't work good.
You
Like
go
there's
hit the
nowhere
record
for
button. You go to hit record. Accidentally open up your file browser.
it. Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is going
annoying.
on now?
I never had that issue for a while since I got a controller. I hit shit record with the controller.
Donnie, do you have ReaPack installed?
No, I don't even know what that is.
So
it's
if
like
you just
SWS.
Google it, it's just a DLL. You just drop it in the. I'm
The user
learning
plugins.
right now. Yeah, you just drop it in the plugin folder.
The user same way you did the SWS.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't get that working either, so
Matt.
it doesn't matter.
Oh, poor guy.
All right. All right, it finally opened. So anyhow, this is the ReaPack strips, guys, if you can see my screen here. And this has all types of other things as far as output mutes. I mean, I just kind of scroll through here. Add MIDI control editors, item properties, and you can assign these all to different things or just double click them. So this is like the S and M. Cancel. A little bit finicky right now because this screen sharing, I think. I got a lot of stuff open in the background. All right. So when this thing closes, okay, like your action scripts here, I have this set up. So obviously I have this set up. So I just press a MIDI button. So my action scripts will show up here. Now, if you look at here at my shortcuts, okay, and I get rid of this stem editor thing, this is a list of all my MIDI sends, my Novation controls, my custom scripts that I just, all these things here, anything and everything that is attached to a script will be listed here, including all of my MIDI sends, soloing tracks, running tracks, moving from track to track, play, recycle, open up, scripting, MIDI explodes, all types of stuff. And it's unlimited. You can go crazy. Unlimited MIDI, unlimited, more than, I'm sure it's limited at some point, 16 times what? 16 times 16, however many. But then you can do combinations of MIDI with shift, like shift MIDI. Anything in Reaper. But one of the things that I was going to show you guys, that I was trying to describe, open up, I'm going to use one right now. I'm going to hit my sample tracks. Boom, opens my samples. I'm going to grab a sample. I'm going to pull this sample over here.
That. I was feeling that.
Got a little Christmas boom, boom, boom going on. So I'm going to just take it, stretch it, loop it, recycle it. Use the old SSL for this fun stuff. All right, play it. All right, turn it down. It's too loud. All right, so I'm playing it. So let's say I want to take this. I don't want my automation lane on. And I'm using this standard Reaper thing. By the way, this stupid thing's still not working for me.
What stupid thing?
Make this
yeah.
longer so I can see it.
We'll
Let me
get you
go
right,
back
bro.
and see if I actually saved that right. I might not have applied it. I do want to see that work though, because again, that's a big deal.
It took me a couple of tries on the new themer. to get it going.
Beamer thing, right? But didn't I expand it? I did. I expanded it to 300.
I think
Volume
that's
length.
the volume.
Oh, you know
fader.
what? I did the volume length.
Yeah, that's what it is. The other one,
That's
it's on
why
the
that
other
volume
panel, is
length
for
was
the.
so stupid long.
Yeah, yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
Real
That
quick,
was
also,
maybe-
Donnie, I put the repack link in the chat for you, brother.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just a DLL. It should be a lot easier. And then if you want, dude, before we jump off, we can help you try and fix the SWS
I
thing
want
if you
the
want.
name length. Is that what that is? Where is the name length one, dude?
Let me pull mine up because I found
This
it.
is the
Took
volume
me a
length,
minute.
which is fine. Label length.
It's right
is
up
this
on the
one.
labeling.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Yep,
It's
there you
right
go.
there.
There you go.
Now I don't have to hit apply for this to happen. This should work real time. Boom!
Yes.
I have
There
been
you go.
waiting for this bullshit for fucking years, dude.
My
God,
whole
Jesus
life.
love. Why in God's name did they not make that in the first version? Okay,
I think
great.
they, dude. I
So
think they
know that-
did, but I think your theme didn't like it. I think that's what happened. Because I was doing
Oh.
that for a long time.
Okay, well, great. It's fantastic. And
But
when
welcome to the
when I
club, bro,
build
where you
that,
can read your track names.
well, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna get away from this paid Apple, whatever this Pro Tools thing. I'm gonna build my own custom Pro Tools, replicate this, and do the one that that guy from he's from Argentina or something. I'm not sure where he's from, but he built the whole thing where you can toggle between the Reaper key commands and then the Pro Tools key commands at a click, or whatever, a MIDI button or a menu button up here. So if you want to use the Pro Tools standard commands, you can toggle between them. But if you want to toggle back to Reaper and or any other custom set, like your own custom Reaper set, and an Apple, I think you can even customize the Apple set in that, which is something that I don't think Apple allows you to do, or AdVid or whatever this clown circus is. But anyhow, to go back to this, now that I've confirmed that, I'm going to select this track, and I'm going to go and I'm going to open up my automation window. Again, real quick, actions window, and I'm going to type in stereo. I know I have it in here. To mono. Okay, these are all the stereo to mono. And by the way, guys, if you all, Donnie may not know this, but every single thing in Reaper has a command ID number. There are places where you don't need to have anything but this hexadecimal code to trigger an action. Every single thing in all of Reaper, no matter where it is, what it's assigned to, and it's only customized to your install. This is not standard across all Reaper. This is for your installed version. These numbers will change based on computer to computer as well. So it gives its own custom numbers if you have a DAW set up on a specific computer. If you move your install somewhere else, they may change on you. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't got that far, but when I do find out, I'll let you all know, because that's something I'm going to be going through. So right here, so if I want to go here, I have this CSR, implode two monos into a stereo, and I have explode stereo into two monos. All right, let's do that. I can assign it to a key, or I can just simply double click it. So see how this just turned us into two monos inside the same track lane?
I didn't even know you could do that.
Well, you have to have the script to do it.
That's cool. I've
Right?
never seen
But
two
anyhow-
monos in one track like that. It's interesting.
Yeah, you can have up to 128 monos or 64 stereo tracks,
What?
channels per track in Reaper.
That's crazy.
Nobody else does that. That's the whole point of Reaper in the first place, is the fact you can have 128 mono tracks. Okay.
Well, see, it's just
You
like
can apply
when you record over
What's
another track already. Like it's it's like different takes.
The takes layover, yeah, same concept.
It's
Yeah.
basically a takes. Yeah,
Interesting.
that's how takes works too. You can have, I think, up
Right.
to 128 takes per track. That's the
That's cool.
maximum. Now, if you're doing stereos, you can only do 64s. But the cool
Donnie,
thing
takes
about this,
in Reaper are what's playlists in Pro Tools.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah,
yeah.
it's tape.
same thing.
Yeah, I figured
So
that part
you
out.
have obviously your volume that you can either, Donnie, if you didn't know this, but you can change your volume. So I can make this, both of these tracks are still connected. Now, if I right click this, I think I can go in here and I can heal the split items. You can do all this other fun stuff like this, that, and the other. But I think you can also, right now, they're connected as far as they are. I'm not sure exactly how to fix it. But anyhow, you see how when I do the mono in one, it's changing the mono in the other as far as the volume, the gain.
So they're grouped.
This is your gain setting. So you can change your gain setting in here. And because they're connected like in a stereo file, this is a good thing to do to add to widening with bass instead of using some stupid plugin that phases out your shit, turns into mud and hammer dog crap. This is one of the ways that you can split that and leave a bass track and then spread it out in one track instead of two separate tracks, by the way.
Gotcha.
So you can also mute it. You can find the information about it, the resampled information, which is 141. I can convert it to, I can create some anti-aliasing by going to 48. But you're not going to find too much anti-aliasing between 41.4 and 48K. But if you were to take it, say, 96 or some higher number, you're going to get some crap in there. Sampling down is fine. Sampling up, not so great. But anyhow, you can go in and you can go mono left, mono right. I can mix the left. I can send every single one of these mono tracks and send it to another mono track and assign it a different ID. I can split them together. I could send one mono to a stereo track like 3 and 4 for side chaining or any of that fun stuff. You can reverse the stereo. So, by just double clicking, you still have all the same settings, and the settings that normally wouldn't apply for a stereo track. Now, all of a sudden, when you're in here, it makes more sense. And you can do all that sort of stuff. Obviously, you can just simply normalize something to 0 dB or do that whole thing on that button thing. Like if I wanted to change it to LUFS and I wanted to take it down to say 20 minus 24 LUFS, I just hit enter, I hit apply, I hit OK, and Bob's your uncle, and it just changed my LUF meter as you can see it here. I have a button so I can change the track color. So if this track color was blue, double click that for a second, it still should open. So why is it not working in standard? Shouldn't I be able to change the track color here? Where's the track color? Track color, set track, custom color. I thought you could double click it in the standard. For some reason, it's not working. All right, now it's blue. Now when I hit this MIDI key, it's an action item in that action items list under this. Okay, it's set to a MIDI key. Okay, so in here, if I go to track color, if you want to see what your settings are, you go to shortcuts and anything with the shortcuts. So MIDI channel 2, PC7 is going to set my item to the respective track color. So what that does is when I hit the MIDI key, I can double click it, obviously. I can assign it to anything else that I want. I can add it into a macro. I can do all types of fun stuff. But when I'm in that, so when I click this track and I hit the MIDI control button, what should happen is this should turn blue. I don't know if it did or not. It looks like it did. It's a light blue. It's a shaded blue. So anyhow, that's how I do all of some of the stuff that I do in my Reaper. I prefer my Windows paid version, even though it's locked and I can't make a lot of changes under options here. Themes, it's the one that's RIA Classic. Which one is it? This one right down here.
_1X.
Dark. I like the dark. Boom. I got a whole bunch of them downloaded. I haven't. Is it going to change?
So
now you can see my track color. Like if I change my track color
cool
here now to
hell.
green, right? I can go in here to pink or salmon, hit OK, and it's automatically going to follow my track color because I ran it before. If I make a new track and I make this fucking, I don't know,
Yellow
or green, whatever, hit OK. Okay, when I drag my track into here, hit OK, it automatically will set my track color. So, and again, if I wanted to split this or I wanted to do something like normalize it, I can go to my MIDI button. It brings up my LUFS. I want it to be I don't know, we'll call it 7 integer there, and then put that in there. And I say I want to take it to my standard mix mode of -6. And if it's a mono, you can normalize. If you select multiple tracks, when this thing comes up, it will actually ask me if I want to add a extra -6 dB to mono tracks, by the way. So if, for perceived volume and whatnot, you want your mono tracks to be -3 more than your peak RMS for this. So when I hit that, boom, going to change my track volume automatically. Now I'm running at 6 RMS. Another cool feature that I have here.
What I've learned from today is Lou likes everything at -6 lefts.
Well, I like to start everything at -6 as far as like a mix that some other clown did in a studio. I'll try playing it. If it's all effed up, I'll start everything at -6 as my baseline, or -9 for mono, and then I will bring it all down and mix it into my kick, my bass, and my snare, and my penciled in vocal, so I get my foundation set.
Donny,
That's just the way I work. Everybody works differently.
Donny, you know pan law, right? All that kind of stuff with like panning and all that.
Yeah.
You could also change that stuff in Reaper too if you want to go that far with
Right.
pan law.
Now, I
What's
have a
pan
button
law?
here.
Pan law is basically so if you have something in the center, right? It's playing back at a certain volume. If you pan it to the left, it's also changing in how much volume is going from both speakers to the left speaker, for example, right?
Right. So it compensates for that.
Yeah. So like you could adjust like the actual change in volume. Like it's a whole thing.
That's
really
cool.
the only difference between every DAW is the pan law. That's really the only
Yes.
difference. Like tone, like sonically.
Yes,
just
they
how
all handle
And the-
differently, and they all do different things, and you do need to be aware of that. So
And
Abe
the
is
built-in
absolutely-
master clipper in FL, but other than that,
Yeah. Hey guys, I do have to peace out. It's time for me to go.
Yeah.
say less.
Past
Well,
my
yo,
bedtime.
Donny,
I gotta watch the wheel and hit, so.
real quick, man, if you wanna jump on a 1-on-1 sometime to do that SWS shit, let me know, man. I got you.
Yeah.
Or Donny,
we'll-
real quick. This is a quick way we checked if it worked. Can you pull up the actions list?
He wasn't even able to get it installed, I don't
Yeah, I
think,
wouldn't even install, bro.
because the Mac security thing.
Okay, yeah.
That's not a big deal though. We can get.
Yeah, we'll
past that.
we'll jump on that. Nate. I got so much else to learn, man. I got a lot.
Well,
to,
let me know when that happens, so maybe I could be available to help with the Mac side of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be cool. All right, guys.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you. Have a great
Peace,
weekend.
Donny.
Later,
Appreciate
Donny.
your time, brother.
ZLC on Monday.
All right.
Lou and Abe and Joseph. I guess I'll see y'all on Monday too.
Oh, Donny, I'll
Yeah,
be.
probably.
I have a web. I'll be using my phone as webcam Monday. I figured out how to set
Oh,
it up.
wait, I'm not on Monday, man. I got a doctor's appointment at the same time, so it'll be Tuesday.
Okay.
Tuesday's better. I got
We'll do our
meetings
thing
all
on Tuesday.
day.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured out how to set up my
Tuesday's better.
phone as a webcam here in school, so you'll be able to
All
see
right,
me.
we'll
that
try
I'm
it
not
out.
AI.
There you go. We'll test it out. All right, guys.
All right, Donnie.
All right.
Peace
Later.
out, man. Much
Thanks
love.
for
Thanks for
everything,
your time
guys.
again.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Later, Donnie.
Yo, Z, you ready to see the thing I wanted to show you?
Yeah, sure.
Show us something, Abe.
So
You-
I was actually supposed to have a hard out at 10, but my lady's getting an Uber, so I'm chilling. So
All right, so I have this. Not this one. I have a global.
Are you living in your studio still?
bro, that's the game, dog. Hell yeah.
So I got this extension. It's part of what's it called again? Hold on. It's part of Reapack.
Oh, Repack. Okay.
It's something else. I'll send you the link to the video, but it's a thing called a global sampler, and I have this thing. I have a shortcut, so I have it. It's a rolling sampler. So every time there's audio, like the snare drum sample, it prints the audio for me. So I have it here earlier. I can highlight this whole area, right? Create a new track. Then I drag the audio in. So I now have a printed version of the audio of that snare drum that I just played,
That's fucking sick.
right? So there it is again. And then say for example, I want to distort it, right? For example, so like let me go to my channel strips. Let me just pull this up because this distorts really. Can you hear the audio at all or no?
No, you're gonna have to do a whole adventure for that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, but say I'm really distorting it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm clipping it, so you can barely see the waveform now. But for now it's really distorted. I drag it in and we normalize it. It's next. Now you can see the.
Yeah.
So it
That's
printed,
sick. So you don't have to render and do all that
Yeah.
shit. It's just automatic. That's
So
clutch.
so also see the reverb tails or whatever, or say you're using an amp.
Yeah,
an amp
dude, I would use that all the fucking time. So real quick, it's extensions, repack, Do I have to install that or something?
It's something else you have to install. I'll send you a link to it.
Okay, bet. Because
But,
I got Repack cooking now.
Because so like I have this.
He's got the bird sampler.
So what the sampler is detecting is this plugin, and I have it on my monitor bus. But sometimes I take it.
Gabe, is that the free one?
Yeah, but sometimes I take it off my monitor bus and I'll put it on a track. That way, if I'm recording and I forget to hit record, it's still like getting the input from that track because the track would still be armed, right? So then say I miss a vocal.
Select it, drag and drop it.
It's just like say I miss a vocal.
That's clutch.
Because this is always rolling, right? But say I miss a vocal take, I could just drag it in afterwards. Because the track would be armed, right? But I'll forget to hit record sometimes. Like I play an accident instead of record with my controller, and this saves me so many. It saves me so much. And then if you're using like amp sims or whatever, like virtual amp sims for guitars, I have it captured the DI. So I have it before my amp sim plugin, so I capture the DI always, no matter what. Or if you do it post amp sim, if say you still have it on your monitor bus, you could then take reverb tails and effect trails and
I do stuff like that all the time where I'll take like a vocal and then do the tail and then grab the tail and like reverse it and make it like
So all you gotta do is like grab the send for the reverb, right, and then print that, grab it, and then put it back in reversed.
Flip it and reverse it. Yeah,
because I have what's the key I have for everyone has it set up, but hit R to reverse audio. Right? Is that set up automatically for everyone?
Wait, do what now?
Hit the letter R to reverse audio.
Didn't even know that.
So like here's, let me show you real quick. So yeah, here's R. So see, I did a slice here, right? I did a slice here, but I want to be able to hit delete and delete one to the left of it. That's what I want to do. But if I hit R, it will reverse audio for me.
I didn't even know it would do that. I didn't know that shortcut. That's clutch. I do that all the time by hand.
Oh, that's crazy. How do you do that?
Right click? What's that?
Where do you go to do it by? We do it by hand.
Items, settings, reverse, active take.
Okay.
You just passed it. There's all kinds of shit. You can also you can do all types. You know how you can automate individual tracks? You can also automate items. So you can do like pitch swells, or you can do like all kinds of weird shit.
Actually, let me show you this. So I have a custom track template for other, and I go, no, which one is it? Hold on. It should be in tracks per range. Here we go. Synths. Let me see. Hold on. I'm trying
3 Fs. Synths.
I'm trying to find it because I have a track preset for something. That's. Anyways, I have it's somewhere. It might be somewhere else, but I have an automation thing because when you go to automation, you hit this, that, right, and you know about automation, right? Intense automation. It's like you have a VST3 plugin. Like say I want to do channel strips, and I go, let's just do this one, right? And then I want to automate, and I'll find the parameter here, or whatever. I have it to where. I'm not doing volume, but I arm it, whatever.
Baby, it's okay.
What's it called? I have it set to like. I can map it to something on my controller real quick, or also the other thing too. That's sort of thing I want to say. Say I have a folder track, right? Say the red's my folder track.
Mm-hmm.
But say I have the audio down here, right? Whatever. Hold on, let me. What I'll then do, since this is my folder track, or I treat it like a bus, I'll then create like a region, or a track, a region, like a MIDI region, and then I'll automate this with like one of these, what are these called for automation? Like when you create a little box.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing now.
Because now I could just do this, right?
And then when you move that item, it moves the automations.
Yeah, I
did not know you could do that.
So like I was like, I see.
Brand new.
So like this will be like the say from here to here is a song, right? So like from right. So like
I got you.
I'll then create another random.
You gotta be careful with that. See, automation. You can fuck up your tracks by screwing around with that. You gotta learn how to.
I have different automation here. That way,
so
I just swap out these.
Totally, that makes complete sense. My question would be, I mean, I guess I just answered my own question, because you can do that. Like, for example, if I take that exact same thing without that little MIDI item, and then I automate, like, let's say I do like a custom, like little squiggly panning or volume, like what you did right there.
Yeah.
If I take the item itself and copy it, or if I select the automation itself and copy the automation itself, you can do that. But that's clutch because you can just grab and drag it. So I can see how that would be.
Well, you can
like,
also
useful
do it
its
for
own
audio.
purpose.
You
Like
can
if we're-
also do it across the top of the board for like if you're making audio selections at the top, making what are they called, regions, where you
Yeah.
can do a region and you can select multiple tracks and move them, rearrange the entire regions.
I do that all the time. That shit
Right.
is super useful.
Yep.
It's just that's cool. I've never seen that MIDI thing before. Because that would be clutch. Because can you stretch the MIDI item without stretching the audio? If I wanted to like stretch the
Like, what do you mean? Like, if I stretch this?
yeah, like if you alt grab, what happens? Oh, it doesn't change the
Oh,
automation.
Yeah, well, the MIDI thing, this MIDI region too. If you stretch it, that will stretch.
That's what I was wondering because that I would use for
And these
sure.
are-
Oh, and
these
you
are-
can overlay them. What happens when you overlay them? What the
That's
fuck
the
does that
whole
do?
new
Do
thing
they
I was telling
sum
you
the
about.
difference?
I don't know. I've never done that before.
I've got a video. for
Dude,
you
I'm gonna
guys
get
to watch.
fucking weird with that shit.
No, dude. I've got the
I could do
coolest
some
video
cool,
for you,
like,
Z.
swirly
Hold on.
shit with that.
Like,
That would be sick.
Especially layer that with more panning automation too.
Yeah, my
You should-
guess would be that they would like interfere with each other, like almost like when you have two waves that cancel each other out.
like
that would be
polarity.
my theory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What,
That
also,
sounds
what are the
cool.
different modes for? So it's just record, right? To record your moves with the right. That's what that's all it's doing. This little button, where it's recording your automation moves.
Mm-hmm.
So if I engage it and then I move this fader around, it should.
You're
record.
talking about
Yeah.
the latch, right? Oh.
That's latch.
And then there's
There's touch, there's latch, there's all types of stuff, different automation lane tricks you
I
guys.
have it all set up on my controller because my trim and then what's the other one? Hold on.
I really, really want to get how Lou is
All of
with
them?
not necessarily
Anything
with
on that
the
list,
SSL
RB
thing,
Web,
but like
plugins.
I really want to get to where I have some type of control surface
Yeah, let me
because
show you what-
I
let me
like
show you
the
what I got.
idea of being able to physically adjust stuff.
This
I've
is
had
the
it
one-
before though, where like it ended up being more of a pain in the ass than.
This is the one I have. This is the one I have. You should get this one. It basically has a stream deck attached to it. Basically.
Oh, sick! Are they automated faders?
Yeah, these are all. And you could add up. You could expand these too. So you could have up to 64 faders with these. You get this one, and there's an expansion unit. It's just faders.
Yeah, I would like to have that. That would
See
be
this,
dope.
and this one has 3 buttons. You can have 3 different DAWs at once. Let me show you the software. So this is the software for it.
How much does
That's
that
sick.
cost
So if you
versus
wanted to
my
like
SSL?
switch from like Reaper to OBS or whatever,
Yeah, yeah. But
that's sick.
and it costs. Let me pull it up. Let me go back to
I
Chrome.
think it was 600 is
Yeah.
what it showed. Yeah, I mean it's not horrible for automated faders. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, and 8 pan knobs and so here's a software for it. Let me go back to that. Hold on.
Are the dumb question, but are the pin knobs automated too, or are they just like free spinning?
They're 360. All pan knobs are fully rotary
Yeah,
encoders.
but you can reassign them in Reaper because they're MIDI controlled, so you can
Right,
make them do whatever
right.
the hell you want with Learn.
Right.
So like
what's the
here's
difference, right?
Reaper, and then here's like mode DW3 and DW. I don't have them mapped it, but if I go like,
Right. I got you. You
actually, if
could
I go-
easily map them however you wanted to, right?
yeah, hold on, let me go back to.
That's fucking dope.
Hold on, let me go back to real quick. Let me load it back up real quick because I messed something up on my end. With, so here's Reaper, right? And then if I go to 2, here's all the different DAWs it comes preloaded with. So every
Nice.
DAW basically, but you can also do
Nice.
it for 3 times, right? Here's why you would do that. So I'll go back to Reaper. I mean, these are fine, but if I go to this tab, this yellow tab up here, these are all my custom shortcuts. So this would be my touchscreen basically.
Yeah, that's clutch as hell. That like low key, that would get 2 birds stoned at once for me.
So like I
would
always have
definitely-
save top right.
SSL UF8 does all that, but it has more faders.
Yeah,
But it
but
also costs more.
well,
And it doesn't have the touchpads though, does it? The SSL one does have the touchpads.
no.
Yeah,
This is
see,
all-
that would be clutch for me.
No,
I
it
would
doesn't
like.
have the touchpad, but you can do custom macros and all types of
Well,
other
this has
stuff.
this has 8 faders too, Lou. So it's the exact same thing, but just more. So you have these
Does
5
the quick question on the little buttons? Do they have LEDs on them, or are they just?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
You
So
can't-
you
you
can read what it says on there.
Yeah, you could change it.
Oh,
What
that's fucking
You
tight.
can change the colors too, right?
yeah. So like actually,
That's
you
dope
see-
as
you
shit.
see my cursors? Like there's just these different colors right here, and there's like U1,
Like a
U2.
stream deck, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's like a
all-
Stream Deck and a SSL kind of in one. That's fucking dope.
So these
What
are
I
the
do with
different
my
layers.
Novation, buddy. I do the same thing.
So
but I don't
Yeah,
have
I
that
need to.
interface.
Yeah, I want to get one.
So it's 4x4, right? So that's 16 touchscreen pads. You have available at once, and then there's 5 different layers. So that's 16 times 5, which whatever that is. And then if you set up Reaper with all three different DW layers, you could then have that times 3 or 3 with all these different more layers of controls. So like
that's awesome.
So like this is like my main one. Like I have undo, redo, set, marker, save, track color, toggle effects, show effects, phase flip, all the stuff I need. Solo dim, right? I talked about that earlier. Or toggle envelopes, rolling sampler, right? I have it all here, right? Or like track notes, session notes, pre-roll for the click, and then click. Then I have like my plugins here. I don't even use the full thing yet. And I just map stuff to Reaper. So like, if I go back to here, if I want to like bring up my say Pro Q4, right? I'll click it. I didn't click Pro Q4. I click Pro Q4, and then I go here, and it'll show me Pro Q4. I have it named. And it'll show me the command I have for it. So that's the command I have for my Pro Q4 and Reaper. So instead of doing the whole command, I just hit the button on my controller.
Sick.
Or you
man,
can
I would use the fuck out of that.
Or you could have it be MIDI as well. So if I go to a blank one, like
how big is it?
It's not that big at all. So look at
something like that. I'm just trying to think where I'd put that fucker on my desk.
It's smaller than my keyboard.
Oh, sick. Do you have it like in front of your keyboard or behind it, or how do you have it on your rig?
You could put it on one of those laptop extension type things on a swivel.
Yeah, I have one. I'm just like my desk is pretty cramped.
I'm gonna airdrop
so
myself a photo of
but if
my.
you put it on a swivel, you can move it around and put it wherever you want to put it when you need it, and then put it
that would be fucking sick.
I'm gonna airdrop myself a photo so I can pull up on here on the call so everyone can see it.
Because I have like these two little. You can't see them, but I have two little like trays right here that it would be perfect for. But yeah, that's clutch, dude.
Also have my little
you got the
channel
trackball gangster shit.
Yeah,
is the trackball worth it? I've always seen them in the big boy studios, but I've never had one.
I can't live without that damn thing. I have the same.
I have one here at my home office, and I have one here at my main, and I keep a spare like on hand.
I lose my mind without it.
Also, this controller too. This one, this SSL channel strip right here. Hold on.
Yeah. The one to the right of your thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this one. This one's amazing too.
A good one too.
What do you do with that?
It's let me pull that one up too on
You just use it to mess with the channel strip on the master, or
you can set all the MIDI to anything like
your
I'm just curious, like why would you need that if you already have the other one? Like
so I have like $300, dude.
So it's really cool, right? Let me go back to I'm on wrong audio thing. So say I have it set to so it has 3 different modes. Actually, let me pull up the software for it, RA control. It's not going to pull up anything here. It should be up here, my little.
Are you using SSL 360, dude?
No. Hold on, my computer froze.
I thought Macs don't freeze, bro. What happened?
I literally pull up like 8 things at once. I need to consult. There we go. There we go. Hold on, give me a second. It's also because I don't have the controller hooked up to my.
You're good, brother. I'm just talking shit, bro.
Yeah. I just have so much stuff pulled up right now. It's crazy. I never brought this many tasks up before, and the Reaper doing
and then
stuff.
too, like when you try to do the school screen share, it starts to chug.
Oh yeah, so. That's the other thing too. Is it still frozen for you guys?
Yeah, still frozen. You might want to disconnect and reconnect your screen share.
It's not letting me. Hold on.
No worries, gang. Dude, I'm telling you, I was dealing with this for the last 2 weeks, man. I was like, I would test some shit, and then it would chug, test some shit, chug. So glad I got
I think it's got something to do with the update, man, because I've seen mine kind of do this weird freeze thing. I think
I need to update my Reaper. I haven't updated Reaper yet. That's why I honestly think it's the way that the school just like when it throws a monkey in the whole thing. I might have to reboot my computer.
No worries. Do what you got to do, bro.
Yeah, I'll be back in the call. I have to reboot.
Say less. If you need to get to it again, it's on the calendar because the time limit ran out.
Okay, it's on the calendar. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, be right back.
Cool. It was a banger one, man. This was a banger one.
I'm trying to find you in my history. For some reason, I've got 2 YouTube folders called Reaper. I don't know how they allow that shit, but apparently. So,
dude, quick thing. Do you fuck with Raindrop?
Raindrop. What is Raindrop?
Because I used to have because I have like a ton of shit saved across like 14 different YouTubes and Instagram and blah, blah, blah. Raindrop is basically like a bookmark manager, and you can put tags on it. Changed my life with that kind of shit. I use that exclusively for everything now.
Now, is it a browser extension? Is it a website?
Yes,
Is
it's
it
a browser
application?
extension and a website and an app.
Is it free?
Yep. It's fucking awesome.
I'm gonna check it out. Raindrop.
Raindrop. Drop top. Smoking, I'm cooking.
All right, I'm going through my history. I'm gonna find this thing. You have to see this shit, dude.
Bet.
You have to see this. This is crazy. I gotta go back a couple.
Real quick,
days.
I'm gonna call Donald Lemasters real quick and see, because it seems like he got kicked out. I want to make sure he can get some knowledge.
We can watch the replay. You gonna post this replay?
Here?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
I'm not kicked out.
He's right there.
Oh shit! What's up, Donald? What's good, bro? I shot you a text message. I don't think you saw it. Just wanted to make sure your audio was working and shit. We got a little bit nerdier today than I thought we were gonna, but that's cool. I learned
You
some
always
shit.
do that in Reaper, dude.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hello, I'm back already.
All right,
My bad.
Yeah, because
My bad. I didn't see the text message.
you're good, player. You're good. I know you're probably busy working on some shit too. What are you cooking on, man?
I'm actually working on mixing and mastering that song I sent you.
Sick. I'm gonna finally
Yeah.
get caught up on my reactions. I got my fucking rig going now, bro. I haven't slept in like 2 weeks, but it was fucking worth it.
okay, I'm
I
back to
can't
sharing.
work like
Okay,
that.
Okay.
so here's the app. It's called RA Control. You can't see it, but it's the rack. You see this on top right? This R button.
Yes, sir.
So there's mouse mode, MIDI mode, and then host mode. On third party, that's separate. But so mouse mode basically will mean every time I twist a knob on the SSL controller, it will my mouse cursor move to that spot on the controller. So actually, let me show you this too. Reaper, I'll open up Reaper for the first time, right? Have it to where it automatically asks me to save a session. I know that it doesn't. But so like say I load up my SSL channel ship, right? Because that's what it's kind of mainly for. You can do any channel ship with it. Let me just load up my main one that I use with it. So if I reach for the right here, the high gain frequency or the high frequency gain, right? This red knob. If I reach for it on my controller, my mouse cursor will automatically jump to this spot. Or if I reach for the low frequency gain, well, my mouse cursor will automatically move to this spot right here, where I set it to.
Hold on. You turn that feature off. I don't like that.
That's for my controller, from my SSL controller from that company at Rock
I
Solid
know that,
Audio.
but can you turn that off so your mouse isn't jumping around when you do that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
an
you
turn
option.
that off?
It's an option.
Yeah, so like I said, there's mouse mode. That's what mouse mode is. There's also host mode, which they have their own plugin wrapper. Which every time if you have the track selected in Reaper, because plugin controllers notoriously kind of suck with Reaper, right? But they have their own plugin called let me go to developers. What's the RA
Yeah,
control?
so when you go to the track, it automatically will enable your.
Yeah,
your MIDI
basically,
control.
if you have the track selected with their plugin on there, and you have it mapped,
It'll switch.
yeah, as long as you have the track selected in Reaper, the controller will then control that track with the
Can I
plugin.
interrupt you, bro? I have a question.
Yeah.
Why? And maybe this is a dumb question. I guess the obvious answer is just like convenience and like ease of use. Why not have your control surface just edit those? Just because it's nice to have another one like dedicated for mastering? Or
because
like
I'm
what is
also
the
familiar with the SSL channel ship a lot because I'm out of habit working on those desks, right?
Got you? Because you're used
And
to
the other
working in the
thing is-
studio.
Yep.
Right.
That
Well,
makes
when
sense.
you're
So because
using
for
a
me,
mouse,
I
you-
grew up in the box. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to understand like, and
Yeah.
obviously I know like I have a mixing console right here, but I really, to be honest, don't really use it.
So there's also MIDI modes that you can control with MIDI, right? Or you can also do it with
Yeah.
a combination of all three, which is kind of cool. And then actually third party mode is kind of what you'd be looking for. So third party mode is where you can also get mouse, MIDI, and host mode, but you can also then use it with a third party controller.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I guess that was my question is like, why not, since you already have that, like why spend the extra 300? And I guess your answer is it's just your preference. It's the way you like working because it feels better,
I'm familiar with the
which is
SSL
totally
channel
a
ship.
good reason. And then my other
There's
question
another
is,
reason. There's
my
another
other
reason.
question, oh, go ahead. What's up?
The other reason why you would use that is well, obviously it's like working on an actual console, which most of us have done. You haven't.
Right.
which is fine.
Right.
But you can only
I mean, I
mouse one
have,
thing.
but it's not my bread and butter. You
Well,
feel me?
you
So
can
I was
only
just
mouse
curious,
one
like.
thing at a time. You can
What's
only
funny-
mouse
what's
one
funny is,
setting at a time. on a board.
Well, so my question was, if you already have,
I
if you
can
already
turn
have two
multiple
knobs,
dials.
I
can
get
do
you,
all
I
these
get
with
you.
my
But if I
fingers
have
with
one of
two
these,
hands.
why not just
Yeah.
why not just automate this as opposed
wanted
to
to-
spending the 300 to do the?
You
Well,
And
just-
then I guess the answer was because
can't
it's the
label
it feels
them.
like the
It
real
doesn't
deal.
automatically follow.
It's
Doesn't
familiarity.
follow.
It's familiarity too. Because if I work on an SSL a lot, I know that out of habit. Like, I know like the
Right.
top left on the EQ
Right.
section, it will always the high frequency gain. And,
It's just more of like a 1-to-1 of what you're looking at, which totally makes sense. Because I guess because for me, since like I don't have the muscle memory, I could totally set up a preset to do that for me. But I
Yeah.
also totally see the value in like a dedicated
Well,
thing
like,
that's like
there's
this is
also
only
this-
what this does.
like there's also this other one, right? Which is like the more
Yeah.
generic controller, which is cool. Like, but this doesn't have like cues at all. This right side is the EQ. It's only frequency and gain is kind of advertising.
There's
It
no
doesn't-
Q size.
Yeah, so like this input output compressor settings and EQ. Like this is different, right? But this one,
That totally
and
makes sense.
and also too, this controller is really cool because every encoder is also a button. You can press it and it will also act like a button.
Yes.
Clutch.
It's also
Okay,
a button
I have-
so you can click them.
I mean, I'm sold. I would love one. We'll see if I
Sold out.
get
Well,
some
there's
bread.
another thing, Z.
But
The other
yeah,
thing
go
about
ahead.
it here, let me explain how it's used,
Okay.
okay? Because he's showing you all the features. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're trying to dial in some resonance for like a cymbal or a ride. With two hands, you can reach a console and you can do the compression, reverb, and all
I got
of
you.
these
I'm
different
sold
things
on
with
that.
one hand.
I'm sold
So
on
you
that.
can
That
turn
totally
them
makes
back and
sense.
forth without
I got
this
you.
mouse. So you can do two
Yeah.
things at once instead
got
of this
you.
back and forth, which is a rabbit hole. You
I
don't
got you,
rabbit
bro.
hole with the console.
No,
Yeah, so-
totally. I mean, that makes sense to me. I wouldn't even like that's an
dynamic
obvious
thing that you're
benefit. I
dealing
guess my
Right.
point was though that like with a MIDI controller you could also do that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Um,
you can.
But I get what you're saying that it's more clutch
So like
that
here's
way.
the wrapper, and I have it defaulted when I load it up to automatically have my SSL in there. But so
Boom.
here's the wrapper for it. So now
Um,
with the wrapper, see it's
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So you can also change the mapping here, and then wrap so it connects to the controller. But I could scan or remove like different settings, whatever.
Yeah.
And so now if I have multiple plugins with the wrapper, so let me delete the original plugin. Just plug it. So now I have the wrapper plugin, right? But the wrapper keeps the actual channel strip within it. So if I have the controller set up and I had this track selected and I twisted the gain and the filter or whatever at the same time, it will only affect this one. Then if I select this track, then now the controller is only controlling that track. So
Cool.
with my fader,
It's not a global deal.
yeah. So with my fader controller, all I can do with my left hand select the track I want to start manipulating with the
If
channel
you
strip, and
if
then
you
my right
select them
hand-
all, will it move them all?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Maybe I'm not sure.
Because
But
that'd be
then I
clutch.
just
Yes,
do that on.
it should.
But why not? I just have it on a bus or folder. You know what I mean?
Sure. I was just curious.
It's just
Yeah, it's just interesting the way I'm like thinking about stuff I could do with it.
tracks and I hit my fader, wherever those are, they will move them relative to where they are. So if I grab like, let's say 3 tracks, when I grab my SSL fader, when I pull it down, they will pull them down based on the decibel on each. So it won't
Yeah.
equalize them across the board and like normalize them. So if they're, let's say one's at 10, one's at 6, and one's at 4, and I take the 10 to 8, the 4 will go to 2, and then the 6 will go to
So it
frickin'
does it
4.
all logarithmically.
So it,
Yeah.
Right, it does it in
you can change it.
relatively to its current
Right.
position.
Logarithmic. Yep.
So
Um,
looking at my setup real quick. So on my left hand, I'll select the track I want out of the 8 faders. I select the track I want. Right. I want to
Yep.
like EQ. I select that one. Then my right hand, I reach out for the EQ and like try EQing, and then I'll deselect it. Then select
so
my
the
track.
second you touch the fader, it knows to activate that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
that's cool. Yeah, that would be fun.
yeah. And then,
Okay, so I have another
also-
question.
Also, this is smaller than the whole Lou's just the SSL controller, the fader controller.
Right.
It's way smaller than that. You can see like a basic map.
Yeah, dude, your setup is so nice and clean and tidy, but has everything you need and like nice big resolution monitors. Very nice. It's very clean.
Yeah. Thanks.
Little cute little KRKs and the plants, dude. I love it. It's awesome.
Go see the question.
Another point about that is you can rotate through tracks. I think with the icon, I don't know if you can do it with the SSL, but with the icon, you can scroll up and down through tracks with that knob, right? Abe?
Yeah,
So
rotary-
you can
yeah,
go, you can
Yeah.
scroll up and down using
Also-
that knob, and automatically, and the faders will change as it goes.
It also has this really cool feature called I forget. Hold on, Icon P1M. This also isn't the highest level one too. There's a higher tier version of the controller too. It's like it's called the S1.
I mean, dude, the controllers get fucking crazy.
There's
That's actually one of the better ones for the price that I've seen. Last time I looked into it, which was a few years back, but it was like
it's
2-3 racks for automated faders. I think the cheapest one was like one fader for like $100, 150.
Yeah, and this just chassis. It's a metal chassis too. It's not like plastic or anything. It looks plastic in the photos. But there's this button right here called focus. It's hard to see because the image is terrible. But if you have focus enabled, whatever you have your mouse cursor hovering over, this knob becomes like a rotary encoder for that.
Sick.
So if I have focus enabled and I had my mouse cursor hovering over, like say even stuff in Reaper, right? It's like say, over pan, then now I'll basically act like a scroll wheel, basically that. So or if I go back to like a compressor or whatever, right? Let's say
It can be a fader, it can be a knob, it can be anything, right? And you can, can you also do automation and do automation lanes when you mouse over those?
I bet you could. I bet you could.
Yeah, well, if you go to your trim and then you enable,
it basically just becomes like a generic MIDI input at that point.
Yep, which is great.
Okay. So I want to shift gears for a second, and I'm going to ask you guys a question that might make me look a little bit stupid, and I'm totally okay with that because I'm here to learn. So I'm a better mixer than a masterer, straight up.
Me too.
I didn't fully even comprehend what mastering like really meant. I mean, I don't know if I even do now, but like I don't know if you guys have had this experience when you first learn compression. There's like all these rules that you're supposed to do, and you think that you know what you're doing, and a lot of times that you're following like this rote thing, and then one day you actually hear what it's doing, and you go, "Holy fuck, I've been doing this wrong for the."
Want to give you my
6
story?
years.
Because my story is kind of backwards.
Sure.
I didn't understand compression until I got a physical hardware 1176.
Yeah, dude. When you really are feeling what the knob is doing, it's a different.
No, not even that. It's just like watching the needle and being fascinated by the needle.
Word.
Right.
Yeah. See, for me personally, it was the same thing, but with like a FET. It was a VST FET compressor and drums.
You're used to looking at a screen, right? Because we're seeing compression, like even just seeing it, right? But seeing something actual needle react to music, like physical audio is passing through it, it's like it changes how you see it, and then understanding because
that's true.
Because like when you get vocals, right? I compress them on the way in, but you would think most people would think like most like amateur mixers would think, oh, they're already compressed, I don't need to do anything to them anymore. But like they're still dynamic, but it's like you're trying to hear how dynamic it is in the context of everything else.
Right, because it's totally instrument, voice, song dependent.
Yeah,
that's something I was really blessed on that, man, because before I got into mixing, I was a drummer, and I mean I am a drummer, but and I'm probably better at drums than anything else that I play. And so just being able to like, when you get to a certain level with drums, you can hear the dynamics of like a small hit versus a high hit versus an accent. Like they all have completely different feelings.
Well, it's that like micro like scoped in like the microscope, right? Because
absolutely,
it's like if you're building a contact library.
Well, and real quick, it depends on what because the way I look at compression, I look at most effects like this. There's like 2 different types of ways you can use it. You can use it 1 to clean and tune and tighten, or you can use it 2 to completely change and distort and modify. And so like you can use a mix and a balance of both of those. Like you might use one compressor to like really dial in the actual dynamics, and then you might use another compressor in a much less of a mix. Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like that's what I do because I use a distressor for tracking because that's clean, and then I use a bluey at the afterwards for the color.
Word.
Right. And those are
I'm still trying to work on hearing it.
So we're going to do a class on that, dude. For me personally, something that was a gigantic game changer was taking drum. And the reason I was telling my drum story is like
actually sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. It's an exciting topic. I know.
I was going to say that thing I showed you with the global sampler, which was a rolling sampler. That thing the process audio, right? So you can actually see the waveform get compressed
and seeing it is super, super, super fucking helpful. But I found for me, like looking at it actually confused me because I'm a little bit but I don't know. I found hearing it was much easier. Like when you can hear. Like drums are just such a good example. A good, nice crack of a snare is going to have a really powerful attack and like a huge drop off and then like a nice little trail, especially if you're like in a room.
Well, compression is also so different, right? So it's hard. I mean, the goal is to understand, like, to hear it, but like you also got to understand the different types of compression, right? So like, I don't mean like FET or tube compression. I mean like the ones that are like the threshold is based on the input, or the threshold is a dedicated knob, right?
Sure.
Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you have to understand conceptually what it is, and then you also have to understand hearing it, which are two different things. That's a really good point. But yeah, just for me personally, like even getting into really doing that, because it was like one of those things, I understood it conceptually, and I understood in practice what you're supposed to do. I understood what it was supposed to sound like, but I didn't understand how to like intuit what my ears were hearing versus what the knob, like I didn't make the connection and connect it all. And once I did that, even though I wasn't as good at it, I was able to then get the feedback of like, oh, okay, this is working, this isn't working, this style makes sense for this. Oh, that's why that wasn't working, because I was just doing this because I was supposed to, not because I was listening to what it was actually doing.
Something that's helped me recently is understanding how compressors play something in the mix depth-wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like understanding the example I tell everyone to do that's pretty easy. If you have like an 1176 style compressor and you have it on a lead vocal, and you do the classic settings, so for attack and release, so attack at 12 o'clock and then release fast as it could go, right? You know that setting, that right?
Yeah, of course.
CLA settings basically. If you dial back the release to be slower and slower, you will hear like on a lead vocal, you would hear the vocal get further back into the mix. Like
yeah,
that's right.
So
I mean,
like,
you're essentially adding a reverb to it, if you think about it.
It's not adding reverb. It's just keeping it compressed for longer and keeping it pinned back, right?
Right,
So
but what is that doing to the
You're
signal?
not
It's
using some bullshit plugin, number one, and you're not fucking with your dynamics with EQ. So it's better to use compression and gain stage.
That's just a way to hear how the release is, to hear the release and how it acts.
So what, by definition, what is release doing?
Release is the amount of time it takes for the compressor to not be compressing anymore.
Correct. So the longer the
compression
release
is,
right.
The longer it stays compressed. Right?
Correct. So the longer the release is it adding more signal or is it taking signal away?
It's taking signal away.
Incorrect.
No, because if it's keeping it compressed for longer, so it's not
right. And so what happens when you add the makeup gain?
Well, that's post, so it doesn't affect. That's post release.
Incorrect.
Yes.
So that makes up for the volume change in your compression, because when you compress, you're taking away VU power and energy by compression. The release will allow it to release the compression once it hits that particular level. The attack is the amount of how fast it attacks with the transient or whatever you're trying to compress.
I need
the
Donny
makeup volume.
I know Donny would be on my side on this one. It'd be lit.
That brings the gain back up to where you were, because generally I will use a preamp into a compressor to throw a heavy signal, so the compressor works like even in a plug-in. That's why people don't know how to use a plug-in, because they're not throwing a high gain into the compression. They're just taking the normal gain signal out of their track. I personally use a preamp, sometimes tube, sometimes opto, some type of amp, depending upon the chain that I'm using. I throw it into the compressor an extra 5 dB high. That enables the compressor to work like a real compressor does on a real console board. Then you adjust it to the compression that you want. That will reduce the amount of gain that your preamp throws in there. And to adjust it back in so that you don't have to touch your fader in your track, you either add or reduce the makeup gain in the end. That's how it works.
Well, if it's compressing, then the signals are automatically kind of decreasing in volume.
That's exactly right, but then when you
okay, so when you're gain staging, you want the output to match the input, right?
Yeah.
So by definition, that means you're adding gain. So if I take something and squeeze it down,
right,
and then bring it back up,
you didn't mention the context of
Well, that's compression. That's what you do with compression.
Well, you didn't mention the context of gain staging to match your input and output, because that's separate. But just,
no, it's not. And let me make this point. Let me make this point real quick, because if you don't gain stage that way, then your compression is not accurate.
Yeah. Well,
right?
Here's the thing. I was gonna say, like, in the context of just the attack and release, what that's doing outside of the audio source, outside of like the context of the audio, but only talking about the release part of the compressor circuit, it's just the release is coming down the volume.
No, it releases the pressure. Compression is
It's
basically
timing
pressure.
it's
So
timing
what
For
the
the
you're doing
folks at
is
home, you
you
see
wanna
how
look at-
exciting and complicated we've already made
No,
this? We
this is
can't even
very
agree
simple,
on
man.
release.
If you look at this like a
Compression
water
is
pipe,
magic.
if you're
Yeah, it
looking
is.
at this like water going through compression through a water pipe, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sound and water are basically work the same way as electricity and water. They all work the same. They work on the same principles of physics. So if you're looking at this like a water pipe and you're pushing a bunch of water, what you want to do to get the compressor to work right so that you can clamp down on it better and get the features of what that type of compressor does, because they all do different things, as you know. But you always want to increase the amount of pressure coming into any compressor.
I actually really
amplifying.
disagree with that. I really
Yeah.
disagree with that.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
No,
You
no.
always put a higher gain into a compressor so that the compressor will operate properly.
The only reason
Can I
why
tell you
just take a normal
what you got,
signal
Abe?
at 6 dB, you put it into a compressor,
There is a
and
6
then
dB
it's
again.
not going to compress properly because the compressor's not reacting properly, and then you're adding makeup gain. Then you're creating distortion on the back end of your compressor.
You have it
to
exactly
have more-
backwards.
Yeah. So
Right,
No,
Abe?
I don't.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
Do this
only-
Yeah,
all
you-
the
you're
time,
putting
dude.
you're
I
putting
use multiple compressors.
the only
to get
reason why
my
you'd put a
final
gain stage
gain.
before like a
And-
preamp is because
Always.
when tracking is that's how you get signal into a compressor to get it at line level.
That's right. So I increase my gain.
But you're doing it
into
in
a
the box. You
compressor.
don't need to do that in the box.
Absolutely, they work the same exact way.
No, it doesn't.
They
And
work
even
exactly-
even
yes,
if you
they do.
even
The fuck
if
they
you're trying to
don't.
mimic working on a console too, that's not how it works either because they're not using preamps on the
But that is
console.
exactly
You're
how
using
they
line
work,
amps.
and that's why everyone
And
doesn't
line
know
amps
how
are-
to use
line amps are-
You
compressors.
saw a
We're
line
clean.
level on the box, man.
And line level is cleaner than preamps too.
Right, so you're just cooking
Adding
at
ex-
6 dB
You're
before
just
you do anything.
adding extra gain, adding extra color.
And let me give you
Nope.
let's say real quick, let's say you don't agree with that. Let's put that to the side. I'll give it to you. But let me tell you another reason why. Another reason why your threshold, your attack and your release are all logarithmic, right? So it's exponential, not linear. Which means if you're sending in 6 dB more signal in the front end, you're basically sending whatever 4 times that is into the other ones exponentially. So like the more you increase the knob, it's doubling. So you basically just gave yourself a whole octave less of precision with your ability to control it. That's why all compressors have a makeup gain. That's why they have that. Because if I take it's all about ratios, right? So if I have 1 dB and 4 dB and I have a 4-to-1 compressor, right? Like let's assume the threshold is cranked, right? It's going to take this 4-to-1 relationship and make it a 1-to-1 relationship, right? So the whole signal overall average volume has just gotten smaller. So now when I hit it with the makeup gain, the whole entire signal becomes larger, modified, and completely different than what it was before.
Depends on the
Also-
compressor. If you use
also,
an
to add on
LA2A,
to that-
for example, dude,
Hold
I
on,
just
let
went
me
through this
let
the
me
other
add on
day
to what
with
Z
Berlin.
said. So part of the compressor sound, like say a blue stripe 11.6, right? Everyone like knows that it's famous for distortion, right? Part of that is driving that input to get the level you want out of it, anyways. So if you
And some are built to have hotter inputs and harder thresholds, and some are built
That's
like the
part
FET
of my
compressors
point.
that we're talking about are not designed to be cranked on the output.
Yeah, so like on my interface, in my insert loop on my interface, I have it harder for my 1176 Bluey than I do for everything else on my converters.
Word.
It
And you
depends on
guys
the
know it's like there's a
compressor.
sweet spot where it sounds
if you
best.
use an LA2A, if they have an input gain built into the compressor, that's different. But if you're using, for an example, specifically an LA2A, it does not have no input gain. It's automatic on top of that. If you want that LA2A to perform properly, you have to throw a harder, hotter signal into it to get the coloration, and you can change the gain to get the coloration that you want because it doesn't have the input, and it may have and it doesn't even have output gain. It's got 2 fucking knobs on it, basically, most of them. So you don't have the ability where it has like a preamp built into the compressor. So certain compressors.
Are you talking about Lou? Are you talking about hardware or the plug-in versions?
It doesn't matter if it's hardware or plug-in. The
Because the
plugins
hardware
are
has-
designed to
the
be
hardware has
exactly.
a-
You're wrong.
The
You're
hardware has a
absolutely
threshold.
wrong.
A lot of the hardware units.
If you think that these compressors at the digital level do not work exactly the way that the hardware thing does,
Why would
I'm
they?
telling you
They,
right
they
now,
literally can't.
through
That's
years of
impossible because
mastering school,
digital
I'm telling
digital
you right now,
clipping
you are wrong.
digital clipping is
You're
not analog
flat.
clipping. Digital gain
That's
distortion
what I
is not.
said.
Also-
That's the whole
also-
entire
Compressor
reason.
and lux. For
Also, in the
example,
hardware
with your
units, they
drum
have a
bus,
threshold
you throw a hotter drum kick
control
into a compressor, into whatever compressor that you're compressing. If you do not throw a higher gain into a compressor, you're squashing and squishing, and anti-aliasing a file. You're creating information, and then you're relying on the plugin when you turn it back up, so it's making up information and throwing gain out the backside. That is distortion. That is not.
You have it
that is
backwards,
not-
my friend. You
No,
have it
it's
backwards.
not, dude.
The
It's
no,
not.
because
It's not.
because in a digital
This will be 2
environment.
years of school of this intensively. I know exactly what I'm talking
You
about.
get a refund.
Well,
You guys have it back.
I respectfully disagree with you on this. And to be fair, bro, this is like something that a lot of people debate
I
on. It's
did
not
this
like
live for a living, dude.
Sure,
okay?
sure.
And
I mean,
it's the
I've
same
done
thing
it
when
for a
you're
living
moving
for a
the
long time.
plugin.
You're appealing to authority. Let's have the debate. So, and I hear you. I hear where you're coming from. But let
I'm not
me
saying
let me
all
just.
compressors. I'm saying many.
No,
compressors. Most of the
I think you
compressors-
do have a point. In the analog world, what you're saying is true and factual. But in the digital world, all that does is add digital distortion, which is not good.
All of the SSL plugins work exactly like the boards that they represent.
That's fine. That's fine. But
100%.
Donnie, I mean Lou. Sorry, I don't know why I keep mixing you guys up today.
If you're using the 9000 console or any of the plug-in compression stuff, then you're using because I have
right.
the
But
heater.
I understand.
You clip-
But let me
you
let me
clip
address
your
something.
gain on the front
I
end,
hear you.
and
I
then
hear you, brother.
compress it through the
I
heater.
hear what
That's
you're
how it
saying, but
works.
I understand what you're saying. All digital line levels beyond a certain point, like this is why you don't record a digital interface like beyond inputs of -18 or -12 or whatever, because anything beyond that is adding digital clipping. Versus if you go lower, you can add it up and not you can boost it once it's in without adding that digital distortion. But on the
Compressors are
physical, if you
analog. So what you're mixing apples and oranges, you're totally talking about two separate things.
no, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're
We're not
talking
doing
about. We're
digital
talking about.
compression. There is no fucking thing. It's analog.
Yes, it is.
It's
What do you mean?
No, it's not.
Compressors are
running
not
in
analog
zeros,
if it's in the
but it's-
box. By definition, they're digital.
Replicating the analog signal.
It's
so
simulating.
All of the curves
It's
and matter of
simulating.
fact, most of them don't even do what the actual.
It's still
gear does.
binary.
It's
But
totally
but
separate
Lou, real
species.
quick, I got a question. Why do we use outboard gear?
Why do we use outboard gear?
Yeah.
Because well, as far as like what mastering or for mixing or for what
Any of it.
way? That's
Any of it.
pretty
Why do
open-ended.
people? Why wouldn't we all be in the box forever if it sounded the
Well,
same?
most people are these days because a lot of the analog stuff these days.
True, and it might be 98% imperceptible, but there's a 2% that's never, like vinyl's
Yeah.
never going to be digital. It's not the same
And
thing.
you think that the
Like there's no
the-
sampling on
the
vinyl.
distributions aren't fucking up your
Like
shit.
even
So,
though I
yeah,
can,
you
I can
might
mix
be
the
able to
box,
do
there's
it
a reason why
vinyl.
I still track with.
Wait, hang
analog gear.
on. Let's talk one at a time because everybody's making good ass points over here. I want to hear what you guys have to say. This is
Okay.
fun.
I'll go first. I'll just take the lead. No, but
Yeah, go for
there's a reason why I track and I track with analog gear on the way in, even if I'm gonna mix in the box on the way in, because
And there's a reason Donnie bounces it out to analog gear too.
So here, if you see my screen, I have pulled up RIA insert. Do you know what this is? Z?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is for hardware inserts. So it's a real quick side. So going back to the, I have it's not gonna work here because I have a different interface, but I have a preset for my Bluey here. I just pull up real quick, but so when it comes to like gain staging, so actually, fun fact, this is actually pretty cool. I don't like change my settings on my Bluey at all, even for my input or for my output, because I have the sweet spot on the threshold for that, or I guess with the input and output. So instead of changing my actual Bluey itself, I actually automate the input to send and return level. I could automate it for different sections too, which is really insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I basically could automate the threshold of my Bluey, my hardware unit, and not have to touch it at all.
It's cool, dude. People in the 70s would have shit their pants. Like if the Beatles had this kind of shit, bro, they would have made the craziest music. Nobody would even listen to it. It would have been too crazy.
Like what's also crazy is like automating a compressor because like I said with the 1176 the threshold is dependent on the input, right? So it's like being able to automate that too is kind of insane.
I mean, I would argue all compressors, the threshold is dependent on the input. That's the
Yeah,
whole
it
thing.
is.
It's like they're all. It's a complex relationship between those three things, and it's all dependent on like what you think sounds best.
Because
for
on
that
a
situation.
hardware LA2 or LA3, if you open it up on the circuit board, there's a potentiometer with it used with a flathead screwdriver to twist and it'll adjust the range of the threshold.
Oh wow,
That's how they stereo match them.
wow, that's crazy. I didn't even know that.
Yep. Fun fact. I'm the hardware nerd. I'm the hardware king.
What do you think, Lou? What do you got to say to that?
I can hear the difference, and I know that's the way it works. I've proven it. I do it all the time. You say you know nothing
We
about
should do it.
mastering.
We
Well, I do, and I'm telling you right now.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you know nothing
believe-
about math. I didn't say
I'm
that.
not saying that every single compressor out there
You're
is
smart.
the same. But in the analog world, it's absolutely true, and they're very
For sure, I agree. I agree in the analog world,
as far
for
as
sure.
the analog stuff, we're talking about in the box. For example, specific example, the SSL suite, all of it. It is all to design. It's all designed exactly like you sit down to that particular console using those compression tools. Their LA2A. It's all the same. So if you are going to be using compression in the console, your input gain from your signal from your track, I take it to the point where it clips on the input gain, so that my compression in the console particular instance, without any other plugins, all plugins are the same anyhow, but specifically in the SSL, to get the SSL, the sound and the coloration of all that, you clip the front end, you do all your compression, and then you do your mixing back in to your track
So,
at the
quick
level
question:
that
you
want it.
you clip it going in, so you're going in
Yeah,
at like
I
zero.
clip my input. Yeah, I take it all the way up until
That's
it's
crazy
blinking
work.
red.
That's
Have
crazy.
you ever worked on an SSL console? Have you worked on any real console? Because
yeah,
you're telling
but
me you don't even
again,
know how to use yours.
no,
I mean,
no,
'cause
no,
what I'm
no,
trying to
no.
tell you is that you're not understanding how these things work in the first
Yeah.
place.
So
No,
I clip with my on the input, but I attenuate on the output, just to color. But I don't clip like the actual like in the digital domain. Like I don't clip like.
I clip in the analog domain. So what I'm doing is
Yeah,
I'm
that
taking
we've
have
agreed on
if I have
analog.
a track that's 6, let's say it's 6 RMS peak, and I'm putting it into an SSL. We'll call it the free control strip, or a G, whatever. and then I'm also using the bus compressor too. Okay, in concert with that. When I take that 6 dB level into my console, the first thing I do, if it generally, I know this is not always, but if I'm looking to introduce coloration and some type of saturation and compression and the things that SSL consoles do, they do lots of things in a control strip in concert with the bus compressor. The first thing I do is I get the maximum amount of input to the point where it's turned all the way up to the point where it blinks red on the input. Then I do all of my coloration, and then I turn it down to level it with my quote the fader inside the console.
Okay, Lou, I get it.
To get it to the level that I want going out.
You're
So I
just
take
explaining it
6
a little
dBn,
wrong, Lou.
Hold on. 6 dB in. I crank it all the way up until it starts clipping in the red. And then what I do is then I do all of my adjustments with either my EQ, my high pass, my low pass, my expansion, the order of whether I'm doing compression or EQ first, and all the stuff you can do in an SSL console. And then I do all of my compression. And then on the way out, after I've done all of that, I then dial it into my mix to where I want it. The exact same way a real analog board works. I do this for all of my plugins.
Okay.
You cannot
So
do it or
Z,
not believe me, but that's the way it's done.
Okay, Lou, you kind of just explained that a little wrong. Not wrong, but like a little odd. So Z, he's not clipping it in Reaper if like on the
I understand
track.
now. Yeah, he's talking about analog. That's fine.
He's clipping the plugin within itself and attenuating on the
Which is totally fine. But that we agreed to that like 3 times, and that wasn't what I was talking about. But that's okay. That's okay.
Z, you're talking about like at a certain point.
Well, because he made the claim, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but he made the claim that like if I use a VST FET compressor, that instead of cranking the input knob on the FET compressor in the plugin, which simulates what we're talking about,
using a game,
he's saying that he would send it. He's saying that he would send it in plus 12 or plus 6 or whatever, which to me is fucking
If it
crazy.
doesn't have an input gain built into it, I send it in hot or I use a
Well,
preamp.
and
because
my
not all
my thing,
compressors have
and
that.
I hear you, but on VSTs, I've never seen one that doesn't ever. Because that's the whole
Okay,
point,
the
and that was the point that I
LA2A.
was making. So that's why I was
Yeah.
confusing.
LA2A
I have an
doesn't have that.
LA2A that, yeah, but it's doing it automatically. That's the whole point. Like, it's
That's the whole
simulating it.
point. you're
Yeah,
not
but
getting
that's
full effect
different
out of
than
LA2A
sending it.
unless you throw a
That's
hot
different
signal.
than, I understand, but like, so if I have a signal in Reaper that's -6, that, or let's say -12, a vocal, right, and I have it sitting in
Right.
an entire mix, and I throw
Okay.
the LA2A on there, right, and then I start playing with it and doing, I'm not gonna bump it up 12 dB before it goes in.
No,
right?
but 3 or 4 dB.
That's what
will get
I'm
better
saying.
Color.
That's all I'm saying.
A couple dB into
Fair
it.
enough, maybe.
There's only so
Maybe.
much color you could get out of
I
something
can
like that
hear.
anyways.
It depends on how much color you want, right, Abe? It's
And
all
it depends on the
but-
plugin and all that, but for me personally, like, to me, I would be super hesitant with that because it's going to add digital clipping doing it that way.
Yeah,
in
it's
my
the
understanding.
law of diminishing returns with gain, right? At a certain point, everything is going to sound
Digital
the same.
specifically. And
Yeah,
like
so,
with digital, you can go up pretty fucking high without much. But it's like if I'm putting on an analog simulation plugin, why would I want to send digital clipping into that? Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe I'm
At some point with digital, it's all going to become the same noise.
I'm not saying I'm sending it at -1, dude. If I've got like something that's coming in at 10, and I want to add some LA2A, which has you have less control over.
No,
I
that
will
makes sense.
adjust the
I hear you
input
now.
gain because I don't have the control, but I want the effect.
That makes sense.
So I will
That makes sense.
change that and add gain. In some cases, in some recordings, and some stuff where you want to add compression, where there's no energy, for example, a cymbal or a ride or a high percussion, there's no energy in a high frequency. So that's when, to get the right coloration out of it, you need to crank the shit out of your input gain into that compressor because there's no energy associated with the high frequency. So you add it by putting more volume and power into it. Then you make your adjustment, and then you control your makeup gain, which is not always turning it up. Sometimes it's turning it down. Until
It should
you
always
get the
be
color
turning it
and
up
the flavor that
in a
you
way.
want, is my point. It all
Well,
depends.
in Lou's case, like, if you're basically using it as a saturator, then you would need to turn it down. So that, I actually think that makes a lot of sense. I guess in my mind, I was thinking of that as like a general rule for compression, and I was like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, but I get what if it's only a couple of dB going in just to get that little extra oomph if you're pushing it.
That's
for,
exactly what I'm talking. I'm not talking
for
like throw
yeah, no, that
6
like I
dB
think
on
I
a
honestly
6
think I
dB
was
track.
misunderstanding what you were saying because that totally makes sense to me.
Z, you thought he was like clipping on the actual track and Reaper itself.
Yeah, and he's like,
Well,
you
you
have
thought
to
I was
clip it
just
or it doesn't
turning the
work with
shit all the way
compression. I
up.
was like, what? What do you mean?
No, man,
does
this
that
This
does
isn't
work.
Michael J. Fox turning up the amps in Back to
Yeah,
the
right?
Future shit. I'm
Z,
not.
Yeah,
talking
literally. I'm like,
about
no.
that, dude.
Z,
See,
that
we
actually,
do agree.
No,
We
that's
do
not
agree.
what I
Z,
meant.
there's a hybrid
No.
Z. Z, there's a hybrid
understand.
of clipping your converters when you send it to outboard gear. You
Mhm.
clip your converters on the way in. It's cool sometimes. It can be cool sometimes.
Yeah,
depending-
well, I mean, for an effect or something, sure, man. But
Well,
like, as
no,
a,
it's
like
like
if
the
I'm
snare
going for
drum.
clean, yeah, if I'm going for clean, smooth, high quality, pristine, high end vocals, that seems like really scary to me.
yeah, but like clipping on converters is really scary. But it depends on the converters, right?
Right. No, that's
Because-
definitely true.
Because I
That's
tried
definitely true.
what are those burrow converters, and those clip nice. Like it's like clipping to tape. It's like clipping onto tape.
Yeah,
It's
and
like-
that was the thing too. Like, if you have the gear that is calling for that, that's totally a different thing for sure. But
I
I'm
mean,
just
if you
like,
got 100
because I
grand
got a
for
lot of
gear
in the
and you've got a
box
block, yeah, go
shit,
for it.
so I
dude.
wouldn't
I'm
do that
all
shit
for
in
it.
the box. But that makes sense. Cool. Okay, so I was trying to ask you guys a question like 30 minutes ago, and I know we're going pretty late, so I want to get this
I
out
don't
before
care.
we jump off. And I appreciate how when you guys are using channel strips,
Mhm.
like, and you're using mastering plugins, and you're using, let's just say, limiters, like, are you really careful about where you do that in the chain? Are you only doing that once or twice? Because I see a lot of people, like, you know, they throw 2, 3, 4 limiters on one vocal, or a limiter
insane.
on the
I
drum
don't-
bus, or a
I don't
limiter
mix-
on the snare, and a
In the
clipper,
order
and
that the track needs it for what the track needs. There is no always
That's
or never.
roughly-
sure,
It all
and
depends on
I
what have.
totally agree with that.
I
But
know
like in a
that's not the
typical,
answer you're looking for.
no, it's a perfectly good answer. I guess
I
a
don't
better
mix-
way to word it would be like, typically when you're mixing a full band, do you find yourself doing?
I don't mix with the limiter at all.
Are you mixing or mastering? You're asking two questions. Which one are you asking? Because
So I kind of do this freakish thing where I kind of do both at the same time, and it's gross.
Like you bypass it here and there every now and then.
Yeah, and well, the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to really get my mind wrapped around like latency and overhead, and like which I have a pretty solid basic understanding, but just as far as like how I can absolutely push it to the maximum, like how I can get the absolute most without
When I mix, I
for
don't
live
mix,
recording.
the reason why I don't mix with the limiter on is because like it's capping everything out, right? Like say you have it like -3 or whatever, right? -3 dBs like for the peak. Well, then if I'm pushing my snare into it, then I'm not gonna really, at a certain point with my snare fader, I'm not gonna really hear any changes, right? But then if I take the limiter off for to mastering, but then I was pushing into it already, so then everything's gonna be going past it or like past that point, so the mix is gonna be balanced completely differently.
Because
that
that's
make
not
sense?
how you mix into a limiter.
Yeah, but why?
What you mean?
No,
Explain.
because you're talking about RMS and you're mixing into the limiter on RMS. What you do is you set your foundation in RMS for, say, your kick, your bass, your vocal, whatever, just as a preset in the -5.
But the snare is
Once
always
all
allowed
that's
to.
set in it, hold on,
For
let me
me, it's
finish. In the
yeah.
snare around -5. I'm not saying it's an always, but in general, you want to get your basic components mixed into a certain set. Whatever the number is, it changes. Let's say a rock and roll song like I normally do. I'm doing everything around 5 RMS. I get those dialed in to the sound and the texture that I want for those components. Then what I do is I disregard the VU meter. I'm out of the digital realm forever. It's over. I'm not going back. I just do it as a setup, right? Then what I do is I will use a limiter because now I want to change to LUFS. The reason why you change to LUFS because that's overall track volume. You're changing the different type of measurement. So when you mix into a limiter, I'm mixing it as if I want to have 2 or 3 dB to get it to -7 or 6 in my master. So when I'm mixing it just below the mastering level so that when I do go back and master it, it's nice and even and I'm not fixing problems. So I'm presetting an RMS, then I'm bringing everything up to around -10, -9, as far as bringing my limiter up on those foundational properties. Then I am mixing around everything, and by the time I'm done, I'll be around -9 LUFS. I will bounce my track without the limiter, and then I will go back and master it, and I won't have any fucking surprises. That's how I do it. It works 100%. Black
quick
Pearl
questions.
taught me how to do that.
2 quick questions.
exactly
How
what-
much headroom do you have? And then why do you bounce? Do you have to bounce? Is that just what you like to do
Well,
so
what I
that you
do is
don't have like
I will
inconsistencies with
bounce it
plugins
without
and
the
stuff like that?
limiter. Or I'll bounce it out with the limiter, whatever it is, it is. So when I
Well, so
bring
the
it
reason
into
I
my
the reason I
mastering
phrase it that
track-
way, real quick, I don't mean to
Yeah.
interrupt you, but I really just
Yeah.
want to clarify because
Whatever
I
it
know
is,
you
it is.
said that you mix into like a pre-master, which is what I usually do.
Yep, me too.
And so
Right.
like why not just for like hypothetical sake, why not like just print that and then master in the same project? Is there a reason you
because
don't
it's
do
going
that?
to saturate it, and that whatever the characteristics of that limiter is going to imprint that and molest.
But I'm
your
saying
fucking mix.
before you do that. So like let's say you have it going into your pre-master, let's call it, right? And then you print that with nothing on it, and then you send that into a new master. Why not do it that way? Is there a
Well,
reason?
the
not
reason
to?
why I do that is I don't want to bounce. I want to turn the limiter off for my bounce. So whatever those levels are, I will bring that back up in the master by simply adding that back using a limiter to move it back in. But now I have it all summed together, right? So I've sent it out as a track without the limiter. Obviously,
Right.
I'm going to bring that into my master and I'm going to bring that all up to level, but it will all be in balance. If you're going to go out and try to push out that track and send it out and bounce it at a -9 LUFS mix through the limiter and then try to master that, you're going to lose all your dynamics. You're going to lose everything
For
because
sure.
whatever that limiter, it's going to totally molest and fuck up
Yeah,
your track.
Of course.
So it's
of course. But what
already
I'm
kind of jamming it together and pushing all this energy in there where I don't want that. I want the dynamics. I want the
Right.
balance of the track without the limiter. And then I will remaster it knowing that I'm going to do all these things during my mastering chain to get it up to the -7
No,
or
I
6.
I get what you're saying. That we've established that, and I totally agree with that. I guess my question, maybe I'm not phrasing it well. So like, if you summed it all to one master track in Project A, right? Rock song, mixed complete, summed it to one master track, let's call it a submaster in Project A.
Yes.
Why not just do that exact same process in the same project, but like just send it to a new, like no limiter, don't bake it with the limiter on, turn the limiter off, bake it, print it, render
couple
it,
reasons.
and then yeah,
Couple reasons. One is when I get to the point where my mix is done, the last thing I want to do, I need to make a commitment. I need to make a decision. And if I've already mixed it in the master, a lot of those things have been fixed. And when you sum them together, that's going to change the overall profile of your entire track. So what I want to do is I don't want to be able to go down and reach and start fucking with my track anymore. I want to make a decision, and then I want to go and fix and do anything by bringing the volume up. And, once it's all been, crammed together as one stereo or multi, whatever.
That makes sense. That makes a ton of sense.
And I want to print that as kind of like, as a single track. So when I bring it into my master, now I'm assessing this is what this print is. Now, if I bring it into my master and there's things that I don't like, I will go back and adjust things like, I kind of, in my mixes, I leave a lot of the bass out. I kind of keep my bass about 2 dB, even 3 in some cases, because I can't take bass out of a master, but I can add it. So I will make my bass a little bit thinner and add that energy and
that gives you that little bit more control with your mastering plugins too, because of the Fletcher Munson and shit.
It covers up your 500. Now you're fixing problems. So in my mixes, I make them a little thin. From 500 down, I thin them out a little, and my curve is a little more flat and a little more tapered off. And I don't do these hard cuts in my mix. I still want that low end in my mix in case I still need it. But I don't want to overpower my mids, which will then fucking bleed into my transients and the clarity of my high end, especially with a rock song, as you know. So I will taper that off in my mix, knowing that when I take it to my master, I can always add more bass. I can always add that, because that's a fucking ton of energy. But what the hell are you going to do between 400 or 120 and the 12? You have problem areas. Obviously, it's generally 500, sometimes in the little 650, 800 area, 1200. That's your problem areas. That's pretty much in a master where you're probably going to be doing some subtle notching to clear those up. But if you throw too much bass in, now you've wasted all your energy, because you only have so much energy in any particular track. So if you put way too much shit in that bottom end, you've got nowhere to go to make any changes in the mid, because the bass has sucked it up. You can't suck it back out. It's mono. You can't you side it out, because then it gets muddy and fucking phasey. So if it's not right in the mix, right? You understand where I'm going with that? So
100%. That makes total sense. That was a really good answer.
You cannot do anything in your master to fix it. So when I work with people for mastering, I'm like, I'll go back and forth, and I'm like Josh all the time. He knows now. Like, he'll take a mix and be like, oh, your bass isn't hot. And people start telling him to turn his bass up in his mix. I'm like, don't tell Josh that shit. I just broke him of that, right? So I want it to be a few dB less. Because,
that's awesome.
Like I said, it gives me the ability to put more energy into the vocal, into the guitar, into the keyboards, into the solos, and not destroy my high end, because the bass sucked up all the energy. Now my mids and my
so like when you push it, it goes like this instead of like this. Yeah, no, totally. That makes sense, man. That makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I do, and that's why my masters will blow your fucking head off your neck, because my bass kicks. My bass kicks because they're clear and they're not muddy, because the mixes have less on the low end and the very low mid.
You're letting that shit breathe
going into my master, right? So if I want more of that, it may be defined very well, but it's not just overwhelmingly just like 2 or 3 dB. Like, it sounds great in your mix in your studio, but when you go to master it, you have created a problem that I can't fucking solve, because of the fact that you've summed it up and you've sent it out, and obviously it kind of saturates and everything bleeds together. So that bass will just tidal wave over top all of your really nice low gritty guitar stuff, the bass, when you sum it out, muds it up, and then you wonder, like, why does my master sound like hammered dog crap? Because you put way too much low end on your fucking final mix and send it to your mastering guy, and he can't pull it out once you put it in.
Is it my turn now?
Go for it, Abe.
Okay,
Jump in, bro.
No, I don't really worry about.
You said a lot of good shit though, Lou. Good answer.
So I don't really worry about
That's how I do it.
levels or a certain number because I feel it doesn't really matter to me that much because I'm testing a friend's plugin right now and I could get stuff. It pushes everything up in volume. I could get stuff with positive LUFS if I wanted to, and it'll be super clean. It's super clean, right? So I don't worry about that. So what I mainly focus on when I'm mixing is just getting everything because I work in modern metal, right? So everything's really dense mix wise. So I'll just focus on getting things as dense as possible, and I'll push everything up to where I want it volume wise, and then I'll throw a limiter on there just as a safety net, because a limiter could color the signal too much if you have it too much.
What do you have it on? Because a lot of times when I'll mix with a limiter, I'll have it like 1 dB.
Mine will be I just for fun. I would either do 1 dB. I go between. It just depends how I'm feeling. Honestly,
Gotcha.
I would either do negative 1 dB or negative 0.3.
Yeah, just to get those little just
0.3 is where I always leave all my bounce limiting out of reach.
Damn.
Yeah, that's the one thing we agree on, Lou, is negative 0.3.
Can you
And that's
see
just
it?
and that's just to protect it from digital clipping.
Threshold or output or both?
Output. Both.
It doesn't matter if it's a master, doesn't matter if it's a mix. I want a hard limit at 0.003.
Lou, are you talking threshold or output or both?
Output. When I bounce my track out,
What do you have your threshold at?
hard limiter in the export system. There are not, it's not always, but in general, at least on my masters, it's 0.03.
Like my threshold is for me just to catch anything that's like one snare drum that might be coming through too much or whatever. It's just it's just a safety net. Like I said, I could get anything as loud as I need it to for what I want with this plugin, right? So all I gotta do is worry about getting the mix as dense as I want. So I don't really mix into a limiter at all. Because if I mix into a limiter, right, say I have I mix and then I turn on my limiter, right, halfway through, but then I want to adjust the snare volume later because the snare's the loudest thing. But at a certain point, the snare's not going to be increasing in volume, right? So it's like there's no
it like hard ceilings your mix basically,
and
which sucks for dynamic shit.
And then say I finished the mix, right, and I didn't realize that, and I take off the limiter to send to my mastering engineer, then all the levels are going to be messed up.
What limiter are you using? Are you using an SSL dynamic limiter that you're adjusting all this to?
I use Waves L1 or L2.
Use a
That's
what?
what I use usually.
L1
also.
or L2 or L3 or L4. I use them all. It just depends.
Do you mess with the release time and the classic legacy or whatever? I do. The release time is secret sauce, bro. Ooh, I'm telling you.
Yes, I do. And it all depends on the genre.
I mainly do stereo L2.
Mixing.
L2 stereo, whatever.
Dude, I'm telling you, play with that release time, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
My limiters aren't really doing anything either, right? Just catching like peaks.
Word. Yeah, I mean, if it's just doing that little shit, it's probably not a big deal. But
I could get stuff positive left, which is crazy. You ever heard something at positive 4 LUFS?
I don't know. I don't even know, to be honest. I don't really pay attention to LUFS as much, which I should.
I don't. Like I said, I just focus on getting things as dense as possible. Like going back to what we talked about Monday, like how I use I don't really use sidechaining. I use EQ, right, to get stuff tight.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yep.
So like, because I want my mixes are more dense than anything. So but I could always increase the volume to get them to a certain range of what I want to, as far as like peak.
I got you.
Right. So
yeah, see, I'm trying to use all them fucking tricks. I'll use it all. I'll use EQ. I'll use compression. I'll use like whatever.
Last thing I touch in any mix is a fucking EQ. The best way to destroy your work.
Like my mix bus, when I do top down mixing, my mix bus is just literally just an SSL bus compressor and then EQ. That's it.
Even for like bass or vocals, Lou, or kick and snare, even for those. It
depends. But if I'm trying to correct things in like someone's vocal or whatever, I'll eventually because
you try to EQ it at the mic.
No, well, yeah, you want the best recording.
Yeah, because I fuck with that. Ideally, if you could do that.
But my point is, this is what people do. They'll go in, and I have Kevin who's been doing this. I was like, dude, why is your same mix so fucked up on your end? What are you doing? Because when I'm going through all the tracks and I'm EQing, I was like, whoa! I was like, stop. That's why your shit's all fucked up. Because they mono things or buses and they go through and they EQ. And what they don't understand is they're not mixing in the context of the overall song. See, I play.
Oh, you mean like they solo everything and EQ it all
they like
surgical?
solo everything in buses and they're EQing things and they're turning them on. They're wondering why everything sounds like hammered
Solo
dog
in
shit.
front.
I'm like, you're not mixing in context.
That's not
And
mixing.
it's okay to go in and fix a problem and solo something, right? But I'm like, no, dude. Move
Actually,
everything, pan your stuff out, get it all centered, get it all volume, do everything. Don't touch
instead of
EQ.
soloing,
Don't
mute
touch
to find the
EQ.
problem. That's so. Here's
That's
an
a
example.
banger.
Here's an example,
That's
right?
a banger.
So
Just
you have
keep
a track,
cutting
right?
stuff until you feel the problem go away.
No, like it's like say you're trying to find harshness in a chorus, right? In a rock song, and you can't tell if it's guitars or cymbals. Mute the overheads or mute the guitars and figure out where the harshness goes away. Then you know where it's at.
Exactly. But that's not what I'm talking about. I don't even do that until everything is already panned, mixed, leveled, and everything is out. Because I
always do levels before I do EQ for sure.
Yeah, I do
levels
all
before
my panning,
EQ for
all
sure.
my levels. I do all that first. I don't touch anything in EQ. I hear the problems. Don't get me wrong. I hear what the problems are, but I try to fix them by doing the organization of the 3D or the 4D, however you want to talk about the 4D or the 3D cube, whatever. It all depends on what you're working. If you're working in surround sound, it's different than stereo.
Oh, Z, I just remember something.
But here, real quick, my point is I get all that done. Okay. And then what I will do is I will solo entire buses, like the drum track. I'll start in the basement in the drum track, and then I will do my compression on my snares and get all that balance and get my overheads matching so that my snare's not coming out of the right on the overhead when it belongs on the left. And I'll get all that shit straight, because that's causing all types of problems, right? If you've got a snare coming out of your right side and you've got it all panned, 30 degrees of center, and you got an overhead for some reason that it's coming out of your right speaker, that's a big fucking problem, dude. So you got to kind of either move that over and get everything all centered in the drum track, get your reverb, like a spring reverb, and your compression's all right. Get them all leveled out, unsolo it against everything, and see if problems go away. Then move into your bass, move into your guitar. The last thing you do is you pencil in and finish up the vocal once everything is done, because you don't know how to correct vocals until everything else is smoothed out. Now, I'm not saying this is an always thing, but that's just the general process. Notice how I didn't say the word EQ. I don't get into EQ until I'm trying to solve problems, and I stay away from the Pro Q4s and all that. I like using analog, like the Analog Obsession and the SSL analog EQs before I start dicking around with the dynamics. And this is the why. This is the why I've learned this the hard way and watching other people do it. You start doing dynamic EQ and you start targeting and notching shit all over the place. The problem with that is, okay, you solved the problem, but now you just create a mouse hole for something else to pop through that hole, right? So you start notching things out. Now suddenly you've got a new problem. Now you're chasing a rabbit hole. You notch this. Now something is poking through the hole that you made, right? So smoother analog EQs to get the dynamics better, and then very light, get it all fixed the best you can with smooth EQs using analog, old school EQs. And then if you need to use a Pro Q or a Kirchhoff to get things out of mids and sides and all that at the very, very, very end before you're sending it out to your master, then that's fine. But I do not use any of that, and I don't have all these problems. I don't have any of the problems that everyone keeps chasing. I'm like, I ain't got time to make problems and then try to fix them. That's stupid.
I actually do. I do a different. I do the inverse. I would use Pro Q just to clean up stuff, and then I would. So I don't want to say mainly for subtractive EQ, and then I use like a analog style plugin for additive EQ, but that's kind of what I'm doing in the sense that like I would clean up with Pro Q because it's just clean, right? So I could cut the low end, notch out some stuff here and there, and then I would use like a Neve style EQ to like boost, and because I want what that EQ is adding harmonically to the source.
You want to have the shelf overall in that frequency. Exactly.
I do something real similar with re EQ.
Yeah, the
I do the same
legendary.
kind of concept because it's super just like transparent
Clean.
for the
Yeah.
most part. And then for the
EQs, like the
additive
green,
stuff, I do the analog shit.
Yes.
Not always.
Like you-
Like it definitely depends. I definitely will
Yeah.
use what my ears are telling me.
Well,
but
also
in general,
the other thing I was
take
gonna tell you
that
too.
same
So
approach.
going back to the dynamic split thing too, Z. The reason why my free stuff is post fader, pre fader, post effects, because
Mhm.
it's because also too is so when I used to do dynamic split, and I would have get drums that are tracked with compression. It'll be hard for
Mhm.
the detection sometimes with my settings.
That makes sense.
So what I would do is I would duplicate all the shell tracks, right? So kick and snare tracks. I would duplicate them all, or just mainly it's like the closer mic. It's like the snare top or the kick in instead of kick out because it's closer to the actual source. I'll duplicate all of those. Then I'll get a transient designer, take down the decay 100%, and then boost the attack, and then print that down, and then have that. Then I group those tracks with the source track. So like
Jeez.
the raw.
Just do it all manually, basically.
Yeah, so it literally it would take.
With drums, it's the only way to do
It's
it.
a super clean transient of like each hit right directly. So there's no sustained, but all attack. So now I'll print those down. It's like my kick. I'll have a super transient basically of my kick, basically printed, and then I'll use that. I'll link that to my regular kick track. That's like the original one, and then I'll dynamic split the one that's affected with the trend designer, and then have super clean. It's like easier to detect.
Yep.
Or like I'll print them down into a bus that way, all my shell tracks, and then use the transient designer, and then every single shell hit is in that one track. It's just super clean transient.
Is the transient designer, is that a Reaper thing?
It's just an audio manipulation tool.
Okay.
Kick
Huh.
three, you
It's
can
it's
do
like
it
a
in
compressor
kick three,
EQ. It's a different category of plugin.
Cool.
Splice has
Yeah,
it for
that
free.
sounds dope.
So it basically,
Sounds dope.
bunch of
yeah, a
plugins.
transient designer shapes a transient. So like you have an attack and release, kind of like it's not a compressor, but you do have or attack and sustain. Basically, like say you have a snare drum, you increase the attack, it'll just increase the transients information. Or if you increase the sustain, it'll increase like the actual
How
note,
is that different than a compressor?
because it's not compressing. I don't know
It's
how to
shaping. The difference.
Hmm.
It's basically
It's
smooth
just the
clipping.
algorithm is different, basically.
yeah.
It's more like a smooth clipper
It's-
than a compressor.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
like
cool.
it's like
Hell yeah.
it's compressing without the it's compressing but without the compress part.
Yeah, it like does all that math for you, so it just spits out what you want. That's cool.
Yeah, like if you want, like I said, say if I want more sustain out of the snare, like more note out of the snare drum, all I got to do is adjust the sustain. But if I want more attack, it's turned off for that. And also the inverse, or I could decrease the attack so it's completely rounded.
Gotcha.
It sounds like you're hitting the drum with like a broom or something.
Word.
Or like
Word.
if
Yeah, that's like
I can also
I'll
get-
typically do that kind of management with compression, but I mean that sounds cool. Another tool to do it even more and better is always dope.
it's not better.
especially
It's
for
just
drums.
different.
Well, for
it's
that- for
different,
that
but my
particular
problem with
purpose,
all
you know what I
that
mean?
is you start losing the human and the real and the more live aspects when you start making things too perfect. And
For
that's
sure.
just my
It's a
thing.
balance.
you
Depends
know,
on the
like,
genre.
there's
It's
always
kinda
a
like
way
with-
you can do that.
It's
For
the same
certain
way like
genres,
a
it'd be great,
de-esser is
but
just an EQ at
what
like
I do-
whatever frequency.
Right.
not doing that.
Right. Exactly. I
But
got
it's
you.
just- So like the other tool, fun fact, I don't know if you tried this, but using de-essers on acoustic guitar for that pick that's just string sliding, or hand
Yeah,
sliding on
dude,
the string.
I'll use them for
All
all
the time.
kinds of shit, man.
I
I
use
use them for
DSers
all
all
kinds
over
of
the
shit.
place.
Yep.
Anywhere
No,
there's
smart.
transients and sibilants,
But also the
shakers,
yeah. So
Glides,
so an example of where I
cowbell.
use an example of where I used a trend designer recently was a tambourine, because like
Tambourine?
all you heard was like the attack of the tambourine because there's someone hitting it against their hand. So all I heard was just really sharp, whatever. But I wanted it to be more rounded, right? Like more like not less percussion, more like effect. I want the jingles more than the attack. So
Yeah.
I
You
threw on
want
a
it
trend
muted.
designer. I threw on the trend designer, and I turned the attack down, and it made the tambourine sound like it's being played further away because there's no attack.
do that with a compressor and just add dampening.
Yeah.
Use an API
Actually, that
API
reminds me.
compressor.
The only other time I use a limiter in a mix situation is like for limiting percussion.
Oh man, Joseph says it's 2:24 over there. It has to hit the hay. Yo, Joseph, appreciate you for staying up late with us, man.
There, Joe.
Hey, we'll
Later,
see you next
Joseph.
week. We're doing one on EQ next week if you want to pull up, bro.
Whenever Joseph talked today, is like
I'll be keeping it real simple because we got real wormholey today, but it was fun. We're gonna keep it real simple on that next one. So, hey, much love,
You
Joseph.
said
Appreciate
that last
you, bro.
week.
Yeah, but I let you guys get crazy. I let you guys were showing love, so I
It's
let
simple.
you take it
It's
over a
simple at
little
the start, at least.
bit. Yeah. I think for the new people, it really helps to just like keep it stupidly simple, just so they can wrap their brains around it and
Q
digest.
is.
Yeah, I'll tell
All
them
right,
straight
sounds
up.
good, Joseph.
Don't
We'll
use
see you there,
plugins.
man.
Gain volume panning. Don't use plugins. Gain volume panning. You reach for a plugin.
Z, do you know how hardware EQ
It's a
works?
mistake.
Like,
Yeah, I actually do. I
like
wrote a
how
little
like
article on
it
it in the
splits
course.
out like the signals into like isolates
bands.
those frequencies. Yeah, then it.
Yep, which is why like these old school ones right here have like the actual individual bands.
Yeah.
Which is to Lou's point, like you like when you first get into it, like I feel like this is the case with just about everything in music. And Joseph says it was okay as it was. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, it's like anybody who gets into music or into engineering, it's like, oh, reverbs. It's like, oh, EQ. Let's EQ everything. And it's like as you get more mature, you realize like, no, it's just like that sweet spot is all you need.
Yep.
And I definitely think like also understanding EQ and phasing or however you want to word it, but basically it destroys the signal if you overdo it. It can completely warp the original signal to the point of like unusability. So a lot of people who are just like
engineers of the world
blindly
use less.
correct. Yeah,
The
people who are
greatest
just
engineers of the
blindly
world all use
swiping
less.
everything. They're just destroying the signal.
It's
especially
like when
if
you
you're
first
using
learn
4,
to
5,
EQ
6, 7 of them.
It's like when you first learn notching on EQ notching on like electric guitars, rhythm guitars, and like you like notch like every little tiny frequency you can. Like, it's like every little whistle, and then
And
the
you're
guitar
like, why does this
sounds
shit sound like a fucking robot?
dead. And the guitar sounds dead and dry by the end of it.
Right. And there's
Yeah.
a time and a place for that, but especially with guitars. Guitars are a bitch, especially if you don't, because it's really easy to not get good tone.
Mhm.
It's like pretty sophisticated to get a lot of good different tones. Like I people who are really good with tones impress me.
Can I give you my IR pack to upload here for free? I have
Yeah,
an
dude,
IR,
fuck
I used to
yeah.
sell. I used to sell an IR pack I made, but I
post it in the downloads, dude, if you want. That'd be awesome.
cool. Yeah, I have an IR pack.
But yeah, and I've gotten a lot better at it. Like, and it's so funny because guitar is very similar, where it's like less is more. It's like a lot of times it's just knowing the gain and the mids and the trebles and the obviously like what amp you're using makes a huge difference. But
You like my amp, right? I got you love my guitar recording chain more.
yo, my email is actually named after that amp. That was
That's
the first
cool.
amp I ever had. I never had a white one though. That shit's fucking slick.
Yeah. So,
But yeah, long story short, less is more, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Less
you
is
love
more.
Z. You love my guitar recording chain. So I go DI box, right? So Mogami cable because I can into a DI box.
You told me about your
Okay.
Mogamis last time, you little fucker.
Yeah, so so DI box and the through out. So I get the DI from the DI box, of course, right? Obviously, but then the through output goes to my pedal board. So I get my tuner. And tuner's just to mute the guitars when they're being annoying. Tuner, then my Fortin Zool Plus gate because I have a Fortin Zool Plus, which is the best gate ever. You should get one. And then whatever boost pedal in front, then that goes to my amp, my 1550 Iconic.
Mm-hmm.
And then from my amp output goes to my T-Note Torpedo Captor X load box.
Your
I-
Hootie Woody?
My
T-Note-
Captor X, 2 notes
Okay.
Torpedo Captor X. It's
Okay.
a load box. So
Cool.
I have the virtual cab bypassed, so I get a direct amp sound too.
Hmm.
And then that through output goes to my speaker cabinet, and that's mic'd up.
What
So
kind
I
of mics do you use?
so with one
57?
yeah, just 57. So
Nice.
just with one guitar performance, I get the DI, the direct amp sound, and then mic'd off the cab.
Yep. Clean. You got a reamp or two?
Yep. I use
Nice.
I just got the Walrus Audio Canvas reamp because it's the only
Dude,
reamp box that
I
that
used
has
to
the-
have a DI box and somebody stole it and I was so bummed about it. I gotta
I'm
get another
getting
one.
I'm getting a nice one, but my reamp box is pretty sick too. Because you know how reamp boxes only take XLR in. Like if
Yeah.
you, the Walrus Audio Canvas reamp has TS in,
Sick.
so like I could go because I only have TS outputs on my interface because I have inserts instead of and it's on these DB25
Got you.
connectors.
I was gonna ask. I'm thinking about getting a new interface. You guys got any
Audio
recommendations?
ID48. If you're hybrid,
SSL,
if you're hybrid, Audio
Po-
ID48 has
Post some
inserts.
links if you guys don't mind, man. I'll totally check them out.
Well, do you
'cause-
use analog gear at all?
Yeah.
Get the Audio ID40. It's the best interface for hybrid.
How much is it?
It's like
'Cause
$1,400.
It's not
Well,
horrible.
so it has inserts. So actually, let me just share my screen.
Because
again.
that's
Just
what I want. I just want more inputs, and I
Well, I'm
want
gonna
more.
go, guys. I've had a long
sends.
ass week. Thank you, guys. It's
Later,
been
Lou.
very
All right,
cool.
Lou. Much love, man.
Yeah, guys.
Yo,
Good
feel
luck.
free to send me that
Don't get hurt,
SSL
don't
mixer
die.
thing if you want. Yes, sir. Stay safe out there, man.
See, let me show you this interface.
Yeah, put me on, bro,
you're
because
gonna fall in love with this
I need
one.
to get one. I need more inputs and outputs.
Oh, so
and
it's
shit.
$1,300. I was off by $100, but this is it.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
And these switches are for random power. Oh, these are also JFET DI inputs for input 1 and 2.
Oh,
So,
clean.
so you don't need a DI box with this one at all.
Yeah.
These switches are really strong. It's like they're not going to accidentally bump them. These are for phantom power.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the 8 and then the big volume knob, and you have 4 buttons. You can customize 2 of them. 2 headphone jacks.
Can you rack mount that motherfucker?
Yeah, there's rack
Nice.
ears here.
Cool.
Next photo, right? Perfect. Here's the back of it. So all 8 connectors are on the back of it. So if you're OCD about that, because I hate the Focusrite interfaces because they had the 2 on the front, so it looked bad if you had it racked. Try to use audio inputs. But
totally. I have that, and it has a ground loop, which is horrible. So I'm getting rid of those.
Yeah. So all eight combo jacks are on the back. I'll skip this and this is the best part. But there's 2 sets of monitor outputs, and so on the front panel you can switch between monitors A and B. So you have 2 sets of monitors.
Yeah. Do you know if you can do them both at the same time? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah,
I already have my shit run through a patch bay, but just for curiosity.
Yeah, you can. And this clock in and out for you have multiple stuff, and you have 2 sets of ADATs, so you can expand up to 24.
That's what I was looking at. That's clutch. I would get 2 of those motherfuckers.
So these DB25, these are inserts. So these are between the preamp and the converters.
Oh.
If you know what I mean. So
yeah, I do.
So basically, make sure I'm on this page. So basically, I could run. So the way I do vocals, right? So I have mine hard patched. So I have my stressor hard patched into insert 1, which is automatically patched into 1, right, on the interface. So all I gotta do is go into the software for the audio interface and engage the insert.
Move it to
engage the insert. So I don't even need a patch. Cool. I don't need a patch bay.
How do you? What does that connect to? Does that go into like a TRS or something or?
DB25s are. Let me pull up
I've never seen that before. I mean, I've seen that port before, but I didn't know what it did.
Yeah, so let me go to. These cables are kind of expensive. Let me type in.
Oh, that's a pretty guitar.
DB25. So it's just 25 pin. You can have it go to XLR. You could have it go to TRS or
God dang, $300.
Well, there's some cheaper ones. There's some cheaper ones.
Oh, there you go. $60, not bad.
Diodario. It makes it cheap.
Oh, that's because they're Mogamis. That's why.
I was $60. These ones I have.
But that's clutch. That's what you want. Like eventually, I would love to get that.
Yeah, I
just gotta pick my battles.
and the cables are relatively thin too. As you can see, like not too thick, but just 25 pins. So if you think about it, right, for XLR, it's like 3 pins. Multiply that by 8, it's 24. Then you have a grounding pin basically, or a pin to orient.
Yeah, I mean that's a gigantic space saver. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and also cheaper too. So if you buy eight, probably $100 for 8 TRS to TRS.
Yeah, totally.
But where's the interface at? There we go. So it's just 2 of those, right?
Oh, and there's 2 of them.
Yeah,
I thought that was an in out for some reason.
No, it's 8 in, 8 outs.
Gotcha.
So if you don't, so basically, if doing vocals input 1, I could engage the insert or not, right? So I could check with because my instructions on insert 1, so I can engage it or not, and so I can have a true bypass basically for my inserts. It's like a console,
That's
right?
Sick.
It's like a console. Sick. If I have my mic pre on the console, you're gonna have it go straight to the 2 bus, right, to the output, or engage the insert. And then engage my outboard gear, right? It's like a console.
That's sick. Instead of having to like hand swap everything.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing with my patch bay. It's a pain in the
ass. Then if I go to Reaper, right? So let me show you how it works in Reaper, because you saw my insert. I had presets.
Yeah.
So on the audio software, I have a preset for mixing and for the inserts, and I have a preset for tracking. Because you have presets for the internal routing for there. But if I go to my RIA insert, where's that at again? There it is. Oh, I hear myself twice because it's feedbacking. Because the insert.
Word. You still sound good on my end, so.
So my distressor, for example, I have it output 9 and then 1. Because it uses ADATs for the output for the inserts.
Gotcha.
Or you change it, but so instead of like going to my patch bay, engaging the output and input, all I gotta do is switch my audience software control software for interface to my
Right. You just do it internally.
yeah. So I switched my internal routing software for the Audient, and then I just go to my preset for the
And you can go
insert on
presets.
Reaper,
Oh, that's fucking dope.
and I don't need to
Dude,
patch
that
anything
would,
around.
That would change my game, bro.
And then the expansions.
Damn, for $1,200, that's not even bad.
1300, yeah.
For all that?
Yeah, and you get 8, and these are the exact same preamps off the Audient consoles too, like the exact same. Like he was a Reaper guy, Adam, no, Hot Pole Studios, Adam Still, I think his name was.
Okay.
He's a Reaper guy. He's now the spokesman for Audient on YouTube, or like he's now the YouTube host, and yeah. Adam Still from Hot Pole Studios from UK. He's now he does all the media stuff for Audient, and he did a video shootout comparing the Audient interface with the Audient preamps on the consoles. They're exactly the same.
Nice.
Because they took one mic signal, did a split on it. Also, if you're running external preamps, right? You know the issue is with you restacking preamps. Like say you have like a 1073 and you go into your focus interface or whatever, but you're stacking the preamps.
Run too much voltage or whatever.
Well, you could just run into the insert return on this, and go straight to the converter. You don't hit the preamp at all.
Oh, so saying like if you want to bypass the preamp that's built in, you're saying?
Because like I said, the insert is between the preamp and the converters.
Right. Interesting.
So like you could leave a mic plugged into input 1, but then you say you want to plug into another preamp, and that preamp is already on the return of 1 on the insert. You just engage the insert and leave the gain down on the. You don't even need to adjust the gain on the interface, but you could just engage the insert. As long as there's no signal coming in, or you could just have input 1 muted and just monitor the return on the converters. And then also
that's going over my head a tiny bit, but I think I understand the concept.
Yeah, and then also the Audient expansion interfaces. I forget what they're called, but the ones that expand the I/O, those also have inserts too.
Sick.
So you have 24.
Damn, you can get crazy with it. That's sick. So real quick, is it an expansion unit or it's the same?
No, this is the interface. This is the main unit.
But I'm saying like if I wanted to get an expansion, I have to buy a separate unit, or I can't just get 2 of those.
You could get 2 of these, but they have dedicated. Well, you'd be kind of wasting money because you'd be paying for the extra like USB converters or whatever. Like, the extra USB.
So the extension unit is basically all you need, but it's just a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, it's just a little bit cheaper because also if you get multiple of these, then you'd be paying for the extra DI inputs. I mean, you get the extra JFET DI inputs on the other ones, but like the monitor section, you'd be paying for an extra one of those.
Do you know if you had 2 of those I mean, I guess at that point you could just get another DI if you really wanted to, but just for shits and giggles, if you had 2 of those, do you know if you'd be able to use both DIs at the same time?
Yeah, you can. You could use both at the same time.
Because that actually would be kind of cool.
I just typed. What's the Audient? I'm just type in Audient to find it because I forget the name of it, but it's the expansion for the Audient stuff. Here it is. There's two different versions. There's this one and there's another version. But see, this one's $1,200, and then if I go to the back of this one, this has the. But no, it's not this one.
It seems like they have different options, but I get what you're saying.
Let me find the better one real quick because here's a console. I love the consoles too; they're amazing. Are you still recording, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, just wondering. Oh, here's the other one.
I usually record the whole thing, and I don't think anybody's gonna watch the 9-hour ones, but we'll post them anyway.
Let's see. Here, this is the other one. This one is this is a little more expensive. It's $1,800, but this is a good one because this one has the 8 pre's.
It's just
and all
good
that.
to know, like, if I needed to expand later, that I could. You know what I mean? Because when you're spending a rack on some shit, you don't want to have to rebuy it again later.
So, like, here's and this Audient. I love Audient. They're my new favorite interface company. Also, they have a small, tiny little interface that's like it's not even an interface, but it's meant to go on your output between your monitor output and your monitors. And it's like basically like a turn off. You know what a turn off is, right? Like a room correction box, DSP box.
Yeah.
They have one
scans your room or whatever, and then
Audient has one, a room correction DSP processing box that's like $200 or $300.
Sick.
And it's tiny. It's like the size of a Focusrite 2x2 or Solo. But here's the expansion unit. So you just connect the ADATs to the main interface for in and outs. Then you have the 8 preamps, and then you have the inserts right here, line in and line out.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to get one of those, dude. I really appreciate the information. Probably
Like
not
this-
anytime immediately soon, but probably save up and get
Have you
one
heard of
those
this?
year.
Have you heard of this place on this website called Zounds? Have you heard of them?
Yeah.
You should use them for.
So my rap name for a long time was ZZ. So anytime I see Z's, I'm like, yeah, I always remember that shit.
Yeah, it's because like they do 0% financing on everything. Dude, I got a crazy story about I got a crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
For
12
how
payments. 12 payments.
12 months?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get.
And then if you do
get in on that shit.
also they're partnered with a firm, and their firm stuff is also 0% interest too.
Nice. Hell
But
yeah,
yeah.
dude! I'm definitely gonna peep that shit out.
Oh, but dude, Zounds is so cool. I got a crazy story about my interface too. So I got it last year when it came out. It only came out last year too, so that's great. But crazy story. So the original price was $999, $1,000, right? That was the original retail price. So I ordered mine on a Friday. But my order like claimed because I didn't get paid in time, so they charged my card and it didn't go through. So I ordered on a Friday. That Monday when I finally got the money through on my account, the price changed to $13.99 or $12.99. The price jumped up $300, a third of the price basically. So I called them and it just so happened that Sweetwater didn't update the pricing yet, and they price matched it to Sweetwater back at the original $9.99. And then, so I literally told them, "Hey, check Sweetwater. They still have theirs priced at $9.99. Can you price match it?" And the guy did. And then literally an hour later, I refreshed Sweetwater page. They changed the price. Literally an hour after I placed my order.
They probably looked at them and were like, "Oh shit, we gotta raise our shit."
Yeah, so like literally,
that's so funny. So you got like the perfect timing out of it.
Yeah, literally, if I called an hour later, I would have been, screwed out of extra $300 more dollars. But I literally.
Hell yeah.
Crazy story. But this interface is so good. So yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna look into it seriously because
yeah, Zounds
I think
is
that
great.
might be my next one.
So I got mine like I said at when was it $9.99. So after tax, what I'm paying monthly for 12 months is I'm only paying $92 a month for my interface.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's
that would be an hour of my time, like a month.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so fucking worth it.
I'm
in debt right now, so I got to be careful. But if it's gonna make it, because like
too.
I'm starting to hit some walls in my situation where it's like, dude, if I just had fucking 2 more inputs, this would make my life so much easier.
And then not only
like,
that, let me take it one step further, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to do a patch bay, right? You've heard of Flock Audio, right? The crazy expensive patch bays.
No, I haven't. I have a patch bay that I'm super happy with, but
these are digital patch bays. Let me just show you this one real quick.
Digital patch bays?
Yes. So these use the same connectors, those 25-pin connectors. So these use a software. If you see the background, it's basically a patch bay. So you have like your
my mind is blown. It's the same thing we just talked about, but for a patch bay.
Yeah. So he has all this stuff here on the left hand side.
How much is that bad boy?
Well, this is only for the 16. Hold on, 16 in, 16 out. Yeah. And see, this is $2,000.
And then this might be a dumb question, but do you have to? That doesn't have to like plug into anything else. It just runs on its own.
Just between the gear.
So like that and your patch bay and your.
So like say for my setup, I would probably get this one, right, or I'll probably get the bigger one because I'm getting more gear. But like your inputs, right? So inputs and outputs. So your interface would probably be these two, right? Or for your inserts on your interface, it would be these. So you have all your interface.
And then the other ones would go to your patch bay.
To your gear, yeah.
Got you. Cool.
So you can have anything route to anything, or you could have like. So
what's the USB is obviously so we can talk to the computer, so you can do the presets.
Yeah,
got you.
And this power, but part of the reason why this is also so expensive, really expensive too, is because every channel has phantom power, because it doesn't pass phantom power through. So if you have preamps, you can't pass through phantom power.
Interesting.
But this company
so you have to send it from there.
Yeah, but the company is making just not a cheaper one. So this is only $1,000, right? Half the price basically of that one. But this one isn't, and that was, remember, one of those two, $17.99, that was only 16 or 32 points of I/O, 16 in, 16 out. This one is $1,000, half the price basically, and this is 24 in and 24 out. This one,
but that one doesn't have phantom power.
That's it. That's the only thing, which is kind of cool, which is fine for me. You know what I mean?
It depends on what you're using it for, right? Yeah. Yeah, because I have a patch bay for my mics that's way less complicated. So like it wouldn't be as big of a deal.
But like if you hard patched into your preamps, right? Because if you think about it, like I said, with the audio interface, you don't need to go from your preamps into your interface. or
Right, because you already have that solved.
because you would have the patch bay already set to your returns on your.
Okay, Abe. Now you cooking.
Yeah.
Now you cooking, Abe. I see you. Okay, let's go, dude. You got me all sold on this, man. This is dope as fuck.
I know I should be a salesman, right?
Yeah, you should, dude. You fucking got. I mean, I wouldn't buy it right now because I'm poor as hell, but
Yeah, and
I'm gonna as soon as I get a chance.
Also, 0% interest with the firm right here. See
Yeah,
that?
I gotta get an interface. That's my first one, and then I really want to get a control surface just because.
Control, and then basically, what's funny? You would be the fourth person to have an identical setup to mine if you do.
Yeah,
Same,
dude, it's dope, and that's like the best one I've seen for the price. It has everything because I definitely want a stream deck. I definitely want the motorized faders. I've just been waiting for one that can do all that on my budget.
I used to have the PreSonus fader port, the 8.
That's what I was looking at was the one, and then and then it'll change to each track, right?
Yeah. So the problem with the fader port 8, right, is
Oh, you had the 8 one. I was thinking of the solo
single,
dolo.
Yeah, no, don't do that because it's nice to have more.
That's why I didn't do it. I was like, I'll just wait till I get the big one. You know what I mean? But
so
I couldn't afford it at the time.
I had the single channel one, but I had the older one of this one.
Yeah,
it was like the gray one.
Like that's cool for $200, but
yeah. So I had the 8. There's also the Icon one I showed you. There's also a single channel version of that one too. I'll pull that one up in a bit. They don't have them water, but I had the 8, right? But
that one's not. Oh, it is motorized. Okay.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's only one pan knob. That's really what I experienced is kind of terrible. There's only one pan knob. So if I wanted to like grab, 2 tracks and have them like moving left and right real quick in stereo real quick, it's hard.
Or like automate something cool. Yeah, I got you.
You'd have to hit the select button on every track you want to pan to the left and then pan the one knob. So you can't do like two things at a time and then go in between. Also, half the buttons don't work with Reaper as what they're labeled.
Oh, that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, and you can't
and it's just kind of ugly too, isn't it?
Yeah, and the form factor, it's plastic too.
And what is it? It's $200 less than the one with the metal chassis. Like fuck that. And it's got the Stream Deck thing.
Yeah, the one I showed
that.
So let me go back to
yeah, that's like just for that. I was kind of blown away when you showed that. I was like, what, $500-$600 for that? Like what? That's a good ass deal. I might have to get.
Let me go to Icon. Let me type in Icon. Oh, actually,
my birthday's coming up. You know what I'm saying?
Icon doesn't come up. Let me just type P. I'm typing. Let me do the. There we go. Oh, iconic. There's my app right here.
Yeah.
Actually, so the white on my app is actually this one, but the white on my app is actually a custom job, by the way.
How did you do it? You just took it off and painted it, or what?
I know. I bought Tolex because see how it's like transparent the grill is.
Yeah.
Like you can really see through the grill on the amp head.
Mm-hmm.
I hated that because you could like easily see like in through the other side, and I hated that. So there it is. Look, and then I bought white Tolex on Amazon, and then I duct taped it to it on the back side so you can't see it. It looks nice.
Yeah, that's sick, dude. Yours looks dope. I like yours a lot.
So here's the higher end one. This is the S1M. This is the higher end version.
What's better about that one? It's got more.
It's actually just different layout. Nothing really. It has this built-in meter bridge.
Yeah, I was gonna say the meter bridge is what caught my eye.
You get the time thing, whatever. But it's larger, more touchscreen pads, touchpad.
Oh, okay.
And it's different layout, right? But I don't like this one at all because the other one's more laid out like a console,
right?
With the way that having the pan and mute solo on the faders too, instead of like up here. But on the one I have, here's the expansions like I told you about. I told you you can expand it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the expansion. So you have the main unit and then it's up to 7 expansions.
That's ridiculous. And you just build your own console.
Yeah, and and you can also get a screen for them too, the regular unit too. But these are also add-ons.
Oh,
so we'll show you like
that's
also change color based on your track. But if you find the back, it shows you.
So real quick, you said you didn't like where the pan knobs are on the other one. That's what you didn't like about the other one.
Well, like see how like the mute solo arm recorder on it with the faders.
Yeah,
I prefer that because that's the way consoles are.
Oh, what's the other one like?
The pan, solo, mute, all those buttons are like above, up here.
Oh, got you. Okay. I almost feel like I might because I'm not super like physically like I've done it, but I'm not super used to it unless I'm like doing a gig or something.
Yeah,
I almost feel like having them out of the way would be kind of clutch, so you could do like multi-finger shit without having to worry about bumping them.
They're not really in the way at all.
No, you don't have that problem? No. Word. And also, then they're closer so that you don't have to reach as far.
Yeah, but let's see, this is also is that the only difference really is more touchscreen buttons and the built-in meter. But is that worth almost double the price?
For sure.
You know, it's not.
Yeah,
really...
and I kind of like the overall look of the other one.
So here's a
It would look
single
doper
channel
on my
one.
desk.
This is 370, which kind of, you might as well get the 8 at this point. But time code, you have rotary encoders up top. It's one fader. You still get a touchscreen, the little touchscreen thing with all the same buttons, but just a little smaller. And the display's optional.
That's more of like a Stream Deck version.
Yeah,
cool.
This is cool, but I wouldn't recommend that one. If you want to get a single channel one, I'd recommend just the new Yamaha one. Have you seen the new Yamaha one?
Nah, but honestly, I don't even want it. That's what's like held me back from doing it. I don't want a single channel one. I'll definitely get what's the name of that one more time? The one that you have?
Icon Audio P1M.
Icon Audio. The what 1A?
P1M.
P1M. And then that interface was the what?
Audient ID48.
Audient ID40. Okay, I want to make sure I write these down. Cool. Yeah,
So
I'm gonna look into that shit more.
Here's the back of this one. There's a Kensington lock. The 2 USBs, so one's for the pass-through, or 3 USB-C. So one's for the pass-through, one's for power, and not power. One's for the computer, one's a pass-through for the expansions, and the other's for the display. And then there's foot switch stuff if you want to use it as a foot switch
like MIDI.
to engage like recording, whatever.
That would be dope. I would use the shit out of that.
And then it's hard to see, but like here, like here's trim for like automation, right? Latch, touch, read, and then off is off.
All the like standard stuff.
Yeah, then banks of 8 or individual tracks.
And those all work natively with Reaper. You didn't have to like set those up, or
nope.
Oh, sick.
Everything was perfect. There's also this button right here where my cursor is at. It's called Master Flip. So it'll make the 8th fader control the Master fader in Reaper. So if you want to control the master,
that's what I need. Because I used to have it like set up on my little keyboard, but I would always bump it, and it would just like fuck the master. And I'm like, okay, turn this shit off.
Hit this button, fader 8 would now become the master fader.
Nice, dude.
See, I would have loved it if the mini version of the single channel fader one would have just been this without the other 7 faders, without all the extra knobs and stuff. But so these 2 circles up top, or where you attach the LCD display. People don't like the additional display either. I don't like it either, but.
It's cool to have the option. Like that's cool that they knew.
The only problem people have with it is you can't adjust the angle of it. But that's it. And it's also crazy because this controller and my channel shift controller, the SSL one I want to have, they're the exact same height. I don't know if you saw that in the images, but they're like the exact same. Like
yeah, I did notice that because it looks slick. It's a nice little setup.
Yeah.
What's that SSL one that you have? And that's also just like a controller, right?
Yeah, it's a rock solid audio. Rock solid audio. The specific controller is called the Micro 4K. If you want the SSL one,
I'm gonna look into this shit a little bit more. I appreciate the info.
Yeah, go to product.
Because I just miss putting my hands on stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, this is so great.
Like sold out.
Yeah, they every month or every few weeks they get a new batch.
I was gonna say they do them in batches. That's crazy.
Yeah. Also, the siding,
huh?
it's nice wood too. It's nice filling wood.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I didn't realize it was wood. That's clutch. That's pretty cool.
It's so crazy when I go between Reaper and I load up my SSL channel strip plugin. I'm pretty organized with everything, but I load up this one. Going between these two, it's kind of surreal. A little bit.
Which one? Because I have one. Which one is that? The 4000?
This is the Brainworks, 4K E, I think, or G.
And
4K
that's the one that you like the most?
Yeah. I mean, I go between. So these are all my channel strips. So I have.
See if I even have that one.
I have the Focusrite console.
Ooh.
I have this is my favorite for drums. The Lindell. You've seen this. I've showed this one already. Like basically, it's 1073, 1084 style EQ, and then you get the. I don't really use this section a lot. The dynamics. My other one I use a lot for guitars is my API Vision. I use this one on guitars, and I have the SSL controller. I have that rock solid audio controller.
You use that on a solo track, or you use it on a
individual tracks?
On like your
as if
your
I'm tracking if I tracked guitars through an API.
Like through the I got you. That was what I was.
That's mainly how I.
Which one is that? I have the API ones. That's Waves.
UAD. This is UAD.
Which one is that? API? Which one?
Vision channel strip.
Vision. I don't know what the equivalent of that would be on Waves.
Yep,
I have an
550.
API.
It'll be-
Okay, 550A or B.
Both, because this has both of them in there. Well, because 550 is the EQ. That's what I mainly use it for. The EQ, anyways. It's like
Okay.
here's like both types of EQs, right? So I get the like the fader style EQ, and then I get the knob style EQ.
Oh, cool.
And then like so I mainly use like the Lindell, this Neve one style one. I mainly use that one for like drums on as if I get clean stuff. Like say it was chucked to a Focusrite 1820, like or Focusrite or universal interface, I'll use this to add color, like as if I tracked it through the gear. And then like I'll use my SSL.
Like you're
channel
using it as like a console simulation, basically.
Yeah, and then like I'll use my SSL like as if I'm mixing it through a console, basically.
Got you. And that's the SSL is the one that goes on the like your master bus or
Yeah,
your mix bus or
that's
whatever.
my mixing. Yeah, so like on my individual tracks, I'll have like this one, but then like on my kick group, my kick sum track, because I do my kick in and kick out, and then have a kick group track for all my group kick stuff.
Totally.
I'll then put the SSL on that one.
Got you. That is exactly the answer to the question that I was trying to ask earlier.
Okay, cool.
So that's super helpful.
Like all
That's cool.
literally all my channel strips are in here. Like I have custom folders for.
Yeah,
literally.
I have that one. I just got that one.
So I literally, you see, I'm supervising my plugin folders.
Yeah, dude, I love it. And man, I spent a bunch of time to do that once, and then I got on a new computer, and I'm just like been too lazy to do it. I need to get right. You guys are inspiring me. Abe's Widener.
Yeah.
Love it.
You haven't made it until you have a plugin with your name on there.
Dude, I know, bro. It's going to happen. Well,
Like
bro, on that note, I got to dip
limiters.
out, man. I got to go get my lady some food. But,
Hey,
dude,
real
you inspired the fuck out of me tonight. And
real quick, can you stop the
yes,
recording?
sir.
I got something to tell you. Off record.
Sure,
off record.
sure, I got you. I could do that for you. Hang on 1 second. Real quick on the recording, though, I'm going to look into the plugins. I'm going to look into the SSL. I'm going to look into that motherfucker, the controller. And I'm definitely going to look into making a self-made creator VST because that has to happen. And then the ZZ sauce, that has to happen too. All right, let me kill this. Thank you guys for coming. This has been our second class technically, but our first like high quality class. So I really appreciate every single one of you guys for coming. If you're watching this on the replay, thank you. And too bad for you that you weren't here, that you have to miss out on the secrets. So
yep, I'm
peace
going
out.
to
Have a
reveal
good
that
night.
I'm revealing that I'm not an AI.
The world will never know. All right. Peace out, guys. Much love.